Hello everyone, welcome to Whilton Mill. It's Easter Sunday, it's finals day for the 2024 British Open Championship for both Honda Cadet and all of our Rotax classes as well. We're here at Whilton Mill, it's the first meeting of a new Wera Tools British Kart Championship season, and it's great to have you along with us for the ride. Today we've got all of our super heats and the all-important finals to decide who will take home the coveted O-plates across 5 categories here today. 220 drivers competing for those titles, which allow them to run the O-plate across the course of 2024. It's going to be a great day's action here. Dry at the moment, but always with Whilton Mill, you've got to keep an eye on the skies. Let's see how the drivers get on across the course of a full day of racing here on the Motorsport TV network of channels. And a very warm welcome indeed to a slightly blustery Whilton Mill this morning for finals day on Easter Sunday for the 2024 Wera Tools British Open Championship, the Rotax and Honda British O-Plate. And myself, Andrew Mather, on commentary once again with Henry Beaudette. Henry, thrilling day yesterday through the heats. Great to be streaming it, be broadcasting it here for the first time in the season. What did you make of it?
Well, firstly, thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, it was an excellent day yesterday. Here is a look at the circuit, which 220 drivers will be tackling today. Hard to believe that, 1991 Whilton Mill was built. It's undergone several changes since then, not least the very last corner you can see on our Alpha Live graphics there. Yesterday, it was extremely exciting. I have to take one issue with what you said in your intro. You said a warm welcome. Warm is not a word I would use to describe the conditions today. We're not going to talk about what could happen after 1 o'clock because the graphic is lying, ladies and gentlemen. No, there is a little bit of precipitation in the forecast. As you said, the superheats, that's something new. Going to be interesting to see how that changes. We haven't got pre-finals. This is superheats, double points, and it's like having heats 3 and 4 together. So drivers competed in 2 heats yesterday. Well, most of the drivers competed in all their heats yesterday. We have 2 heat races to go. You can see 2 heat races to go this morning. It was an excellent day. Yesterday, there was a bit of give and take. Yep. Today, much more take, a lot less give. I did speak to one parent out in the paddock who went, I think it's going to be, it might be a bit of an incident fest. And whoever, but that's the nature of this type of event because it's winner takes all. No one cares about who comes second. No one wants to come second. It's not a championship. You're not playing it safe, thinking, okay, well, I'm not going to take the win, but this is a good points weekend. No, it's all or nothing. And of course, a happy Easter to everybody. But it's not just you and me, Andrew.
Indeed, it's
our third wheel.
It's a team of 3 this year, and hoping that we can head down for the first time today to Nicole Sutherland in the pits and Parc Fermé. Nicole, over to you.
Thank you, boys. So over here, Whilton Mill for the second day of racing. Yesterday, action-packed, very exciting, and undoubtedly today we're going to see a number of drivers on a bit of a redemption drive. Today, more changeable conditions. There's a lot of atmosphere in the paddock. Is it going to rain? Is it not going to rain? So we're definitely going to see probably at some point what some drivers would refer to a bit of a scrap in the paddock, trying to change the setups over. It's running a lot cooler as well today, so engines will be running colder, drivers will be closer together, and undoubtedly we're going to probably see some very quick laps. We've got a bit of time to fill before we kick off for the rest of the day. Looking forward to seeing who's going to take some of these home at the end of the weekend. We're just going to head over to Jag Rotax. So Jag Rotax, for the audience at home who might not know, are the UK importer of the Rotax engines. This weekend, fantastic entry, 220 drivers, which has broken a record. So we're just going to go and catch up with Gary from Jag. Gary, can we pull you for a chat for a second? Can do, yeah. We're just highlighting over the stream how this weekend, record-breaking entry. What can you tell us about that?
I think it's just a success of the Rotax class. stronger every year. Engine sales more and more every year. It's just a popular class. I think it ticks all the boxes in the UK.
Yeah, of course. And also, I think Jag and Rotax continuously making changes to different classes to make it more fair and more interesting for the drivers. Can you tell us about some of those changes?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Rotax, as the manufacturer of the engines, are forever trying to improve the engine. Over the years, it gets better and better, and they continue to every year. You know, the new parts come out, they're improving on parts, the parity now on the cylinders. You've seen out here this weekend, the equalness of the racing is unbelievable, and we're getting comments all the time of the parity-wise, how good it is. So yeah, they're doing a great job.
That's fantastic. Great to hear from you, Gary. We'll throw back up to Henry and Andrew in the comms box.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yeah, great to hear from the guys at
of course, we have to say, first of all, while we wait for the start light to be given, happy Easter. Hope the Easter Bunny has been. But of course, because it's Easter Sunday and the Easter Bunny, that gets a chance to reference Watership Down. You know, bright eyes burning like
He's
fire.
singing already,
It's a Sunday morning singing. If the kids in the paddock, parents, show the kids Watership Down. That'll give them nightmares. Oh, look, it's the Easter Bunny. Oh, look, he's been eaten by a dog. But there we go. Do you know, interesting fact, Mike Batt wrote that song, Bright Eyes, for Art Garfunkel. Do you know what else he wrote?
Go on.
The Wombles.
The Wombles.
The Wombles. Go on, give us a song. Go on, Andrew. Go on, Andrew.
Wombling in Wimbledon. I can't
Come on, we making good use of the things that we find, things the everyday folk leaves behind. Tell you what, let's have a little look. We've got 2 heat races remaining.
Yes.
You've got Micromax, that's race 15. They're the karts that you see down on the grid. They are the youngest members of the Rotax family. Then you have Honda Cadet GX 200 going out next. That will complete the heat races.
Yep.
So everybody else did their 2 heat races yesterday, and that will give us the full intermediate classification for not the pre-finals. Every time I say the word pre-finals, you have my permission to punch me hard in the face.
I never do that.
Well, Anthony did. Well, I like it.
That's
So then we'll be in the superheats. Now, the superheats, the grid positions are decided based on the intermediate classifications at the end of the heats. It's a double points race, so the superheats don't decide the starting grid for the finals. It's you add the points together, and then the top 34 drivers in points qualify for the main events. So everybody else, if you're not in the top 34 in points at the end of this race, we don't have any rep charges or B finals, so it's a straight elimination. You know, you got your superheat. If you're not in the top 34, then you are done. Your chances of O-plate glory are over. Well, I can see the mechanics walking away, and that means that very shortly we'll be underway with what will be an 8-lap plus 1 lap heat, and then the superheats, they're 10 minutes plus a lap. How long are the finals? 12 minutes plus a lap. That was a rhetorical question. A big hello to everybody on the live chat. Big hello, Michael Burke, turning in from Bathurst.
Australia.
You are Bathurst, Australia. Good day or good evening. And there. But now, the karts are on the grid. That means one thing, Andrew Mather. It means that race 1 of the day, heat 17, it's Micromax, heat 2, coming up now.
Second heat of this O-Plate weekend then for Micromax. Let's have a look at their grid. Starting on pole position, Joshua Cook in the number 9, the remaining top 10 driver from last year. Charlie Page alongside on the front row. Dean Pahal and Lucian Smith on row 2. Luke Millward and Elliot Travis on row 3.
Now, row number 4 will be Matt Jolly and Austin Oman. Logan Rolfe and Alfie Garrett round out your top 10. Alfie Mayer and Maximilian Abrahart on row 6.
Starting from the 7th row of the grid, James Roots goes alongside Sebastian Behrman. Josh Hushka and Arthur Farrow start on row 8. Jensen Walker and Benedictus Masioka start on row 9.
Archie Rogers-Tyler, Harris Barber, Chester Fawkes, Albert Farrow, William Crombie and Xavier Ramsey. That's your top 24, and still there are more.
Row 13, Harry Radcliffe and Oliver Dawson, Ethan Lloyd and Toby Biggs on row 14. Harpadas and Adam Galudi start on row 15, with George Swire completing the 31 karts field. All of these drivers guaranteed a spot in the final, but this heat, the results from it combined with the one from yesterday, will set the grid for the super heat later on this morning. Away we go then, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. First race of Easter Sunday here at Whilton Mill, and it's a solid start for Cook from the front of the order. All 31 drivers, 30 drivers, in fact, we've got one did not start. That's Harpadas, and that's a problem for the 44. Straight away, that's Lucian Smith.
And Lucian Smith was starting right at the sharp end of the field, so commiserations to Lucian. He's obviously going to have to go back to the drawing board, and that's a real shame for both him and for the Jax Project 1 race, the Jax Motorsport Project 1 racing group. We spoke to several drivers in this class, Benedictus Masiokas, Alfie May, and of course Jack Marshall on the paddock show yesterday, which you will be able to watch during the lunch break today. It's a blinder. But on the track now, we have got into the boots. So this is boot 1, followed by boot 2, and then the final chicane. Those drivers using a lot of the curbs, and that's a Hunter Motorsport kart up into third position. Max Jolly making a very good start, and moving on to the rear bumper of second place driver Dian Pahal. Up the hill, that's the RCE car of Dian Pahal, the number 23, the Richardson Chassis Engineering Group, and Dian driving very well in his first year. They got involved in an incident, but he is at the forefront of this race, chasing Joshua Cook.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Dian Pahal this weekend. This has been a big step forward for Pahal at the start of 2024 in comparison to last year. There's Elliot Travis in the number 35.
Yeah.
I would keep an eye on Elliot Travis today. He's got a very good record around Whilton Mill in tricky conditions. If, and it's a big if at the moment, the rain was to come, Elliot Travis could be a proper good bet in Micromax here today.
He's also got a very Alain Prost-esque crash helmet design.
Proper helmet design.
I was looking at this and thinking, why is that familiar to me? Why is that familiar? And yes, it looks like the Professor's helmet. Now, battle on for second. Max Jolly had a little look coming out through Fine Lady up towards Christmas Corner. There's a move further back in the pack. That's the number 21 kart of James Roots. The Roots is on fire as he moves up a position into the top 10. He's running with the Evolve Motorsport team. He's just got Danny Sweeney helping him out on the driver coaching and some of the engine work, and it's obviously working for him up into the top 10. Yeah,
another driver, very experienced. A lot of these young pilots have already raced at least a few months, maybe even a year at the cadet level. They've often raced through the Bambinos, even at this tender age. 3 or 4 years of experience underneath them as they go into 2024. 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes remaining in this one. There's a warning flag going out, Henry, to the number 14. That is Max Jolly in the number 14.
Yeah.
Just a warning now.
Just a warning. A few of the people on the live chat. Hello, Terry Ellingham from watching from Tennessee. Lucas Ellingham had a bit of an up and down day yesterday, but he's walking in Memphis. It's Sunday morning. You've got to have a good sing-song. That's three little tunes.
Already?
The first, yes. Sixth position, Charlie Page coming into Wilkins, down the hill towards Osiers. And again, such a technical corner. That curb that the top 3 all rode really well. If you hit that curb at the wrong angle, if you slide into the side of the curb, and there was a move going on there, the number 15 kart, I think that was picking up position. Alfie May. You can, and again, there's the final curb, and and a spin for the number 55 kart of Josh Hushka for the Sam Pollock Racing Team. Just go to show that if you hit the curbs wrong, it can actually, especially in these smaller karts, it can really, really turn them around.
We've seen it this weekend. We saw it in the pre-event last week.
We saw it last week with Theo Bradshaw inverting himself.
I think it's one of the things that is quite good about that new final corner, that it's not just a case of chuck the kart at it and hope for the best. You've got to be very precise as a driver with your inputs. There's number 14 of Max Jolly on your screens for a moment. Austin Oman having another good weekend. Strong 1 week ago, took the final win in the club meeting that preceded this 2024 O-Plate. And is looking fast again here. What is the pace like at the moment? 53.28.
Yes.
The fastest lap at the moment, make that 53.19. The driver who set it, Max Jolly, there in third.
Now, we've got 5 classes of kart racing this weekend. You've got, obviously, Micro Max, Mini Max, Junior Max and Senior Max. We've also got Honda Cadet. This is the second race meeting with the new layout. Now, the 4 Rotax lap records that were set last weekend, 3 of them were broken yesterday. The only survivor, I believe, is Minimax.
Minimax, and it survived by 1/100th of a second from 1 week ago. So with these cooler conditions, good for the engines.
Yes.
I would expect that record to go pretty early in today's running. But we'll talk about that later on, of course, when we get to Minimax. We've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds of this second heat for Micro Max to go. Joshua Cook doing a fine job at the front of the order, Henry, holding the lead, in fact extending that lead now to more than half a second.
Yes, we do. Now, obviously, Nicole Sutherland is in the pit lane. She'll be watching some of the action, and during the course of the day, especially during the longer races, we'll be able to chat to Nicole maybe during the races. But we've also got a new feature this year of Alfie Garford. He's our driving standards advisor. He's not a steward, he's helping the stewards. He's helping David Manchester in Motorsport UK Race Control. There is Alfie. You can see him with the officials. Now, on those screens there, that's not the Alpha live cameras, that's the Motorsport UK track cameras. And Alfie can then assist the rest of the stewards, and he is the driving standards advisor. He advises the stewards. He's not a judge of fact. He's not making decisions himself. But he, as a current champion in the British Championship, in the TKM classes, he can, say to, okay, that's a racing incident, that's something that or that is a driver was being a little bit cheeky, and because he knows all the tricks of the trade. And his dad, Sam, is out working in scrutineering as well, which is good. But anyway, back to the action. That's just some of the new features, ladies and gentlemen, that we've got for you in the Motorsport UK British Championship coverage, obviously by Alpha Live this year. But on the track, the same action as we've always come to expect. Close quarters, no quarter last, and none given. Joshua Cook needs Dear Pahal by 35 of a second. There's a move. Charlie Page on Elliot Travis. Travis holds him off. Now, can Page get to the inside? This is going to be interesting. No one's brave enough to go side by side yet into that final chicane.
And it's quite good positioning there from Elliot Travis. Just nipped Charlie Page right onto the apex. There wasn't really any space for Charlie Page to accelerate through and take advantage of having that overlap. New fastest lap of the race, Max Jolly, 53.09. Means the top 3 are now covered by 0.4 of a second as Page has a look down the inside of Travis for 4th place. Good defence by Travis there, using the camber of the road that's present through Christmas Corner. You can hold an outside line to defend around there.
Yes, you can. Then across Inkermans, and that's Ashby's now into Wilkins. Page having another little look at the inside. I have to say, Page went for the move. Travis defended. They ran side by side. That's good sporting driving at the moment. This is only the heat race, though. These micro drivers, they've still got their super heat and the final to go.
Yep, they have indeed. Good work by Alfie Mayer and Maximilian Abrahart, the 2 Zip factory team drivers. They've been working together. They've closed up this gap now. We're on to the final lap. It's a battle of 3 at the very front, and then a group of 5 for 4th place down to 8. James Roots may have a thing to say about this as well. Once again, Travis using the positive camber around the outside, holds the speed, holds the position ahead of Page, ahead of Oman. Oman now down the inside on Page. Page is going to use the outside line side by side as they run towards Wilkins here. This is good news for Travis. He's breaking away. Oh, very close there with Alfie Mayer. Alfie Mayer down the inside of Oman, gets a position as well. Abrahart's going to have a go. Meanwhile, back at the front,
change of lead.
Pahal has found a way through past Josh Cook, and he's going to come round to take victory. Dean Pahal takes victory in Heat 2 from Joshua Cook and Max Jolly. What a finish.
Well done, Dean Pahal. And again, I was speaking to Dean's dad last night, and there was some laughter because as Dean crossed the start-finish line yesterday, there's a big smile from Dihan Pahal. Dean's dad was telling him to overtake and giving him the signal, okay, overtake. Yeah. And then as Dean was going up the hill towards Christmas Corner, away from the paddock, Dean's dad is still giving him the signal, like he's got eyes in the back of his head. But he wins by 0.2 of a second from Josh Cook. And looking down the order, Xavier Ramsey picking up a position, Harris Barber moved there now. Of the Pharaohs, Albert Pharaoh finishing 20th. And but his Arthur Pharaoh was a little bit further ahead, so that's good stuff there, and a great win for Dihan Pahal. Yeah. And the RCE team, Force Motorsport. Jordan Baines on the engines as he comes in. Now there on the left hand side, that is the Whilton Mill Kart Club official holding the telephone of doom. What, Andrew Mather, does the telephone of doom signify?
Well, the telephone of doom comes out when evidence is required to verify that a driver's front fairing has dropped. It's often the sign that a 5-second penalty is on the way.
Oh, yes.
For the
fist bumps all round. Now, there's a big smile. Before we speak to Dean, a quick hello, Kathy Watson. Saying hello to John and Shay Watson. How are you, Kathy? Hope you're okay. I hope that you've got your Henry Hoover stickers out. You're watching the karting, and I'll make sure that your dad's behaving himself. How's that? Okay, and that's what we like to see. There's Charlie Page, and again, driver coaches. And look at that, there's other members of the team coming over to congratulate Dean. And again, in typical Micromax fashion, the telephone of doom has not been used yet because they all behave themselves. If only they continued on that trajectory up into their mini, junior and senior careers.
Indeed. Well, I think the story of Micromax is we've had a number of drivers move on, of course,
yes.
to Minimax.
Yes.
But we are not going to be short on talent. We're not going to be short on entertainment.
Never short on talent. The only thing short about the drivers is the drivers. Yes. Yes.
But yeah, looks like everyone was through
a clean bit of health.
Well done. Well done to Michael.
Deanne's little character, and Nicole Sutherland is about to discover this because she has got Tia Bahal down in the pits.
So we are here with Dian Pahal, race 2 winner. Dian, you won that race on the last lap. Can you tell us a bit about that?
So the whole race, I was right behind Josh Cook. I pushed him through the fast corner on the start of the race. I was behind him every single lap. Not one point I overtook him. But on the last lap, I think it was Max Jolly, he gave me a little nudge from the back, and I had a chance, so I went for it, and it turned out I won the race.
That's great, well done, Dian. Looking forward to seeing what you do for the rest of the weekend. And we'll just head back up to the comms box to hear a quick word from our partners ahead of the rest of the action.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great to hear from Dian Pahal down there, the winner of that last race. Now, on to the next one, though. Honda Cadet, Heat 2 coming up. Henry,
yes.
This should be a good one.
Yes, indeed. Here's your grid. Kevin Ivanov and Margaris Kovakis on row number 1. Kian Sullivan and Ed Spain share row number 2. Elliot Bork and Ricky McIntosh Jr. on row number 3.
On the 4th row of the grid, Andrew Sutherland and Luke McGall, Jack Fulbrook Harmer and Ronnie Smart complete the top 10 there on row 5. Ralphie Branscombe and Albie Smith on row 6.
Ralphie Branscombe, most popular driver on the live chat, always has huge amounts of support. Archie Cannon, reigning national champion Ryan White, Harry Grant, Shea Hilton, Shailan Srikantan and Jayan Prakash. That's your top 9 rows of the grid. And in fact, that's all you're getting because there are only 9 rows, 18 drivers. And why is Ryan White wearing the number 1? He is the defending and reigning Honda Cadet Motorsport UK British champion. We spoke to his team last night, is LMM Motorsport. Now, they actually ran Ryan to the British title last year, but he was entered as a Project 1 driver because somebody didn't fill out the paperwork in time as an entrant license. But we're not going to say that. That's between me and you, okay, Andrew? We'll spare their blushes.
Nobody heard that.
No one heard that at all. But of course, he's running the Project 1 colours, and yeah, it's always good to see. Didn't qualify very well, but he raced very well. And spoke to Paul Janes last night at the paddock show, the team owner from Ambition Motorsport. And again, Ambition are back to the forefront, Honda Cadet. And more significantly, he was saying that, okay, there was a few murmurings of discontent when they moved from the GX160 engine to the GX200 engine, but overall now you're seeing it's going to be better for the class. But standing start for these 18 drivers, and well, Andrew Mather, if the Micromax race, which was clean, green and exciting, is anything to go by, what can the Honda boys do?
I hope for another good one here. Eyes on those lights for the start of 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the first race of the day in Honda Cadet. Heat 2 is underway, and they've all got away safely this time. We had a bit of a delay yesterday for the anti-pole side of the grid, but they're all up and running. Good start for Ivanov, good start for Kvekis as well from the front row. Then going to be Sullivan and Spain running into Christmas Corner for the first time. They're all through the first major braking zone, Henry, and on their way down to Ashby Corner.
Yes, and they're in third position. One of the Ambition drivers have feigning a move to the inside. That's number 33. That's Ricky McIntosh Jr. going through in about 6th position. And they're 3 wide into Wilkins. The 45 Karts in the middle of that sandwich, Harry Grant. And they all continue. Interesting to see that only a couple have got the old school metal reel bumpers. Everyone else going for the plastic arrangement. There's obviously a reason for that. Some people think that it helps the setup of the kart. It helps the feel of the kart. So there's, and for others in this category, there's obviously going to be a difference in weight, I would imagine. So I'm not sure which is heavier, the plastic or the metal. Someone on the live chat will correct me and tell me, I am sure. Hint, 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 YouTube audience, please tell me what weighs more, the metal bumper or the plastic bumper.
So still early stages of this one. Ivanov leading from Kvekis, Sullivan, Spain and Bork. That is your top 5 here in Honda Cadet. Drivers looking to succeed. Cian Bernard, of course, who won the O plate for Honda last year. And further back through the history.
Yeah.
Noah
indeed.
Wolf as an example.
Noah Wolf is there, and Soylent Green. It's Soylent Green. Soylent standing start is good. Yes, it is for these kids. They get Soylent Green are people. No, Soylent Green. Yes, the standing starts are good because these kids they watch Formula One. They watch their heroes, and they get their own Formula One type start. Obviously, you can't do it for 2 strokes because it decreases the life expectancy of the clutch considerably.
You mentioned Formula One.
Metal bumper is heavier. There we go. Metal bumper is heavier, so obviously for a bit of extra weight round your rear end, it's a problem I've had for most of my life, is you put the metal bumper on.
Now you mentioned Formula One, Henry.
Yes.
Go back to 2016, in the old Formula of Honda Cadet. Ollie Behrman was Euro Plate champion. So
He certainly was.
Follow.
Oh, somebody else is asking, when is the paddock show getting uploaded? The paddock show will be viewed during the lunch break. So it'll be on the channel afterwards, but it's going to premiere. The paddock show make its premiere during the lunch break, so you've got no excuses not to stay tuned all day. So again, Alpha is doing a lot of different things this year as we watch the top 4 close up. But yeah, the paddock show is premiering. We got our own little red carpet. as well. I'm going to put a nice dress on to interview all the celebrities like a proper red carpet at a proper film premiere. Karting style in the mud at Whilton Mill. Top 4 drivers. Whoa! And there, speaking of mud, that's Ricky McIntosh Jr. Oh, and his teammate there, Harry Grant, doing a bit of rallycross racing. Great reactions there. Ricky McIntosh Jr. broadside on the outside curbing coming out of Ashby's. And of course, the drivers are blind going into that corner. It's downhill. There's that tyre barrier in the middle. And of course, when you have a look at the height of these drivers, they can't see over those 2 rows of tyres very well. So you're coming downhill off camber around the corner, and suddenly, you know, all the kart wants to do is go left. You're trying to steer it right. So good reaction driving there as Margaris Kavekis sets a new fastest lap and a 54.01. That was at elbows out, and the 51 kart goes to spin. Ronnie Smart on that Project 1 kart gets going again. That's the type of action you're going to expect. That was a little bit more take and a lot less give.
As you said at the start of the day, it's no thoughts of championship standings and points. This is a one-off event. Once we get to the championship proper, you can watch all here on the Motorsport UK network of channels, broadcasting every single Saturday and Sunday live across the course of 2024 for the Vera Tools British Kart Championship. Once we get to that, everyone will start on 0. One of these drivers will, of course, hold the O-plate for 2024. Another new fastest lap of the race, Ed Spain 53.7. This is your front 4. Ivanov, Kavekis, Sullivan and Spain. All 3 quite experienced drivers across the categories in their young careers. Sullivan has a little look to the inside there, down into Ashby. The other thing with Ashby, of course, it's downhill, so all the weight transfer, even in these smaller karts, these younger drivers, it's all shifting to the front. It's asking those front tyres to do a lot of work.
Now, the 2 ambition drivers, they've been working together. Ed Spain has been pushing Kian Sullivan and keeping them in contention. Last lap, we saw Spain sort of feign a move going up towards Christmas Corner. Now on your screen, you're looking at the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. That's Ryan White, Elliot Bork, Luke McCall and the pink crash helmet, Ralphie Branscombe.
I think right now, Henry, I'd keep working if I'm that second quartet, because we've seen 3 seconds in a Honda Cadet race disappear with 2 and a bit minutes on the clock. They're not quite doing that at the moment, but the fight has begun at the front of the field. Down the inside, Ed Spain on his teammate takes 3rd place away from Kian Sullivan. Now sets about trying to close into Kavekis and Ivanov ahead.
Yes, indeed. You know, they were breaking loose going through, you know, up the hill towards Christmas Corner. There's the first move. That's Margaris Kavekis moving into top spot in that the number 15 kart, the Zebra, the flying Zebra. We'll call that because it's flying toward the front. Ivanov trying to come back at him. Then Ed Spain, he's now past Kian Sullivan. Ed Spain has got the fastest lap of the race, and so he's thinking, okay, sorry Kian, I know you're your teammate, but I've got to go. And Kian now beginning to fall off the back, although this will help him. Oh, Ivanov up the inside of Kavekis. That's going to slow them down. Spain round the outside of Inkermans. Great move there. Now down the hill. Now watch Ed Spain. He's going to get a good run up towards Wilkins because Kavekis was defending. Will he jig to the inside? Here comes Ivanov back at him. Wheel-to-wheel stuff there. And I think that was now that camera position there coming out of Ashby. That's John Ratcliffe on that camera.
It is.
Oh, keep him out there. Don't have him back in the comms
really
box. I'm joking. But again, great work there from our Alpha Live camera crew here as the final corner. So Kavekis, he's defended. Now he's pulled away again, and the 2 ambition drivers have got to work together. And the gap back to 4th place, where it was 3.5 seconds, is now just under 3 seconds. 30 seconds to go, Andrew. Possible but unlikely.
Yeah,
at this
possible
point.
but unlikely is a very good way of putting it, and this is why, because they're fighting hard over that 5th place and not able to take advantage of the slightly slower pace that we're seeing from the front quartet right now. Having said that, really good pace from Ed Spain last time around of 53.7. New fastest lap of the race. This lap plus 1 more to go, you'd think. Number 14 of Elliot Bork having a look over the shoulder there. Branscombe gets past McGall, so Branscombe up to 7th place now. Good opportunity for Ryan White to break away. Change of lead at the front. Now, did they get across the line before the timer clicked to 0? Because I've not seen a final lap board come out. So, yeah, no, we are now on the last lap. So there it is. Confirmation. Ivanov, Kavekis, Spain, Sullivan. This is it then. Can Ivanov hold on? It's going to go hard to drivers right here to hold that line down the inside. No opportunity for Kavekis to go through Christmas. That's a decent attempt from Spain, but the right decision, just pulls back. Doesn't go for second place immediately. Kavekis looks down the inside into Ashby once again. Ivanov may run wide here. That's the tricky thing with Ashby. He's lost the lead.
Yep, he's trying to get it back though. Elbows his way up the inside, going through Wilkins. Now down to Ozier's. Good run. Watch the number 26 of Cian Sullivan. He's going to get a good run down this straight, but his path to position is blocked. There's Ed Spain to the inside. Can he make it work round the boot? Will he look underneath going into the boot? Yes, he can. Gets the move done before the final corner. And now, look at the ambition. Kart in 3rd place, but Kevin Ivanov takes the win, and that's as close as I've seen him move, an over-under move there from Cian Sullivan. It didn't quite work out for him, but he came within 0.004 of a second. The rest of the field crossed the line. Now, Andrew, while we wait for the results to come up, you mentioned in your intro the Motorsport UK channel of network of channels.
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's expanding out. That starting for 2024, there is a new specific karting channel.
Right. Okay.
So
I've got my phone.
channel.
I've got my mobile telephonic device.
So if you're on YouTube, and
right,
if you're not on YouTube, get on YouTube.
Okay.
And subscribe to the new channel. Karting UK.
What
nice
do I do? What do I subscribe? I mean, normally my subscriptions are best left unchecked.
You search for Karting UK on
yes,
YouTube.
Right, I'm doing that now.
And then when you found the Karting UK channel,
I have.
click the big red subscribe button.
Yes, okay, well, hang on a sec. Let's have a look at that there. How do you spell karting? No, I'm joking, I'm joking. Right, karting, I'm doing it live. This is how you subscribe to the new Motorsport UK network of channels. So Karting UK, press that. Now what do you do? Hopefully you're all doing this at home. I've got an advert for indoor go-karting in Leicester. That's just my algorithm. I tell you what, we'll do it live on air, but there we go. That's how you do it. You subscribe to Karting UK, the new home of British karting content. Now, is that across the board? Is that other championships as well?
I think this is where we'll ask the social media manager.
We'll ask the social media manager. But there is your top 3. Kevin Ivanov, Red Bull helmet. And hang on a sec, let's have a look. Could we have a record? Two
races in a row.
The Telephone of Doom has not been. That's a nice livery cart there, the number 23.
No.
I like.
So
oh,
close.
no. I just said it was a nice livery cart. Shailan Canton, privateer driver. Really nice livery cart. Pity he had a nose cone penalty. The Telephone of Doom collects its first victim of the day. That's a 5-second non-appealable time penalty. So, Andrew Mather.
One little bit more information.
Okay.
These things have handles, don't they? So it's at Our Karting UK on YouTube.
At Our Karting UK.
That's
rolls off the tongue. Perfect.
Let's head down to Parc Ferme. I believe we've got Nicole Sutherland down there for some more thoughts with our drivers.
So, Ed, really, really exciting last lap for you there. You started the race 4th, finished 2nd. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, well, on the last lap, everyone was defending, so I tried to go for the switch back up at Christmas, but it didn't work. So I tried a big move down the inside at the boot, and then he went a bit deep, so I switched back to him.
Fantastic, Ed. And are you looking forward to the rest of the day?
Yeah, hopefully I'll win the O-plate.
Great, very best of luck to you, Ed. Just quickly, before we head into the rest of our races, we've got a short ad break from one of our partners.
Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill. You're watching live coverage of the 2024 British Open Championships for Honda and Rotax. We are getting into the next stage of proceedings here for the O-Plate 2024. It is the start of the Superheats. Here is your grid for the first of them. Superheat A in Minimax 950. On pole position, Finley Lines alongside on the front row, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Tom Reed and Zach Starbuck on row 2, Charlie King and Kean Bernard on row 3.
Jensen Chalk, Joshua Griffin, Leo Livings, Riley Murrow, Emerson McAndrew, Uren and Miles Burton are your next 6 drivers.
Louis Radcliffe and Blair Smith go from row 7, Otis Cleary and Harry Taylor on row 8, Jensen Sale and Ollie Thompson start on row 9.
Then it's Maximilian Braxov, Fenton Stoneman, Adam Giudatis, Akil Nane Giannone and Ilya Veliko. So, can drop a gear, disappear, Finley Lines do the same trick as what he did yesterday when he dominated? All that's missing is an O and a lap record.
Is indeed. So this is the stage of the event where drivers will really start thinking about that top 34. The majority of the drivers in Mini-Max will, of course, make it through. 44 of them at the start of the entry list, but that's going to be whittled down to 34 across the next 2 races. Really, to be solidly in, you want to be in the top 15, I would say, to not have that fear of what's going to happen in Super Heat B and how the maths are going to work out.
Yep.
Remember, it's 10 minutes plus 1 lap now for the Super Heat.
And a big good morning to Tony Hogg watching Alfie Ward. Sorry, Andrew. And it's a false
start. We're going to go around again.
That's okay. We're going to go around again. I just saw there Tony Hogg watching from Dubai. And Alfie Ward, again, races out in Dubai for the Brand Motorsport team. And so what's your favourite group? I like Madness. Oh, is that a different? Someone asked the question, what's your favourite group on the live chat?
Madness is a good shout.
Thank you, Jacob Marples. I like Madness, like Syntax. If you go and look at Hot Knives as well, they're excellent. But if you really want to know, the Rum Jacks, there you go. Look them up.
So it's not just karting that we
No, the Rum Jacks. Have a look at them. Right. Moving back to go-karting.
Very quickly, quick recap of yesterday. This is how the intermediate classification looks. Finley Lines perfect, 2 races, 2 wins, 0 points. Edward Haynes second. He'll have pole position for Super Heat B on 4. Luke Holmes-Ballack on 5. Blair Smith in the number 8 on 8 points. Tom Reed on 10 in 5th, and all the rest of it down. Have a look at that on Motorsport Dash Timing in due course. Those points are carried over from yesterday, remember. So it's this race, this slightly longer race with double points. The points from it will be combined with the 2 from yesterday. That will set our final intermediate classification. The top 34 in that, they're the ones who go forward to the final later on this afternoon. Are we ready for a go? Yes, we are. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. First Super Heat of the O-Plate, and away we go. Good start for both of the Synergies on the front row. Lines and Holmes-Ballack up towards turn 3 and 4 we go now, defending on the inside there. Joshua Griffin's had a very good start in the number 5. I think he's gained a number of positions around there.
56 has gone around.
Jensen Sale's gone round as well, and the 29 of Achille Giannone has also had a problem at Christmas.
Oh yeah, there's the Italian driver Achille Giannone, and so his dad was in the paddock this morning. But Finley Lines, now question, Andrew, Finley Lines, has he led every lap of every race he's done so far? I believe he has. So, look, that's a good thing, but it's not necessarily because it's not 100% a good thing, because Finley Lines knows how good his car is, and I mean, he has gone off like a cat with a firework up its backside coming up there. But at some point, when all the drivers, all the top names are together, is that car, as Macaulay Austin and the Synergy team got that car working where it works well in traffic as well? Because you've got to work well in traffic, and there's the farmer, Tom Reed, running wide there in the number 36 Kart, and he drops a position. Jensen Chalk now making his move up toward things, so Mummy Chalk, you can open your eyes and start watching again now. You've got to the first lap and a half, and Jensen's still out there and doing well. Things have settled down a bit. You can start watching the karting.
5-second penalty from race control to the number 34 of Ilya Veliko. Coming round to complete lap number 3 then. It's Lines from Holmes-Ballack. Another really fast start now. What do Holmes, Ballack, Starbuck, Bernard, Griffin, what do they do? Because if they fight, Lyons is just going to disappear again. We saw this yesterday. It's down the inside. There is Cian Bernard, FIA Academy representative for the United Kingdom in 2024. Remember, another great move past his teammate back into the top 3.
Saw Cian Bernard's parent this morning, proud South Africans now racing, now obviously living in the UK. What I like about Cian Bernard is he uses my old race number, 82. Obviously destined for stardom. And also on the live chat there, the Rumjacks are awesome. Correct, Mr. Spank, that is, they are. Very underrated band. But someone asked, who's your favourite group? And I answered. That's why I'm here to simply provide an information service. But look at Finley Lyons, 1.6 seconds up the road now. 49.37 and not yet. We're still waiting for that lap record to go. Now, the 2 Zip drivers. Yesterday, when we went into the Zip hoarding during the paddock show, it wasn't exactly the most jovial of atmospheres. Had a bit of a rough day yesterday, but obviously things have picked up. Worked hard on the karts overnight, and now they're coming back to the fore. The Strawberry Racing team also getting their, all their ducks in a row. Tom Reed 6th, Jensen Chalk 7th. Is that the number 74 of Charlie King?
Indeed.
Running in 8th position. So yeah, you got 3 Strawberry drivers at the front there. The Dan Holland Racing team also well represented. But what is good is that we talked about the powerhouses yesterday, your Strawberries, your KR Sports. They're all playing second fiddle to Synergy and Zip Kart at the moment.
I think the lap record's going to go in this race, Henry, because 49.12, a new fastest lap from Finley Lyons. Change for second place confirmed there. Bernard has got past Holmes Ballack. This is a very key phase of this superheat now for me, Henry. Can Bernard, easier said than done, close in that gap to Finley Lyons? Because it's nearly 2.5 seconds. If you were with us yesterday, if you missed any of the action, don't worry, you can watch it back on the Karting UK YouTube channel, and others do give that a subscribe at our Karting UK. You'll have seen Finley Lyons dominate 2 races and win by more than 5 seconds. As down the inside, that was Joshua Griffin going for a move on Zach Starbuck for 4th place. And doing so, Tom Reed has come through in all of that, as well as also gained a position with some opportunistic driving. 5 minutes and 45 to go. What is the pace like? Well, another really good lap from Lyons, 49.15 this time, 49.4 for Bernard.
Yeah, he dropped off a little bit there, Finley Lyons, by 300ths of a second.
He needs to pick up the pace.
Well, I mean, but, there's tyre conservation, not massively a factor. There's a move from Jensen Chalk. He is Jensen Chalk, your reigning Micromax Rotax Grand Finals champion. We have Team UK came away with Jensen Chalk, champion last year at the Grand Finals in Micromax. Oh, and there's a problem. There's a problem for Zach Starbuck. Someone slipped a Costa in his fuel tank, and that's what's gone wrong. Oh no, we were just talking about how well the Zip team are doing this morning, and one of them have gone. Retirement for Zach Starbuck.
Into the second half on time now. Lyons still leading, 2.9 seconds. Here's an attempt at an overtake from the number 77 of Leo Livings. Lovely stuff from Leo Livings. He's done that many times through Christmas Corner. And that was a move, I think, on the number 43 of Miles Burton. Goes up to 11th place. Now Starbuck has picked. I was about to say he's picked the pace back up. No, he hasn't. And that has gone even from bad to worse for Zach Starbuck, out of the race. And now there's going to be a question mark depending on other results.
Who was the driver that ran up over the back of his rear tyre? As Zach Starbuck was slowing down, another driver behind him, I couldn't quite catch the number. We'll have a little look next time around. Literally jumped up over the back of him as he went there. So that was a potentially, unpleasant accident, but it was okay. There's Tom Reed now into fourth position. Finley Lyons leads by 3 seconds.
Yeah,
he was not joking when he said drop a gear, disappear yesterday. That's going to be his call sign. drop a gear, disappear, Finley Lines.
Definitely got the setup and the mechanics of the kart right this weekend, and Finley Lines with his driving is delivering the performance as well. One thing to have the machinery underneath you, it's another thing to drive it.
Yep.
3.5 minutes remaining in this one. Tom Reed nicely coming into this race, I feel, Henry, because he started. Where did Tom Reed start on the grid? Well, he started on the second row, went back a bit, and is now coming back through. That's him back up to 4th place now. Can he set about closing down the two drivers ahead, Holmes Ballack and Bernard?
Yes.
Looking further back, there's Leo Livings once more, is now into the top 10.
The Fibre King graphics on the iridium visor of Kian Bernard there. We were briefly talking about, I got interrupted by Zach Starbuck slowing down, but yeah, we have got Jensen Chalk, Micromax Grand Finals champion, Rory Armstrong, Minimax Grand Finals champion, Timo Youngling's here, watching his brother Ralph race. Timo is going to be racing KZ2 in Europe this year, which is fantastic news. But like, yeah, this championship gave us 3. We're not allowed to use the word world champions because the FIA get upset, but in the Rotax world, they were the best Rotax drivers in the world. That's excellent, Andrew Mather. The best in the world from this championship. 3 of the 6 classes. And Spencer Broad in E20 came second.
And what was the biggest Team UK entry?
29 drivers.
2 minutes. We're going to go then.
We're going to have more this year, and they're going to blinking cheer when I tell them to in the grandstand this time. Sorry. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Look back at the stream there. But again, good battle developing now. Luckily, we've got some good battles because, to quote the old American short track oval commentators, Finley Lines is stinking up the show.
He is right now, but
we got
he's getting closer.
He's getting closer. What is the lap record again?
48.99.
48.99.
By Edward Haynes
Come on,
in
Finley.
the Minimax A final for the club meeting that preceded us here.
Quite frankly, disappointing you haven't done the job yet, Finley. You know, but there we go. Now, minute plus change to go. We're looking at quite a. I say tame. It's not. It's thoughtful. It's mature. It's tactical. All these drivers know one false move this state, it can either knock them out of the main event or put them so far down the grid that in the 12-minute final they really haven't got much of a chance. And also, this is Superheat A for the class. You've still got Superheat B to go, so the drivers don't know exactly what they're doing. There's that was a
change for second place. Luca Holmes Ballack on the last lap got through past Kian Bernard for that spot. Still a good run for Bernard, up 3 spots from where the Zip Factory team driver started this race. 25 seconds to go then. Lines in full control, just pacing himself home. It's down the inside once again. Beautifully done by Bernard. Reed takes second place, but Reed, Chalk and Griffin are approaching now at quite a rate. They can see the opportunity of some better scores here, and potentially this could elevate them up on the grid for that final. 5 seconds remaining, so we are going to have another lap. Lines is gone. That 5-second gap that we've seen in 2 races so far this weekend through the heats is there once more. He can relax and bring this home for the next 2 laps. Bernardo's got to fight really hard around the outside there. Side by side, the 2 strawberries. Beautifully done by Jensen Chalk. Gets through on his teammate up to 4th place. Bernard defends again. Holmes Ballack to the inside. That's potentially going to open the door for Jensen Chalk once again. He's getting very close out there. In comes Joshua Griffin as well in the number 5. Tom Reed's back down the inside of his teammate to retake that position between the Strawberry Racing drivers. What a tremendous sequence of corners that's emerged with Luca Holmes Ballack back at the front of the order now. Kian Bernard having to work really hard at the moment to hold on to what is now 3rd place.
Yeah, excellent racing as they come out of the final corner and starting the last lap. Finley Lines now 6 seconds up the road from Luca Holmes Ballack as we watch Bernard, Reed, Chalk, Griffin and Emerson McAndrew Uren joining the party. It was a late invite, but he's thinking, well, okay, sometimes, you know, the last person through the door picks up the scraps. Out of Wilkins, down the hill towards Osiers. Holmes, Ballock, Bernard are now clear. So, well, Bernard's not quite clear yet. Reed having to defend from his teammate Chalk into the boot. Over the curve, McAndrew Uren trying to take a position away from his teammate as well. But everybody stays in the order they were. And on the last lap, Finley Lines gets within 500ths of a second of the lap record. Really good, strong. So the question is, who, if anybody, can beat that driver? And I'm getting to the stage where the only person that can beat Finley Lines is Finley Lines, yes.
Yeah.
A big good morning to Jan Echterman back on the live chat after a couple of times away. Yeah, I think it's because I called him up being a New York Giants fan, which is rubbish. And why don't we come down south to Camberley Kart Club? Well, I haven't been to Camberley Kart Club since about 2001. Why don't the British Championship go to Camberley Kart Club? Well, yeah, I can imagine 250 drivers, about 3 dozen articulated lorries, 40 massive awnings, all rocking up a Camberley. I think we'd fit in a treat there.
I'm just going to add some balance to the broadcast.
Yes. Oh, he's drinking.
From my
Jan
Giants cup.
Echterman is.
We suffer in solace as fans of Big Blue.
Tony Soylent Green. Tony Pond is my favourite in human history. I agree. You give me Tony Pond and a mustache and a Metro 6R4 in CompuVision graphics, and I'm a happy man. Even drove one at the Birmingham Super Prix one year. Well, he had them after Group B rally car. Oh, Group B rally cars. Oh dear, got to sit down a minute.
Careful. It's not even. It's just only 11 o'clock.
After Group B got banned, they did. Oh, and there is Zach Starbuck. Walking back. It'd be interesting to find out what happened to his cart. After Group B rallying died, along with several spectators and quite a few drivers, they had a one-off Metro 6R4 event, the Birmingham Super Prix, and Tony Pond was in that. 25 Group B Metro 6R4s hooning it around the streets of Birmingham, up the Queensway is a joy to behold.
Anyway.
There we are. Sorry, we'll carry on. And apologies to all New York Giants fans. You know not what you do or say.
We know we're bad at it.
I'm a Detroit Lions fan. There we go. Anyway, there we go. Moving swiftly on. That's the first super heat out of the way, Andrew. Now, Finley Lines still has got a perfect score. Luca Holmes-Ballock has 9 points. Thanks to the wonders of motorsport-timing.co.uk, we'll be able to bring you up to date with who is where. But Nicole Sutherland has got the undefeated Finley Lines standing with her right about now.
Race winner Finley. Finn, another dominant drive from you there, winning the race by almost 7 seconds. Can you just tell us and the audience what it's like out there when you're driving by yourself, how you make sure you don't make any mistakes?
Well, I mean, like, normally when I get a gap, I'm not just trying to coasting around, trying to save the tyres. But apart from that, it's quite easy.
And have you found today, now that the temperature's dropped quite a bit, what have you found with the tyres? Is it different to drive?
I mean, yesterday it was quite hot, so you didn't have to get much heat in the tyres on the wall lap, but today you have to get a lot of heat in the tyres.
That's fantastic, and we're looking forward to seeing what more you can do this weekend, Finley. We'll see you in a little bit. And I think we're also going to try and catch up with one of our other drivers, which is Harry Taylor. Harry in this race went up from 16th to 9th, I believe, so we're just going to grab him. Harry, have you got 2 seconds just to talk to us? You had a great drive then, went up from 16th to 9th, I believe. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Well, yeah, it was a great race. I probably should have driven better. I didn't drive my best, but we go again, I guess.
Very best of luck to you for the rest of the weekend. Well done, mate. And we'll just go back up to the comms box, short word from our partners, and then over to Henry and Andrew once again.
Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill. Getting ready for the next race. It's going to be race 18 in the schedules for this year's British O Plate for Honda and Rotax. And Edward Haynes will start on pole position for it, alongside on the front row Blair Smith. Oliver Spencer and Jack Collinson start on row 2. Finley Hines and Hasnain Khan start on row number 3. Max Gilman and Jaime Albrose go from row 4. Alex Goodson and Daniel Minto start on row 5. Benjamin Lawn, the overtaking machine, starts on row 6 alongside Albie Friend. Devin Taylor and Max Wheatley go from row 7. Theo Bradshaw and Daniel Wisniewski start on row 8. Kieran Stewart and Josh Cormack will start on row 9. And towards the back of the field, Alfie Ward and Connor J. Winfield on row 10. Amrit Atwal and David Hyans on row 11. Adam Turacek completes the 23 kart field.
No, it's David Hyans and his sister Gemma are out racing at Craft Motorsport. Yeah, really good to see them both there from well, not East Stirling, but they're from Stirlingshire up in Scotland. While we're waiting, I was most upset. The garage next hotel that I was in last night, thanking Donna Edwards and Harrison with his family, who we will talk about later on, did not sell Iron Brew.
Oh no.
So I've been forced to drink other products today. Forced, unhappily, and now I'm out. So I'm going to send someone up to give me some water.
Getting ready then for the next Superheat. This is Superheat B if you're just joining us here at Whilton Mill for Minimax 950s. Next race for the O Plate for this year, 10 minutes on the board, plus 1 lap. Who's going to join Finley Lines on the front row of the grid for the final? We're going to find out now as, one kart is already in the grass before they've even made it to turn 1. I think it was at the 85 of Benjamin Lawn. I thought it was a Coles Racing machine going wide, and it was. Big move from the back there, and round goes Finley Hines. Half spin, gets righted back by the number 16 there in the middle of it. Didn't know too much about all of that. Bit of a scrappy start for Superheat B here in Minimax.
Yes, but everyone else now, there is the number 91. That's Albie Friend. He's the rating, and he's already picking them up and pulling them down. He had a bad day yesterday, and he's going to now get the kart working and making his way forward. 18 points will put you 3rd on the grid for that at the moment. At the end of this race, we'll get some sort of intermediate classification as they cross the line. Well, it's Edward Haynes, your race leader. Edward has been... only 10 years old. He's got so many championships under his belt already. Just having a little quick glance at his racing CV. There is Haynes in the number 46 kart. Doing a great job. I've lost the data now.
There once again, Finley Hines having another half spin. A bit of a rough race so far for Finley. He's already lost 8 positions on the first lap, and it's going to probably have lost another 3 or 4 in that latest contretemps. Edward Haynes, situation is fairly simple. If he wins this race, he books himself a spot on the front row. He was on pole position, virtue of being 2nd in the intermediate classification yesterday after everybody raced twice. He's under a bit of pressure here from Oliver Spencer. Looking a bit further back, that's the number 19 of Jack Collinson under attack from Jaime Ambrose. Down the inside, that's the number 26 of Alex Goodson looking for a move on Theo Bradshaw for 8th. But Oliver Spencer, winner last year in Micromax, if I remember correctly, the first ever Micromax O-Plate champion, of course.
Yep, what I'm saying there, big hello to Tracy and David Robertson watching from the UAE, cheering Alfie Ward on, and they could find Iron Brew for me when I was in Dubai earlier this year, and I can't find any in Daventry. It's absolutely shocking scenes. Blair Smith, that's Stonehouse Smith in the number 8 kart. So we've got 2 Blair Smiths, one from Stonehouse in Scotland, one from Coatbridge in Scotland. So Stonehouse Smith is just at the fastest lap of the race, a 49.68. Now, we were watching Finley Hines in Superheat A, setting lap times consistently 49.1, 49.0. Early stages of the race, still 7 minutes to go, but the pace is still slower. Haynes, at the moment, has got 4 points. He would start alongside Finley Lines on the front row of the grid. Blair Stonehouse Smith would be starting 4th. Oliver Spencer would be starting 5th. Tom Reed, Kean Bernard and Jack Collinson would be the rest of the top 8 on the final grid if things finished as they are. And now the UAE contention can get excited because Alfie Ward is out there in his brand racing suit. At the moment, Alfie is 14th, driving for Lee Murray's MLC motorsport team. Finley Hines, after that spin, he has recovered to 16th. And all 23 runners are still going. Kieran Stewart still recovering from his injury. He's there in 22nd.
Good move there again from Alfie Ward. That's going to be 6 positions gained now for the driver of the number 63. Still in the first half of this one. Plenty to play for all of our drivers. Remember, it's the top 34 out of the 40-odd drivers that we've got here this weekend. 46 of them. In fact, I said 44 earlier. We had a couple of late entries. It went up to 46, 23 each in the Super Heats. For 12 of those drivers, this is going to be the last race they have this weekend. For some drivers, they've still got that opportunity of racing through. Oliver Spencer continuing to put a bit of pressure on the race leader. Here they are, Oliver Spencer, new fastest lap of the Super Heats so far, but holds position as down the inside. Good run so far from Albie Friend. That's what we need to see from Albie Friend. Had a tough day yesterday through time qualifying and the heats, but is now up to 4th place.
And of course, you know, if anyone familiar with the works of Douglas Adams, Oliver Spencer running the number 42. We all know that 42, that's the answer to everything.
Yeah.
Life, the universe, and everything.
Yeah.
Yes. It's a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference, everybody. Get reading it. Now, there's the number 44 car. That's Theo Bradshaw. Making light of the fact that during the last weekend's race, Theo Bradshaw managed to invert his kart on that last chicane. Obviously, he's fine, but it just goes to show as you watch him attacking the curbs there. So these young drivers, last weekend he had a very scary accident. This weekend he's just using that corner, he's forgotten about it, and it's just bang, 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 straight through again. I'm going to say something that might be a bit controversial. I don't like those flippers on the inside. Flippers. No, I think I was at an event in the USA early this year, Orlando, which had similar flippers, and a driver was sort of launched onto them, and James Overbeck did a full 360 in the air.
I saw that.
Luckily, he came down on his wheels and carried on, but it could have been a lot worse. And so those flippers, they're bolted into the curb, and you know these carts, they could just. If a car's being hit from behind at a certain angle, they can act as a launch pad. Oh dear, no, it's been a terrible race for Finley Hines. And that's it. But that's just my opinion. It is not an opinion shared by Motorsport UK or Whilton Mill or any of the officials of the British Kart Championship. I would just like to make that clear that, yes, it just that I think that those flippers, you could do without them. The drivers won't be driving straight over that curve at that level because they'll think, no, that's a silly way to do it. The drivers will police that corner themselves.
Onto the backstroke then. This is the battle for the lead. It's now 3 of them. Blair Smith has picked up the pace and is now just behind Oliver Spencer. Here's a move. This is the number 16 of Hasnain Khan, who, well, that was the driver who was volunteering, whether it was truly voluntary or not, he was there, was putting Finley Hines back in the right direction at the start of the race, so it's had a bit of a delay. Spencer down the inside and takes the lead. Haynes tried to fight his way back in there, but in the end loses 2 spots as Blair Smith goes through as well. Yeah,
last year Edward Haynes in Micromax, he was the smiling assassin because he's got a face that butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. But yeah, when you get him on the track, the little devil horns come out. But yeah, and he's very, with the moves, he's extremely decisive. And there was a case of, okay, in Micromax, I could have stayed on the outside. In Minimax, a little bit more power, just got to back out a little bit, and it cost him a little bit. But yeah, the smiling assassin, now with now with Thule Motorsport, running in third. Albie Friend there in 4th position. And now Blair Smith, Stonehouse Smith, he will look to the inside, possibly go into Christmas corner. No.
That has changed things in the live final intermediate classification.
Yes.
Remember, the points from yesterday carried over, combined with the points in this double points superheat. So Haynes moving down to 3rd place has also demoted him down that FIC. It's promoted Luca Holmes-Ballack, who's in the clubhouse now, watching this race probably from the sidelines. Luke Holmes-Ballock is now onto the front row for the final. If Edward Haynes can find a way past Blair Smith, he would retake that position. He doesn't necessarily, right now, with how the maths are working, need to win this race.
Well, question for you, Andrew. Would you rather start second on the outside row, or would you rather start third on the inside row directly behind the pole sitter?
I'd go third.
Answers in the live chat. Looking at things as they are, you know, would you be looking at the way the circuit layout is? Would you rather start second or third? Get your answers coming in on the live chat.
1 minute and 10 remaining then. More slide opportunity there for Haynes to get down the inside of Smith, but wasn't quite able to take advantage of it. It was a very slight opportunity. 1 minute remaining on the clock. This is where the drivers will start to be working harder than ever. They've gone beyond the length of a standard heat from yesterday. The other bit of news is I think they're going to have, that's going to be very close next time around as to whether they see timeout or not. So this is a nightmare situation if you're a leader for Oliver Spencer. Indeed, it's Haynes down the inside
Haynes
on Smith and spins. Losers more than third place now. There goes Friend, there goes Minto, there goes Collinson, and now Edward Haynes is definitely not going to be on the front row for the final.
But you know what? That's learning. That's a learning move from there. Oh, and somebody else behind Albie Friend running very wide. Oh, that's Blair Smith has gone wide. So, Stone has been...
Damage, radiator.
Yes.
Radiator's gone.
Yes, indeed. Good spot there, Andrew. And that's coating his right rear tyre with water. And there he goes off the track again. And, Chris... Oh, that's the one photo that Chris Walker missed. He was looking the other way. That is a shame. So, again, that's going to be a bit of a damage there. A bit of a repair job. And it means that, Oliver Spencer, he's maximising his score, so that pretty much settles the argument for who's going to start on the outside row of the front row. It's going to be Luke Holmes-Ballock, unless Edward Haynes has got to pick up 3 places, and he's running fourth, nearly 6 seconds off the lead. Here's the man, Oliver Spencer, looking back in the pack. That's Josh Cormack in the number 21. There's Alfie Ward. Big shout out to everybody watching back at the Dubai Kartdrome and the Al Ain Raceway in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. I'll see you later this year as we start the final lap, Andrew Mather.
Well, we do. Oliver Spencer had to keep pushing on. It's quite a strange way for Oliver Spencer's race to finish. He'll be thinking with 45, 46 seconds to go. It's like, crumbs, I'm going to keep pushing on here. I can't relax to shorten this race by a lap. He's now going to look over his shoulder and think, well, where's everybody gone? Haynes has left the scene in terms of the battle for victory, as has Blair Smith. I think Blair Smith will still be fine in terms of making that top 34 with the results that he had yesterday, but it's not going to be the kind of starting position for the final later on today that he would have wanted. This young man here, though, Oliver Spencer, winner of the O-Plate last year in Micromax, now stepping up to Minimax, is going to have a very useful position on the grid indeed. Oliver Spencer wins Superheat B and books himself onto row 2 for the final later today.
And Edward Haynes on the last lap passes Jack Collinson, and Edward Haynes will start third, pushing Spencer back to fourth, subject, of course, to any post-race issues. And looking down the order, well, a good finish for Albie Friend in second place there, but still work to do. Friend isn't going to be on the front 4 rows of the grid, but that's okay. Last year at the O-Plate, Albert started on the 8th row of the grid and still managed to come through to compete for the win. There's a look at your top 10. Hasnain Khan, Max Wheatley. Good drives for those. The privateer driver, Max Wheatley, finishing in the top 10. Amrit Atwal finished on the order, but there is Oliver Spencer. And so now that's like looking back 12 months. Dan Holland Racing and Strawberry Racing leading the way in Minimax, but it's not been the case all year. There are plenty of other contenders in the mix.
They are indeed. And well, we'll see Minimax back out. They've got one more remaining race for this weekend, and it will be the first of our finals going off for 2 o'clock on the nose. If you're particularly interested in that. But don't go away, don't leavers, because we've got plenty more racing to go here this morning. The remainder of the morning, we've got the 2 super heats for Junior Rotax coming up next. Oh no, not good news if you are Adam Turacek. That is the telephone of doom coming out to take a picture of a dropped front fairing.
As the rest of the drivers go through there, we saw a penalty, in-race penalty for Kieran Stewart, the number 14 kart, who's just gone through. Kieran moved up to 14th there in that race. Did see Max Gilman in kart number 69. A poor race for Max. You can just see him there. Is that him getting? Yeah, that's him getting out of his kart. He's got the. I don't know what went wrong there. The Toonie Motorsport kart. Oh dear, the Kraft Motorsport number 25, David Hyons. Yeah, there, Max Gilman. He's already had a bad race, and his bad race stays a bad race, doesn't get worse. But who had a good race? Oliver Spencer, and Oliver Spencer is going to be chatting to Nicole Sutherland. Albie Friend is going to be chatting with Nicole Sutherland very shortly down in the pits. Max Gilman's a shrug at the shoulders, but wow, Albie Friend, here he goes.
So, Albert, second place in that one, all the way from 12th. How did the race go for you?
Well, I just got a good start, so then I just managed to get into 5th, I think, by the first lap. And then I got another overtake down about halfway through the race, and a bit lucky, the 2 in front of me crashed, so then I got another 2 positions. But it was already the last lap, so I didn't have enough time to catch the leader, but 12th to 2nd is decent.
Decent, very decent. We saw you unfortunately had a little bit of bad luck in your first heat yesterday, but are you feeling that that drive then will make up some places for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, I'm just hoping I have like a mid-pack starting position for the final, so I can be in the fight for the win.
That's great. Thanks for your time, Albert. We'll see you a bit later on. We'll just go have a look, see who else we can find through like the sea of karts in the Parc Ferme. See who we can try and catch up with. Daniel, have you got 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Daniel, how was your race in that one?
It was alright, just at the end something happened.
And what are you hoping for the rest of the weekend? Obviously, O-Plate would be great, but what are you thinking?
Yeah, top 10 would be good.
That's great, thank you, Daniel. So next race, Junior Rotax Super Heat 1, but before we'll throw up to an ad break and then back over to Henry and Andrew.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there in Parc Ferme. We're getting ready. We're going to turn up the heat now. Junior Rotax Super Heat A is up next. And we'll be having a look at that.
Well, you said turn up the heat. That everyone in the paddock goes, please. Could Mother Nature turn up the heat? I've got to say, it's our commentary position here. It's nice and warm, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, no, it's
really pleasant,
toasty in here. Big thanks to Whilton Mill for being our host again.
Big thanks to Jen Wade from Rotax for providing the commentators with Daisy the Cow Belgian chocolate Easter eggs. Thank you very much, Jen. Jen and Daryl Smith here from Rotax as ambassadors, and also to help and just to assist and to advise and to guide. And once again, now we are in year. Are we in year 4 or 5 of the Wera Tools? I think we're in year 4 of the Wera Tools sponsoring it. That such a valuable input. I believe we still have the Wera Tools driver of the day. Wera Tools have invested, or they've given away, tens of thousands of pounds of tools as part of the Wera Tools driver of the day. Now, everyone knows I'm a tool. Are you a tool rebel?
Oh, I can be a tool rebel.
Well, we're going to find out who the biggest rebel is, because the next race is up now.
Let's have a look at the grid then for Superheat A. On pole position, Thomas Min Spearing, perfect day yesterday. What is this Sunday going to be like? Alongside on the front row for this one is Lewis Goff, William Antrobus and Joshua Turnbull on row 2, Charlie Neve and Adam Wooden on row 3.
Then we've got Albie Lapper. Hello to Barbara, watching back home. Charlie Cox, Noah Barham, Joel Dixon Cohen, Leon Hasty and Kaxima Tomilewski.
On row 7, Aidan Mitchell and Jack West. Harrison Whitcomb will not be starting from
I'll explain
row
why
8.
in a minute.
So it'll just be Kai Vitch on that one. Ryan Gandour and Kenzo Craigie start on row 9.
Harrison Crowther, Ryan Gill, Vlad Tomenchuk, Jacob Woods, Naomi Garcia and Zach Turner.
So row 12, Owen Wallace and Ariman Bansal on row 13, Harry Hurst-Grover and Eric Brinsmith on row 14, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Oliver Meek complete the top 30. The whole grid is completed by Omar Cindy and Matteo Palazzo on row 16.
Now,
Henry, story time.
Very, very quickly, we run Park Ferme tyres here, which means the carts you have to take the tyres off the cart before you leave Park Ferme. Yesterday, at the end of the first heat race, Harrison Whitcomb came in, his mechanic Nigel Hathaway had to deal with the fact he needed a broken exhaust. He only had 50 minutes before he had to get up for the next one, so he was taught to the scrutiny of Paul Klassen, took the exhaust off, and then was like thinking, okay, I got to go to this awning and that awning to get a well, let's do the exhaust, walked down a Park Ferme with the tyres on, turned round after about 5 paces, went, oh sugar, got to go back in. By that point, too late, sadly, out of the race. Commiserations. Hope Harrison is watching, and I know Nigel was feeling absolutely terrible about it.
Someone's lost a chain guard.
Someone's lost a chain guard.
The big question: who's it?
Well, that could be a very. See, this is how the mechanics are under an awful lot of pressure here, and that chain guard coming off. That could be the difference. We'll find out who it is very shortly. That could be the difference between a driver making the final and not making the final. So I hope Harrison is watching back home. He will be back, and there have been plenty of drivers have been excluded from a meeting because the mechanic has just innocently walked out. Didn't do anything. He didn't even get to his order. He got 10 paces outside Park Ferme. Turned round and went, oh no, and walked back in. By that point, unfortunately, the rules are the rules, and that's why Harrison Whitcomb is not racing today, to answer the questions on the live chat.
So early stages of this one, William Antrobus has taken the lead of this race. Thomas Min Spearing fighting hard at the moment for second place. Is now under attack. Is out. That is Adam Wooden, who started on the third row of the grid and will go no further than lap 2.
That could be critical for Adam Wooden. Looking down the order, everyone else still racing. Obviously, the officials haven't found the cart with no chain guard. Now, we can speculate, but of course, we're not the officials, and I wouldn't want to say, oh, it's cart X, Y, and Z without a chain guard before the officials have seen it, because I did cost Kai Hunter a Kartmaster title one year by saying that he passed under a waved yellow flag when nobody else apart from the TV cameras and me had picked up on it.
Good move by Kenzo Craigie there down the inside. Had a bad day yesterday. I think we found who our missing chain guard driver is, because the number 84 of Jacob Woods has just received the technical flag out of the race as well and out of the O-Plate for 2024. That was Omar Cindy of the drivers left on the run up to Christmas. So
not a good start for Omar, well, not a good weekend for the Saudi Arabian driver.
So Jacob Woods, the number 84, has, in fact, Omar Cindy's also had the technical flag. So this is a classic one of those. It could be either of them. Oh, that's that Aidan Mitchell running wide.
It is the precision racing driver Aidan Mitchell going off. Omar Cindy, the first Saudi driver to put his nation on an international karting podium at the MENA Nations Karting Cup. back in 2022. Interesting fact about Omar. There's Albie Lapper in the number 29 kart, first year in juniors, and you know, like a lot of drivers, find the transition from the smaller chassis to the larger chassis, you know, a little bit difficult, but getting to grips with it quite quickly.
I don't know if we can get a shot of the number 84 from looking from behind the car. That's going to be the best way to identify if that is our cover. Oh, the sparks coming off the curb on the entrance.
The 84 car, looking there, Jacob Woods, they're driving with the MLC Motorsport team. He's going to come, that's a KR Sport Kart. Yes, I know they look similar. Oh, that was yesterday's talk. Yes, there is Jacob Woods. And yes, or rather, no, there wasn't his chain guard. Now, there's a move going up the hill towards Christmas Corner. We can have a little look down there at the kart there. You can see the chain exposed. Why do they have that? You can see the karts there. They're all very liveried up in terms of their teams. You cannot have chains flying off at 70 miles an hour. That would be unwise. So you've got that plastic cover to, if the chain does come off, and they do come off from time to time, that it's not sent catapulting out the back end into the boat race of the drivers following.
6 minutes to go then in this one. Antrobus still leading from Turnbull. Leon Hastie's got through into third place ahead of Thomas Minspearing. Kenzo Craig is flying though.
Yes.
Needs a big day. This is a big race for him. He wants to propel himself up through the order, get a good grid slot for that final. He's been having a decent season, not always the best of luck so far in 2024. Seeing his racing in Europe, but look at him now, flying through the order. This is going to be pleasing Argentine Motorsport quite a lot right now. That's him going past Joel Dixon-Cohen up to 8th place now.
Yes, so how many has Kenzo Craigie has now gained 10 places in 5 laps under the watchful eye of Ron Meadows and the rest of the Argentine team here in the paddock. There he is, the number 44. Of course, using his hero Lewis Hamilton's karting number, well now his race number. There's William Antrobus back at the sharp end, Turnbull, Antrobus and Leon Hastie up the inside into P2. We got a 5-kart breakaway for the race lead, and look at that, variety, the spice of life. You have got Dan Holland Racing, Thule Motorsports, Sam Pollitt Racing and Argenti. 1, 2, 3, 4. Coles Racing in 6. In fact, Sam Pollitt and Sam is going to Sam and Anderson Chilcott will admonish me for not saying that the only team with 2 karts in the top 5 is Sam Pollitt Racing. There we go. Kenzo Craigie is trying to make that fact no longer relevant by closing in. You've got the Coles Racing kart of Charlie Cox next. Then you've got the number 60 Strawberry Racing entry of Charlie Neve. I could see Gavin Goff back in the pack there. He's a mind coach. He works a lot with the driver's mental side, and he's working with Charlie, and it's paying dividends. And then it's Kenzo Craigie in 8th. Now, let's have a look. We've got 4 minutes to go, Andrew. Kenzo, last time, well, a 47.09 last time for Kenzo, but he was trying to pass somebody on that lap. That was the lap he went past Joel Dixon-Cohen. He crossed 46.85 for Kenzo Craigie. That is, well, the leader did a 47.6. It's 0.8 of a second quicker is Kenzo Craigie. There he is. He's closing in on Charlie Neve. Oh, we've got an action at the front.
Yeah, Hastie having a go for the lead. Didn't quite work out. Antrobus is being squeezed out. Tell you what this result is doing right now. It's absolutely blowing the final intermediate classification wide open. 3 wide off of Ashby. They just about get themselves sorted by the time they get to Wilkins. Jacob Ashcroft's going to be watching this one, thinking that the door's going to be wide open for him getting the podium, getting pole for the final now, with Spearing down in 4th place. That would be an 8-point score at the front. Leon Hastie, well, that has been coming for the last couple of laps, has found a way through past Joshua Turnbull. And there's still nearly 3 minutes of this one to go, Henry.
Now, there was an advert. It was for a breakfast cereal. You can modify it. It's Hastie, very, very hasty. It's Leon Hastie, who's just been passed for the race lead by Josh Turnbull again, and that has brought Charlie Neve and Kenzo Craigie to pie. Now, Craigie, he makes one move, up the inside, gone. He's passed the number 60 car to Charlie Neve. He can't hang about. He's got to go again. He's got to find, because otherwise he'll lose that momentum and he'll just get caught running at the same pace. He was running 0.8 of a second quicker than the rest of the lead pack. Now he's going to get caught into their pace unless he can make moves. Side by side, there's Goff. That's the 74 of Lewis Goff now up into P2. Craigie, he's got to go. He's got William Antrobus next up. He's already passed Harrison Crowther is following Kenzo Craigie through. Now here goes Craigie. He's got to go. He can't go. Antrobus is defending.
Thomas Minspeary might be about to get a bit of a surprise. He's going to look over his shoulder and see his teammate right there and go, where on earth have you come from? Antrobus down the inside. There goes Spearing out a little bit wide. Cox has got through for another position. Back at the front of the order. That is a change for second place. Leon Hasty has got past Lewis Goff there. Joshua Turnbull has disappeared off the front of this order. This has been quite the Super Heat A. This is classic junior Rotax at the moment, and there's still a good number of laps to go. Warning flag we just saw there. The number 9 of Leon Hasty is attracted the attention of the officials and race control, but it's just a warning right now. Kenzo Craigie's still there in 8th. He's actually lost the rear axle, the rear bumper there of Harrison Crowther. He's down by about half a second now, just judging that from the picture. Crowther having another look down the inside of Thomas Minspeary, who recovered well through the second half of that last lap, holding himself there in 6th place. Intermediate classification, the final intermediate classification as it stands, there's a 5-second penalty for Naomi Garcia coming in. Remember, at the moment, this is just drivers who are in this race. This does not include drivers who are yet to go in Super Heat B. Goff on 8, Turnbull on 8, Spearing on 12, Antrobus 10, Hasty on 23. So there's plenty still to be decided. Another bit of news from race control, investigation board going out to the number 13. That's Vlad Tomanchuk.
Yes, indeed. And up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Now down towards Ashby. So Antrobus is behind his teammate with 3 seconds to go. So they will get the last lap board next time around. Is that enough time for the two Sam Pollitt Racing teammates to pass Leon Hasty and get after Josh Turnbull? I think not. Although, if Hasty can get up the inside now, he's got to get a good run up towards Christmas Corner. If Hasty can make a move, or try to make a move, or force Turnbull to defend, going up towards Christmas Corner, now that's going to give Goff and Antrobus a chance. Turnbull is defending. Watch the two Sam Pollitt karts now, tried to get involved, and it's Coles Racing versus Argenti further back.
Yeah, Kenzo Craigie trying to go around the outside there. Great last lap, penultimate lap from Hasty, not far off the best pace we saw 1 week ago, but can they find a way past Joshua Turnbull? Hasty having to defend and attack at the same time here, because this is crucial for where he's going to be on the grid for the final. Into the boot for the final time. Is Joshua Turnbull going to hold on here for a really strong victory in the first Super Heat through the final chicane, through pit bend? There is the checkered flag and a win for Joshua Turnbull by 0.36 of a second. Leon Hasty P2. What has happened to Kenzo Craigie? He's fallen down all the way to 16th place. It's Turnbull from Hasty, Goffey, 1, 2, 3. Brilliant race for Sam Pollitt Racing. 2 drivers in the top 4. William Antrobus, the second of them. Harrison Crowther, 5th. Thomas Minspearing in 6th. Charlie Cox, Joel Dixon Cohen, Jack West and Charlie Neve complete the top 10. But it just doesn't seem to fall right for Kenzo Craigie. The race pace was clearly there, Henry. But something happened there on the last lap, and it's P16.
We couldn't see. That could be critical now. The wonderful thing about this family of karting, and there's Harrison Crowther's mum and dad. Tell him to slow down there, that's right. There's Adrian Coles up the top there. The wonderful thing about karting, we are a global family. I just spotted Darrell Henderson and Uncle Phil Henderson, who from Landau, but then moved to Australia. They're now back at Whilton Mill. I'm going to go and say hello to them, so carry on.
So the drivers are coming on in for their post-race scrutineering, checks of all the front fairings, of course, and if that telephone of doom comes out, we know exactly what it's going to mean. It's going to mean a 5-second penalty. But for Joshua Turnbull, that was a very accomplished drive under a level of pressure. And you can tell from his body language, I think he's a bit relieved there. That was a mighty penultimate lap from Leon Hasty. He really closed that one in. But Turnbull, using all of his experience, holds on, takes victory. Won't be pole position for the final, because at the moment on our screens, I think a tiebreaker between himself and Lewis Goff goes in the direction of Goff. And of course, we've still got Superheat B to run. But what an opportunity for those drivers in Superheat B now, especially Jacob Ashcroft and Harry Bartle. If they can have strong runs, starting from the front row through to the finish, they could be on the front row for that final. I think there was a number 97 getting a picture taken of the front fairing. That is quite clearly someone's exhaust that's been handed back over the fence and will be reunited with its owner in due course. Oh dear, there's, yeah, well, quite clearly the number 16 is going to be getting 5 seconds added to their race time. That is Matteo Palazzo, finished in P26. Same as well there for, was that Kasper Tomaszewski going through? Yes, it was the KMS number 20. 5 seconds added for that front fairing to be dropped. Right now, though, we're going to head back down to Parc Fermé for another interview. Nicole Sutherland is with Joshua Turnbull.
Josh Turnbull there, Superheat winner. How was that, Josh?
I mean, we didn't show very good pace yesterday, but we showed it then, and I think we'll be good for the final.
And we saw you gain and lose the lead a couple of times, and a good battle with Leon Hasty, number 9. Can you talk through us that a little bit?
I mean, he got past me, but I managed to get back and defend the rest of the race. I think Leon did very well to stay in his position because of the hack behind. But yeah, just really showed our pace in that one.
Yeah, and if the finals are anything like what we've just seen, they're going to be busy. What are your personal expectations for them?
I mean, it's going to be hard, but like we showed there, we can fight through and, you know, hopefully finish on top.
Well, very best of luck to you, Josh. We'll just go and try and catch up with Leon Hasty, number 9, who's also involved in that battle for first. Leon, great fight there between you and Josh. We also saw William Antrobus involved in that one. Can you talk us through what went on?
Well, I had to start further back than I'd imagined from a bad heat yesterday, so started 11th and just had a really good start and got into the battle really early and then just came out in second.
Yeah, and Oplate, first big race of the year, the one everybody wants. You reckon you can do it?
I mean, it's going to be difficult from the results, but yeah, I hope so.
Fantastic. Best of luck to you, Leon. We'll also try and catch up with William Antrobus, who was in that fight for the front, took the race lead quite early on. William, can we grab you for 2 seconds?
Yeah, sure.
So we saw you race leader at the start and then a good battle going on. Can you talk us your opinion of how that went?
Yeah, I think it was really good in my opinion, but just couldn't really pull away to everybody. But we did have the pace, and in the end, I was with Lewis, and then I pushed him along to the front pack, and we got there in the end, but just didn't get the moving on the last lap.
And your mindset going into the final, are you feeling confident?
Yeah, I feel confident. If I've got a good setup behind me, I think I could have a chance of it. But it's all about the hack in the end of the race, in my opinion.
Fantastic. And we've also seen the temperature drop quite a bit from yesterday. Did you find that affected the race at all, or?
No, I think the track's the same in my opinion, but it's about how you drive in these conditions.
Fantastic. Best of luck to you, William. We'll go back up to Henry and Andrew in the comms box.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great work as ever down in the pits, and I've doing a fantastic job on the first weekend here.
Right, let's make fun of some people standing at the gantry. You've got the whole Dan Holland racing team there. There's Lizzie Higgins in the long black coat. Brandon Nagelvort to her left, looking at his phone, probably looking at something he shouldn't be looking at. Now let's have a look. Oh, there's Mr. Westover. Good to see you. Mr. and Mrs. Westover living in Espanol. Mr. Malozzi is there. There's Mr. Carter at the back there, behind the gentleman with the thin coat there, Sean Carter. That's great haircut there. nice growing mullet. There's Dave Wooder. There's Chris Walker, kartpicks.net on camera, thumbs up. No, I have spotted Stu Stretton in the paddock as well. Don't tell Chris Walker. Well, no, I did see them together earlier. They weren't punching each other. That's okay. Here we go. Now, let's have a look. Who else have we got along the top there? And it's great. First of all, it's great to see how many people are here. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, today is the start of British summertime officially. And that is why everyone's got woolly hats on. And there, so it's, British summertime. Give us a wave from the gantry. You've got the Hunter Motorsport team there. On the right, there's Mr. Usakov's. There's one brave Tony Kart driver there. Yeah, I will only wear my race suit and I will represent Tony Kart no matter what the temperature is. Yes, welcome to British summertime, ladies and gentlemen. So speak to Naomi Garcia and her dad from Trinidad and Tobago, and they were, they've never been as cold in their lives as they are here. But here we go. What's the next race? The next race is Junior Rotax Superheat B. Let's go.
Second of the Super Heats for Junior Rotax. Let's have a look through the grid. Jacob Ashcroft has pole position alongside on the front row Harry Bartle. Jacob Jukes and Harry Freeman go from row 2. Joshua Smith and Lucas Blandford go from row 3.
Brennan Truman and Uncle Tyrone go on row number 4 alongside Cameron Nelson, Aris Vievskis, Hugh Bolton, Kai Clark and Benjamin Baker.
Row 7, Luca Magni and Owen Neve. Fiddley Buck and Victor Hansen go from row 8. Michael Walker and William Archer start on row number 9.
Zach McDonald and Zach Green are on row 10, followed by Michael Dalton, Shane Chandaria, Emily Cotty and Jack Thompson.
Row 11, Rory Armstrong and Jack Baker, John Richardson and Elliot Surtees from row 14. Jake Gruffety and Callum Foster starts in row 15, and then the last row, Eli Baden is a non-starter. Sebastian Lucia will complete the 31 kart field. Had a little spin out of the pits, but has got going again. It's fine. Nobody saw it, Sebastian.
No one saw it or mentioned it,
no.
Which is good, but his tyres nice and warm now. There we go. They use the old circuit here on the rolling lap. They come into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Here we go through the first corner. It's a good start from our pole sitter, Jacob Ashcroft. Up the hill we go. And everyone defending towards Christmas corner. Ashcroft and his teammates side by side. That is new leader, the 35, Jacob Jukes.
Jacob Jukes with a great start there from grid number 3. Rest of them filing through, all looking relatively calm by junior standards so far in this one.
You say that, I can see a yellow flag at post number 5, but everyone extricating themselves and carrying on. Carry on.
So coming around to complete lap number 1 then. Jacob Ashcroft, the mission statement is simple. Win this race, get pole position for the final. Has been unbeaten so far this weekend. Single lap pace has been brilliant for Jacob Ashcroft. Set a 46.33 yesterday on his way to those 2 victories. But this is a different kettle of fish now. End of lap 1. And, it's Jacob Jukes who's come through to the front of the order then. So Jacob Ashcroft immediately down to 3rd place. Now, that is still good enough right now as the scores are, but, we'll hold that thought because through comes Harry Bartle. Harry Bartle takes the lead early on lap number 2 away from Jacob Jukes. That's bringing everyone back into play. It's that Brandon Truman on the move going up to 3rd place. Really good start to this one. Sorry, no, it's Harry Freeman. Harry Freeman coming through into 3rd place. Apologies there, getting confused with my number 8s on the 2nd digit. End of lap 2 then. Bartle leads, Jukes 2nd. Truman has made it now up to 3rd place through the 3rd sector ahead of Harry Freeman. Smith 5th. Jacob Ashcroft is now all the way down to 6th place. Well, this just shows how quickly this format can change things, Henry.
Yes.
We were talking about Jacob Ashcroft going and having a nice race, probably winning it, and now he's looking at 6th on the grid for the final.
It just goes to show how quickly things could change. Harry Bartle, that was the number 72 making a move. That was Aras Bievskis. Now, Bievskis Sorry, I do apologise. I've only been commentating on him for 4 years. I can't quite say his name right yet. Do apologise. But yeah, now Jacob Jukes, Brandon Truman, you know, in third position. Luckily for Uncle Tyrone, or rather not luckily, you know, he's got carts behind him because, you know, it was at a funny angle. They're behind you, Tyrone. He's not behind him anymore, he's alongside him. That is Harry Freeman making the move up into P3. It's because he was at a funny angle.
He was indeed. And down on the inside there, that's a good defence from Joshua Smith to hold Jacob Ashcroft back. Jacob Ashcroft has got to move now. This would be a 12-point score. Remember, yesterday it would have been a 6-point for a normal heat. This being a super heat, all the points are doubled. And it's the karting form of where lower score is the better score. Someone running wide down the exit of Ozier's
getting
there.
Agricultural.
Indeed.
And we'll have to see who that was. I believe
might have been Michael Walker.
It was either Michael Walker or, no, it was actually Luca Mogni of the Dan Holland racing team. Now Ashcroft, the fight back is on for Jacob Ashcroft. He goes past Joshua Smith. Put Ashcroft back into 5th position. Now, Jukes continues to run second. Bartle pulling away. Now, does that mean if Harry Bartle wins, we'll get the first mention of Rodney the dog in his interview? Because his dog Rodney on the back of his crash helmet always mentions, big up to Rodney the dog, because Rodney does watch the live stream. I'm not joking.
Well, Jacob Ashcroft has made some great progress on that lap. He weaved his way through there. He's up to 3rd place now. Now, what is that going to do with the FIC? It's going to put... And all of a sudden, Jacob Ashcroft's back on the front row.
Exactly. There we are.
Back up to 2nd place in the final intermediate classification now. If he can find a way past Jacob Jukes, he could be back on for pole position. So it's a very roller coaster race for the youngster.
Good move there from Lucas Blandford in the number 59 kart to pick up a place.
5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Harry Bartle in control of this race and for the moment in control of the point standings for this phase of the 2024 Junior Rotax O-Plate. He would have pole position for the final if things were to stay this way. Jacob Jukes is there in 2nd place. Just under 2 seconds back and has got a good gap to Jacob Ashcroft behind. But here comes Ashcroft. Here comes that lightning pace that we've seen Ashcroft be able to pull out. We've got to keep reminding ourselves this is the step-up weekend meeting, as down the inside there, that's the number 59 of Lucas Blandford going for a move on Hugh Moulton in the 51. And more news from race control, 5-second penalty for Kai Clark in the number 76. But back to Ashcroft. This is what's been the most impressive thing for me this weekend, Henry. Last weekend ran in the pre-event in the club meeting here at Whilton Mill. This is still relatively early days for Jacob Ashcroft in this step up to junior. The chassis change as well as the engine and the powertrain change. But he just seems to be, you know... Well,
he's a talented driver. Yeah. He adapts very quickly. Now, one thing that, you are looking at this year, the karts, well, the back end of the karts looks slightly different this year, particularly the rear bumpers. So, there is a move and a great shot there. So, each team or each kart now has colour-coded rear bumpers. A lot of that is stickers. It's not a part. Next year it'll be a homologated part. This year you're allowed to put colours on the rear bumper. Number one, it helps us identify them. Number two, it does give the drivers a more of a visual clue of, you know, where the exit of the rear bumpers is. But when you have wet tyres on, you know, lots of drivers fall foul of the rear width tracking and you get excluded. And it does sort of give you a bit of an assist on that for the mechanics. Props to the teams that have made up tiny little bits of plastic with their team logos. Now you can see there the number 15 car, Joshua Smith. That's the Jax Rate Motorsport with the Project One Racing Group. Now those are just colour coded. There's orange tape and green tape. Or the Strawberry team have got a little S on them. Smart thinking there. That's S for Spencer. And if it's a junior member of the Strawberry team run by Mark Baines, that's an S for Sheffield Wednesday. But then the other teams have... I know exactly. But the other teams, now look at that, they've actually got little graphics kits already for this rear, the tips of the rear bumpers. Very smart stuff indeed.
Less than 3 minutes to go then, still Bartle in full control now, but Jacob Jukes under a lot of pressure now from Jacob Ashcroft. This on your screens is the battle involving Harry Freeman and Joshua Smith. Now with the battle for Jukes and Ashcroft, so it's Evolution Racing versus DHR, both running LN chassis, of course.
Now I think there needs to be a competition amongst the paddock. The prize should be an Alpha Live beanie hat or something like that. The first driver to get a sponsor and get a sponsor logo on those rear bumper flicks, which you can then see on the Alpha Live cameras as we have a change. It's a significant change because Jacob Ashcroft has put Jukes in a box and passed him for second place.
And taken the lead in the final intermediate classification. That is 4 points apiece now for Bartle and Ashcroft. Ashcroft, based on results earlier in the weekend, would take the tiebreaker in that one as things stand as we understand it. So I think it's not really enough time now for Ashcroft to close into Bartle. That is a 3.28 chasm is down the inside. Lovely stuff from Joshua Smith as out of the race.
That is
that Elliot Surtees possibly? Because Elliot Surtees hasn't come through sector number 3.
Yeah, Elliot Surtees, the team had repaired that Carlos Sainz chassis, which was damaged in a crash yesterday, and it appears to have gone wrong again. John Richardson, the driver from Azerbaijan, for the MLC Motorsport team, down in 27th position. Shane Chandaria, the Kenyan driver, he's up to 20th. And there's a move. That is the number 41. That's Cameron Nelson picking up what is 5th position from Joshua Smith. And there's Blandford again. So Lucas Blandford on a charge. And Blandford now moves into a 7th spot.
And Zach Green on the move as well. This is not a good moment for Harry Freeman. Had a quick start to this race, but is starting to fade. So Green through into 8th place. Brilliant year last year for the Green family as a whole. Looking for more success in 2024. Zach doing a good job here. 24 seconds to go on the clock.
24 seconds to go.
And where is our leader? Leader is probably
21 seconds.
down
Now it's 21 seconds to go. Well, let me know. Really got to go. 21 seconds to go, go. He's gone. That's Zach Green up past Lucas Blandford for 7th place. How many songs is that in the race morning so far? We've done everything from So Solid Crew to Watership Down. Oh, can't love being back in the British Championship. There's the 78 kart of Harry Freeman. Now defending from Hugh Moulton. Further back, Owen Neve moves up to 23rd position. Rory Armstrong. Now, Finley Buck, Mr. Grid for Finley Buck, he's got a new nickname. It's Bumfluff Buck. Because he's got the the teenage Bumfluff mustache. Oh. Apparently his mum is begging him to shave it off, and Finley's gone no. Bumfluff Buck. No, I'm not sure he's going to make the final, sadly. And that joke was with approval from his dad before anyone gets upset.
Hugh Moulton takes advantage there, gets past Harry Freeman for 10th place. He was having a go at Lucas Blandford's 9th place. This is a bit further up the order. Going into Osiers now, the fight for 4th place. Truman, Smith and Nelson. Oh, very fast finishing. Zach Green just behind them as well. We are on the final lap, by the way. Harry Bartle is going to come through for a comfortable victory and book a spot on the front row of the grid for the final, which he will share with Jacob Ashcroft. Difficult start for Ashcroft, but a great fight back. Gets 2nd place, loses his winning streak, but I think he can be pretty pleased with that result, Henry.
And he and Ashcroft unofficially will take pole position because he was better in qualifying.
Time qualifying, yeah.
Jan Echterman asking, will every round of the British Karting Championship be live streamed? Yes, Jan. And more than that, not just every round of the British Karting Championship, but every day of the British Karting Championship. That'll be Saturday as well as Sunday, which is great news. There is Harry Bartle. William Archer finishing 15th. Luca Magni after his off-track excursion finishing 20th. Sadly, some of those drivers at the back of the field there, that's the last we'll see of them. Their chances of O-Plate glory are over. Now, at the end of Junior Rotax, who is going to be the most nervous driver in the paddock, in the Junior Rotax paddock right now? Answer, Kenzo Craigie. Yeah. Has he made the top 34 or not?
Well, we'll remain to see. sure the results will be being tallied away.
Ian
by,
Rogers and co.
Ian
Yes.
And everyone in
Oh, here we go.
timekeeping.
Hang on a
Have we
second.
got
We've got so far at least 10 junior Rotax drives have gone through, and the telephone of doom has not come into play yet. Hang on a second.
This could be history.
No. You
I've cursed it again.
Cursed it again. There's Jacob Ashcroft. For a driver that won 200 quid yesterday off his dad for a wind break. I'm joking, he didn't. I'm not quite sure if Barry's had to. Now there is the number 69 cart there. That would be Callum Foster for the Bradley Shepherd racing team with a radiator that is a bit skew-if. There goes Shane Chandaria, the Kenyan driver in cart number 56 for the Pro Train racing team. Now, Harry Bartle, on the back of his crash helmet, you should see, unless he's got a new crash helmet, there was, on his old crash helmet, he did have quite literally a picture of his dog, Rodney. The 68, take
Richardson.
a ticket, yeah, there from Azerbaijan. He's got the Azerbaijan flag across the top of his crash helmet. Smart crash helmet design there for John. The number 42 cart, Emily Cotty goes through, and some of the back markers. Now, Elliot Surtees, he did finish that race a couple of laps down, or rather the cart stopped and then it restarted again. But there we go. Yes.
And, well, just get a picture taken
Just for posterity, yes.
It's not going to affect too many things because unfortunately 430 P31 in that one. We will next see Junior Rotax for the big one, for the final.
Yes.
2:30 is the final for Junior Rotax. For now, though, let's head down once again to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland has Harry Bartle.
Harry Bartle, Junior Rotax Super Heat B winner. Harry, we saw you lose the race lead and then come back into it after a few laps. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
The start was a decent start. I dropped to third from second, and then the second lap I got in second, and then from there I caught the leader and got into the lead, and then from the rest of the race I just held it until the end.
And if we see the finals are anything like what we've seen so far this weekend, they're going to be difficult. What are your expectations?
I mean, the expectation is to win, obviously, but anything that can happen, so hopefully we can win.
And I've seen throughout the winter, I think your 6 final wins in a row. You reckon you can make it a 7th?
Hopefully, yeah.
Best of luck to you, Harry. We'll go over and find some of our other race front leaders. We'll go back over to Jacob Ashcroft, who we caught up with a few times already this weekend because of how fast he's been. So, Jacob, very impressive drive from you there. We saw you drop back down the order slightly and then come back into second. Can you tell us about that a little bit?
Yeah, I had a rubbish start, dropped down to about 5th or 6th, and then when I got happy with the car and I got back to it, I managed to get myself back through the field, and I caught Jacob Jukes and then pulled away from him, and then I just held that gap in second.
So when you say happy with the car, what can you tell us a little bit about that? What was wrong? Or
Well, on the formation lap, I didn't really get a lot of heat in my tyres, so it was a little bit slidey on the first few laps. When I got some heat into my tyres, I was really fast.
Great to hear from you, and we'll see you again at some point this weekend, Jacob. Best of luck. So we'll throw back up to the comms block for an ad break, and then we'll go into the next heat of the day.
Thank you very much, Nicole, for the interviews down there in Parc Ferme. Getting ready for the next superheat. Mycomax will be out on circuit next for race number 21 on the schedules today. Just the single superheat for Mycomax here, Henry. Good things.
Yes.
Guaranteed spots through to the final. 31
Excellent.
drivers on the grid.
Yes.
So a little bit of pressure off. We've spoken to some of our Mycomax Max drivers about that already this weekend. But this is still a big one because you want to get that good grid position for the final. again, double points on offer here.
And what I do like is the fact that even though the Micromax drivers don't need a super, they've still got the same amount of racing. So in some of the other racing series, I mean, that when you've only got one grid of drivers, they lose a race because they're all going to make the final, and I don't like that. But what Motorsport UK have done now in the box, the bottom hand right of the screen, that's the timing building. You can see Ian Rogers and everyone there. Someone spotted them on camera there at the top. Across the top that's the restaurant here at Whilton Mill. Yes, hello sir, who waved again. Is that what badge is that on his jacket? I'm wondering. Let's have a look. So we've got at the top of the thing, so Mr. Hibberts, I can see you. I can see your head there. You're on the left hand or the right hand side, and Anderson Chilcott and Marvelous Marv, you're at the one side of the paddock. So we're going to do a Mexican wave, starting with you, working all the way across to Kai Hunter at the other end. So,
your heads.
ready? Okay. Anderson and Marv, you're going to start the Mexican wave. It's going to go all the way across the front there to Kai Hunter at the end. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Hang on. Pollitt's involved. Here we go. Keep it going. Come on, Kai Hunter, you let us down. Right, there we go. Thank you very much. That was more
exhilarating.
That was maybe a Guatemalan wave, just a little bit below Mexico and not quite as rich. But there we go. Well done, Paddock. Thank you very much.
That's the audience participation for the day.
Yeah, apologies to everyone in Guatemala before that. Now, there's talk about the budgets for the British Karting Championship. Well, that varies, obviously, depending on what you go to. You could do it for a lot, or you could do it for a little. Not everybody in this paddock is spending much money. There's Stu Stratton. Mr. Kart, well, he's not Mr. Karting, that's why there's someone else, but he runs Mr. Karting, and he's in his pink tabard there. Stu was... This is the only type of weather that Stu likes, because it's not warm, because he's ginger and he burns like a crisp. Let's go. Next race up, race 21, Super 8 for Micromax.
All right, time for Micromax's Super Heats. Let's have a look through the grid determined by the results from the heats yesterday. Joshua Cook, pole position, alongside on the front row, Charlie Page, Max Jolly and Elliot Travis on row 2, Austin Oman and Dean Pahal on row 3.
Maximilian Abrahart and Logan Rolfe go from row number 4, then Alfie Garrett and James Roots, Arthur Farrow, oh dear, and Luke Millwood. 2 drivers off and 1 still sat on the grid.
Moving into the midfield then, row number 7, William Crombie and Josh Hushka. Row 8, Archie Rogers-Tyler and George Swire. Row 9, Alfie Mayer and Sebastian Behrman. I think Behrman is one of the karts involved in the problems there on the reconnaissance lap.
Ethan Lloyd, Harper Das also not out there. And a bunch of drivers, and maybe it's their transponders they haven't picked up going through sector number 1.
That's
right.
Alfie Mayer.
Alfie Mayer, he's had one. And that's the number 87 as well. That's Archer Rogers-Tyler trying to get themselves out of the grass. Are we going to get a start this time around? No, we're not, which is good. And now we'll try and see. Well, I can see a couple. I think Alfie Mayer is back on track and coming around the boot, or is that somebody else? The number 82 kart has just crossed the line. That was George Swire for KR Sport. Alfie Mayer. Sebastian Behrman for Ambition Motorsport doesn't appear to be out there. Swire and Mayer are both, and we also saw the 87 of Archie Rogers-Tyler. So Swire, Rogers-Tyler, Behrman and Mayer all starting together, and they all seem to go off together, which was unfortunate.
So very quick run through the grid again. Row 1, Cook and Page, Jolly and Travis row 2, Owen and Pahal row 3, Abrahart and Rolfe row 4, Garrett and Roots row 5, Arthur Farrow and Millwood row 6, Hushka and Crombie row 7, Swire and Rogers-Tyler row 8, Behrman and Alfie Mayer due to go from row 9, Masiokas and Radcliffe row 10, Ramsey and Walker row 11, Barber and Albert Farrow row 12, Fawkes, Biggs, Lloyd, Galudi, Dawson, Das and Smith. Those are your 31 starters. We're going to go round again. Of course we're going to go round again.
Yeah,
after
we've
a
still
steaming run through the grid, we're going to have another formation lap.
We'll have a little look there as we've got couple of karts still. Alfie May, one of them, still desperately trying to catch the pack. Oh no,
That's your pole
Joshua's
sitter.
Cook. That's your pole sitter, Joshua Cook, who was, at the moment, he was leading the intermediate classification, and something has broken on the KR Sport, or the KR Sport Junior program, the KR Sport Junior team, which is Micro and Mini. Toby George has got some work to do on that one to get it back up the order come the final. So our pole sitter out of the race before it's even begun.
Plenty of drama before the start of this one. It will be 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Our pole sitter will not take this one from the start, so it'll be over to Charlie Page, Max Jolly and the rest of them. Away we go. Green light for the start of this one. Side by side. Good attack there from Charlie Page. Takes the initiative in the early stages. Max Jolly's had a good start as well in the Hunter Motorsport entry up towards Christmas Corner for the first time in this one. Round goes Elliot Travis, and he's not happy about that one at all. And it's the other KR Sport that's in drama on lap 1. There's another spinner in the background. It's someone with a 50 plate or upwards.
I think it could have been it's an RCE kart or a Sam Pollock kart. I couldn't quite see. Was that sort of livery?
It might be Josh Hushka then, the 55 for Sam Pollock
yes,
Racing going round, who's not come through sector number 1. Down the inside, Dean Pahal won the heat earlier on this morning as out of the race. That's the number 29 of Adam Galudi, who will go no further in this one. My oh my, what a plethora of dramatic moments we've had, and that was only the first lap. Jolly for Pahal, Page, Rolf, Owen, Abrahart, Roots, Garrett Millward and Arthur Farrow. That is your top 10 as we go on to lap 2.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. Alfie May, he didn't quite catch the pack, almost. He's already up 20 to 25th. He's passed Elliot Travis, Hauschka as well down at the back, with Cook, Behrman, Galudi and Das either not starting or retiring on the opening lap. So that means that a lot of drivers at the back. We'll look at Lucian Smith. Lucian Smith from 31st to 19th, simply by staying out of trouble and keeping all the bits on his go-kart together. Now there's Logan Rolfe jumping the barriers there, the curbing there, not jumping the barriers, sorry Gary. I don't know, his dad, remember Dad, jumping the barriers? No. Logan Rolfe into a very impressive 4th position in that number 32 car, and having a look at the inside, going across the top of the valley here at Whilton Mill and then down the hill. What a wonderful set. And again, it was designed so that spectators could see the whole track from one position. And now we're looking, so Max Jolly leading the way. Dihan Pahal there for the RCE team. Page is 3rd. Then it's Rolf, Oman, Abrahart, Roots, Garrett. Alfie Garrett has been promised an extra bunch of Easter eggs if he gets a top 10 finish, which you need to don't give it Easter eggs to him during the lunch break, because he'll be absolutely hyper off the sugar rush before the final. So at the end of the day, give it to him before school on Monday morning. Oh, it's Easter Monday. So give it. No, he won't be in. No, tell him it's Monday. Give him the load of Easter eggs. He'll go running off to school. No, here we go. The top 4. It is Jolly, Pahal, Page, and Rolf. Nose to tail. Great view of the new CS55 chassis, the Carlos Sainz chassis, the Hunter Motorsport team. They are the UK's sole importer of that kart. Just a shame they painted it like a CRG. There is the Richardson chassis engine. That's taking Carlos Sainz Senior, the rally driver, doing a bit of rally cross there.
So that change for the lead. Dean Pahal now at the front of the order. Charlie Page there in 2nd place. Logan Rolfe now up to 3rd place. Whoa, squirming around there through the final corner. And still in the first half of this race, I am hearing in my ear that the reason the number 95, Harper Das, is not out in this race is unconfirmed reports, I should stress, missed the gate apparently. So that's why we've not got Harper Das, but at least that consolation, we will see everybody through to the final in this category.
And there are some somewhat ominous looking clouds appearing from behind the paddock. So that's behind the main building, over the rental kart circuit, down into the woods by the actual mill building itself, to the sort of, behind the camera shot, so not looking that way. I wonder if the rain was forecast at 1 o'clock, and it's 12:15 now. And there's one driver running very wide, Abrahart. So the reason the new corner is there is to stop drivers running so wide and crashing into barriers at high speed. Maximilian Abrahart there, as we got a battle for the race lead. That is Page and Logan Rolfe into P2 with Jolly was down to 4th. Now trying to fight his way back in the expensive Tihan Pahal for 3rd. This is great stuff, and there's the Evolve Motorsport number 21 of James Roots. The Roots on fire, coming up into the picture in 6th position.
It's all drivers who know each other very well, now racing here in Micromax. Charlie Page has the lead. We're into the second half of this race now. Through the chicane once again. That's a good line from Charlie Page. A bit too much speed through the final corner though, and that may leave Page vulnerable to an attack now from Logan Rolfe. It's a top 3 starting to break away. This is a big lap for Austin Oman, you feel. It's got to keep that gap close. Here comes Rolfe down the inside for the lead of the race. Pahal trying to follow through there as well. Rolfe takes it through Christmas, and for Page you've got to hold it in there. Charlie Page, wide moment, close moment for Max Jolly. Charlie Page has been able to hold in there around 4th place. Little check on the radiator there for Max Jolly. Still holding in there in, I think, 6th place now. But this is Logan Rolfe's opportunity to race off the front of the order. What kind of pace has he got with the time remaining?
Now, Max Jolly, he's got a great social media where he gives you a guide with it, but it's not a flashy reel. It's Max with his little microphone talking to the viewer about his day. Loads of media training. I wonder if he's going to describe those 2 moments in his daily update. As we look up the hill, we got a new leader, Logan Rolfe. We got another new leader, Tihan Pahal. We got another new 2nd place driver, Max Jolly. And we got another 3rd and 4th place battle between James Roots and Charlie Page. 2, 4, 6, 8 drivers. You could throw a postage stamp over them.
And then another couple of drivers are coming into this as well. Benedict Admasiokas is up 10 spots so far in this race up to 9th. Xavier Ramsey goes one better. He's up 11 places into the top 10. They're only 3.6 seconds off the leader. 3 minutes to go. That's nothing. If this front group keep fighting, Masiokas and Ramsey are going to close in there. What is happening as well in the final intermediate classification? Well, it's wide open.
Yeah,
absolutely wide open.
As it stands, 4 points separate Page, Pahal, Oman, Jolly and Rolfe. It's changing lap after lap, the positions. At the moment, Charlie Page is in a 3-way tie with Tihan Pahal and Austin Oman for pole position, but that's now changed because Oman has now taken the lead, and there is the number 44 car. Oh no, Lucian Smith. He'd gone from 31st to 16th, and he's now back to, I would imagine, about 27th place. Elliot Travis is still 26th after his spin, but Alfie Mayer has gained a bunch of places. He's up into 20th now. As this is the type of race, it gets better and better. This is where you think, run them until they run out of gas.
Absolutely. 2 minutes to go then.
8 drivers in a line.
8 drivers in single file over the start-finish straight. Austin Oman, who had a great week last week at the club event, which is the first run on this new format of Whilton Mill. Has he got the speed? Well, down the inside, here comes Rolfe. Rolfe with a bit of an assist, I think, from Pahal behind. Good racing between the two of them. Good recovery there for a moment. Didn't try and fight that one too hard. As out of the race is the number 46 of Toby Biggs. Will go no further in this one, but very close there. Pahal, and I think there was another driver to the right of them, 3 wide. Nearly didn't work out. As who's this on the scene? It's the number 24 of Arthur Farrow coming through the order now. Great drive from Arthur Farrow, up 3 spots so far in this race. Problems though to report, unfortunately, for the number 22, Jensen Walker. We spoke to his dad during the George Swire's out. George Swire out, was having a tremendous run, was up in 13th place, but will now fall all the way down outside the top 25.
1 minute plus 1 lap to go. And James Roots has caught the lead pack, has passed half a dozen drivers, and is now sitting on the rear bumper of the Synergy Kart. Is that the Synergy Kart of Logan Rolfe? It is the Synergy. It's a Synergy factory on a Birrell. Well, it's a Synergy Kart. I know Gary, I know him by it, but it's now sort of homologated as a Birrell ART, and that's a Nigel Mansell style crash helmet I've seen going around as well. So you've got a Prost crash helmet, a Mansell crash helmet. It's very
just
good.
Need a Senna and a PK now.
Senna and a PK, and we're back in the 1980s. Rolfe second, and that's James Roots has taken the race lead. Fantastic. James Roots, the Evolve Motorsport team. They were for years it was basically just Hardy Mamasi. This is Chris Lamar's team, but now Roots goes back to 3rd place, and I've got to say, Logan Rolfe has impressed me. This is stepping up for Logan Rolfe. Now Pahal, Logan Rolfe. He's raced for a couple of years. His dad, Gary, used to run Vital Motorsport. Bobby Thompson, amongst other drivers, were drivers that came through the Gaztech Academy of Karting. But now his son, Logan, has raced in other championships, the National Kart Cup, the Karting Championship, the Bambino Kart Club, what have you. Now he's stepping up to the Motorsport UK British Championship as an O-plate, and he's just made a move. Oh, well, Dian Pahal gets the curbing wrong there, and Rolfe capitalises, but Pahal sticking it out on the inside for Crook through oblivion, now up the hill. This is the final lap, and anyone of 2, 4, 6, 7. Charlie Page was leading earlier on. He's now in 8th, but he's still, the spin. Rolfe goes around.
Rolfe rounds and will fall. That hard work for Logan Rolfe will disappear down beyond and out of the top 10. You did feel that was going to happen at some stage in this race. That's what happens sometimes when there's such a close pack, and it is the final lap. At least he will have another go in the final. Dian Pahal had a race win earlier on this morning in the 2nd heat for Micromax. Is it going to be another one? Austin Oman all over the back of the number 23 here into the final chicane for the final time. A lot of curb once again. Dian Pahal is going to win the superheat. What a drive over the line. Owen in 2nd place. James Roots up to 3rd. Luke Millward. What a drive from Luke Millward right at the end there, getting up to 4th ahead of Arthur Farrow 5th. All of the drivers in the top 5 moving up multiple positions. Max Jolly 6th. Masiokas, one of the biggest movers, if not, yes, the biggest mover in that race, up 12. Charlie Page, Archie Rogers-Tyler and Xavier Ramsey complete a top 10 in a pulsating superheat there in Micromax UK.
Logan Rolfe finishes 13th. Alfie May from the back of the grid up to 14th. Excellent race there. We're going to see all these drivers later on. Dian Pahal said about yesterday, Dian's acting as an inspiration for the whole Sikh community in the UK to show, look, this is racing. It's inclusive. It's for everybody. He's got a big beaming face. He loves an interview, and there's
George Swire.
That's the karting in a microcosm there. One second, you can see there, nearly down there, he's having a chat. Well done, taking some praise there. And the other side, desolation. Karting, 90% heartache, 10% elation. Don't like that ratio, you're in the wrong game.
Yeah, good to see. I think Austin was quite happy with that. We saw a little clap to himself there, coming through to take 2nd place. How does that leave the final intermediate classification? Should stress these results are provisional, of course. 15 points apiece for the top 2 in that race. The tiebreaker at the moment is going in the direction of Pahal, so it'll be Pahal on pole position for the final at 3 o'clock UK time here in Whilton Mill. Owen in 2nd place, Jolly 3rd on 19 points from the 2 heats and the superheat. Charlie Page 4th on 21, James Roots 5th on 26, and it's going to be Arthur Farrow, isn't it, 6th place. Albert was a little bit further down the order, so Arthur will start 6th, Luke Millwood 7th, and Maxi Abrahart will be 8th. Should stress all those results are provisional. For now, though, let's head once again back down to Park Ferme and Nicole Sutherland, who's with Dean Pahal.
We're over with Dian Pahal, who's on their second win of the day. Dian, there was a fair few changes for the race lead then. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
On lap 5 or 6, I was in the race lead. Coming out of Ashby, it was 3 wide. Then I lost 2 positions. I got into 3rd again, and then they left. And then on one of the laps coming to the last lap, I got lead again, and I was feeling someone pushing me from my back bumper. It was Austin Ayman. I think he could have won, but on the last lap I defended and they battled. I got a little bit of a gap and I won.
That's great, thanks Dian. Looking forward to seeing you at the end of today. And we'll just throw back up to Henry and Andrew in the comments box.
Time for the next superheat, and it's the turn of Honda Cadet GX200 to take to the circuit. Let's have a look through the grid. Kevin Ivanov starts on pole position. Alongside on the front row is Margaris Kavekis, Ed Spain and Ryan White on row number 3, Keane Sullivan and Luke McGall on row number 3.
Row number 4, Albie Smith and Elliot Bork, then Archie Cannon and Ricky McIntosh round out the top 10. Ralphie Branscombe and Ronnie Smart on row number 6.
Jack Fulbrook Harmer and Andrew Sutherland start on row 7. Harry Grant and Shay Hilton on row 8. Shaylin Sequentons and Jayan Prakash start on the 9th row of the grid. 18 runners in total for this, the superheat in Honda Cadet GX200. Some really entertaining heats so far this weekend. We saw one of them earlier on this morning. We saw the other yesterday. If you missed any of that action, don't worry. You can watch it back on the variety of YouTube channels and platforms that we're on today, including at our Karting UK, the new home of karting content
in
on
the
YouTube.
UK, in YouTube.
From
right.
Motorsport UK.
Okay, I've got you. At, that's the symbol with the A,
yes.
isn't it? And then you got our O-U-R,
yeah.
karting with a K and an A and an R and a T and an I and an G, UK.
Yeah. That's
Good.
it.
I'll
Keep
remember
subscribing.
that. There's standing start. Here we go. The audience like the standing starts, don't the audience?
We do indeed.
Hardy Noah Mamasi likes it. He's watching the Canadian-based. Oh, now number 49 being wheeled off the grid. That is Andrew Sutherland. Oh, the Project 1 won't go. Dan Ashton moves it to the side. 17 drivers remain. And we wait for the green flag to go up. Then the lights will go out. Then we'll be off and racing.
Good start from both drivers on the front row of the grid. Kavekis, a really good start from second place on the grid and shoots into the lead in the early stages up towards Christmas Corner. They run 17 of them continuing. Real shame for Sutherland. He wasn't able to take this start. Oh, very close there between the two ambitions, and there's a spinner. It's the number 99 of Albie Smith, who's not happy about that situation at all, and that's going to be a hard way back from there.
Chain reaction. The two Ambition Motorsport drivers, they work really well together. Ed Spain and Keane Sullivan, they worked so well together. They were trying to get themselves linked up going to Christmas Corner, and they just sort of crossed bumpers a little bit, and that forced them wide. And unfortunately, Albie Smith was the driver on the outside that was kind of, was cannoned into by the two teammates who were simply trying to get their bumpers lined up so they could continue to push on together.
Good afternoon to a driver very familiar with this kind of racing,
Hello.
Hadi Mamasi. And a mention to yourself, Henry. Good to have you back, Hadi. That's on the Alpha Live YouTube comments.
Be better to have him in the paddock, but he's doing other things now in racing, is Hardy. He represented Canada, did he not, in the FIA Karting Academy, because he originally from Toronto. The Blue Jays.
Down the hill towards Ashby Corner, that yellow flag that was out, I imagine that is for the recovery of Albie Smith. Oh, I hope Albie's okay.
I think there's frustration, upset more than Albie. It's okay, you know, these Honda Cadet drivers are aged between 8 and 12. Most of them are, you know, 8, 9, 10. This has got something you've got to remember. But hopefully now, of course, the official was with Albie Smith there, and yep, he's being pulled off. He didn't want to get out of his go-kart, but his go-kart will not go anymore.
I'm going to come with an analogy here. We had a lot of changeable conditions on Friday, and whilst Albie was out, it was a beautiful rainbow. What you've got to have a rainbow, you've got to have rain, but you've also got to have
a bow.
The sun.
The sun.
You've got to have the sun. You've got to rain and
the
shine
sun,
at the same
sun
time.
and rain, that's madness. You know, you're going to, yeah.
Isn't that an analogy for Honda Cadet at times?
Yes. After every cloud and the silver lining and all that, you know, after the rain comes a rainbow and a leprechaun. No, that was terrible. Sorry, Ireland.
7.5 minutes to go in this one. Kevin Ivanov continuing to lead it, quarter of a second clear of Margaris Kavakis. Ryan White up to third, last year's Motorsport UK Honda Cadet British Kart champion, of course. That's why he's wearing the number 1 in 2024. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.07 pace from yesterday, but as a reminder, 53.31 the early lap record in race conditions, because there was no Honda Cadet here last weekend for the club meeting. It's top 3 at the front of the order. They can keep working together now. They've got about 2.5 second gap over Cian Sullivan behind. That's a healthy gap to have, but can easily disappear in a matter of a few moments. It can.
Now, Ryan White, coming up the straight towards Christmas Corner, was trying to make the move on Margaris Kavakis. He's now decided that, or Margaris wasn't sort of too keen on being overtaken, so Ryan would need to sort of sit in now behind and push away, because the chasing pack, which we're looking at now, were briefly single file. If this group, this whole train of drivers, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers, if they all work together, they will close in, because if you have a look now, Ivanov, Kavakis and White, they're not drafting, they've separated a little bit, and that will mean they're susceptible, but of course, they are. Yes, they're working together. They know there's 6 minutes to go. Plenty of time for this group to catch the 3 leaders.
I always think this is a bit like road racing, like the Tour de France.
Yes. You've got the leader of the peloton.
He's got to work together.
Yes, and then but then somebody somebody else wants the yellow jersey, and that was Ralphie Branscombe, whose crash helmet matches Chris Walker's tabard. But Ralphie Branscombe, in the number 96, always gets loads and loads of support online. He's got a very large family, or else his dad's outside the paddock dishing out the tenors, so you're walking past, going, yeah. Chuck lost on a comment, mate. No, I'm joking. It's all good. These drivers, they need to get a support base.
Yeah.
They need supporters who aren't just, family members and friends. They need karting fans, of which we have many on the live chat who aren't related to drivers. They're just fans of the sport. You want to try and give the viewers a reason to cheer for certain drivers by telling their stories. Now, Branscombe, looking at the back bumper of Cian Sullivan. The gap has grown. It was 3.4 seconds to the race leader. It's now 3.9. However, Ivanov has pulled clear of the new battle for second place. Ryan White passes Kavakis. They're actually, there's still a ways for that second group to go to catch them.
I think that's a good call from Ryan White at this stage to get ahead, see if he's got the pace, because sometimes a swap of carts in terms of a double formation,
and also the
can
fact
suddenly find 2 or 3 tenths.
Yeah, and also the fact that Ivanov had just set the fastest lap, and Kavakis was falling away. So White said, "I've got to go." He's probably not thinking about being pushed by Kavakis. He's probably just focusing. But this group now, good, smart driving from the 26 of Sullivan, the 96 of Branscombe, and then the following kart, the 35 of McGall. But Branscombe with he's got the Jamie Sharp sponsored. That's the Sharp International Transport logo on the front of his thing. A big hello to Joe and Jamie Sharp. Sharp Transportation offering some sponsorship there to Ralphie Branscombe, up out of Oisiers. Now, Branscombe is the lead of this train. Will the gap come down? It's 3 seconds between Kavekis and Branscombe, 2.9 seconds, sorry. And we've got 4 minutes to go. I think that's probably a bridge too far.
Might be. It's going to be. I think it's going to be determined in the next lap or so. Ralphie Branscombe, good amount of experience last year, finished third in the Honda Cadet O Plate. And let's see what kind of pace is there with the 96 through the first sector. Up the hill once again, still Ivanov from White from Kavekis. There was a yellow flag out there. Is that still for the number 99 of Albie Smith? Possibly. 'Cause that's where we saw Albie Smith leave the race on lap 1. There's number 72 of Ed Spain coming into play as well, just behind Keane Sullivan and Luke McGall. Further down the order, who's gaining places? Harry Grant's had a decent race, up 3 spots to 12th. Shea Hilton, Cheyenne Sequinton and Jen Prakash are all up 2 spots as well. This is going to be the telling lap, I think, in terms of the pace of the different competitors over the course of the final stages. What has Ivanov done that time around? A 53.7, 54 zeros for White and Kavekis. Good pace from Branscombe, McGall, Sullivan. They've all just set personal bests in the high 58s, but I don't think that's the kind of... The rate of catch-up isn't great enough at the moment, Henry, for them to trouble White and Kavekis.
They're only a tenth or so a lap quicker. We've got 2.5 minutes to go.
So here is that battle for 4th place. Branscombe still at the front of it. McGall there in the number 35 in 5th place. Then the 2 ambitions of Keane Sullivan and Ed Spain. Oh, huge catch there for Ed Spain through Wilkins' corner. I think that was one of those, he just got a little bit too close to the back of his teammate. May have just touched the brakes and it pivoted the back end of the kart round. That was a very good piece of kart control to keep himself in this race. Another lap ticks on by. 1.8, 2.3 seconds now the lead for Ivanov over White and Kavekis. Is the gap further coming down? It is. Now that's a bit better. That is better from the chasing pack. They took, what was that, half a second, 4.5 tenths out of the gap ahead to Kavekis on that last tour of the track.
And it means Kavekis in turn is sort of closing in on Ryan White. So it's, I mean, Kavekis will probably have a go at Ryan White at some point. There they are. So these 4 drivers, they can see, and I wouldn't surprise you if you start getting little hand signals. They're saying sort of like push forward, push forward, push forward. As the 2 ambition drivers, Spain and Sullivan, that's cost them both a bit of time. Well, they decided to battle. This is all down now to Branscombe and McGall closing in and trying to catch White and Kavekis for 2nd and 3rd. Kevin Ivanov, 2.5 seconds at the road. He's cruising to victory.
Is indeed, can keep it nice and calm at the wheel of the number 50 right now. Is there further progress? There is. It's not quite as big as last time. It's around 3/4 tenths this time for Branscombe, taking that gap away from Kavekis, but there's only 30 seconds of this remaining. Confirmed change for 6th place. Ed Spain past Keane Sullivan in that swap of the 2 Ambition Motorsport entries. Ronnie Smart having another strong effort here. Should notice there in 8th place. That's a gain of 4 for Ronnie Smart in the number 51. Here, going onto the back straight, Ryan White and Margaret Kavekis. 2nd and 3rd have been in this formation for the last couple of laps. I think any chance of winning this one are probably gone right now. The temptation for Kavekis will be there to go for 2nd place. What would it do in terms of the IC? Well, not a lot, really. Ivanov's on a perfect 0. Kavekis is on 11. Even if he was to overtake White right now, he wouldn't get any further up the grid for the final.
And Ivanov crossed the line with 1 second to go. So next time round, it'll be the last lap. But if you have a look, Kavekis was pushing Ryan White up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Now he looks to the inside. The crossover from White is on. Wheel to wheel, side by side. Look at that. The gap is nothing between the 2 sets of rear tyres. Now this is going to bring Ralphie Branscombe right to the break. There is the number 96. And Branscombe head down hunched over the NASA panel, trying to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency, and you can tick that one off your karting bingo list. Now, we've said that one once, but Branscombe is now going to start the last lap, and he's got the momentum. He checks over his shoulder. He knows he's got no one behind him. That means he can move around. He can move offline without the risk of dear. And speaking of NASA panels,
Sullivan.
and maximum, that's minimum aerodynamic efficiency for Cian Sullivan.
It might have been Ronnie Smart. It was someone around in the top 10. We'll confirm it in due course. Kvekis still holding on to second place. What a drive this has been from Ralphie Branscombe. He's kept his head down across the course of the second half of this one. White looking to the inside on the exit of Ashbury, which will become the outside now for Wilkinson. Look at Branscombe. Branscombe's going to get both of them. Brilliant stuff from Ralphie Branscombe. Timed that one to perfection. Through goes Ryan White as well. Kvekis protests. We're on the final lap. Kevin Ivanov is going to take an easy victory here in the superheat and claim pole position for the final in Honda Cadet. Across the line, second place, and may well Ralphie Branscombe celebrate that one. That was a brilliant drive.
It was so clever from Ralphie Branscombe. You saw it. He made one move, and he just he dictated the pace of that second group. He had his eyes the prize, and it worked out brilliantly for him. Well done, Branscombe. There is Cian Sullivan. There's a famous bit of commentary from the late great Arthur Debenham from Rallycross at Brands Hatch, when Brands Hatch had the best Rallycross track in the world. And it was Vic Moyse in a Ford Fiesta, and Arthur Debenham, and how can he see where he's going? And that was Cian Sullivan's last few laps as we look at the race results.
Kevin Ivanov takes it by 5 seconds ahead of Ralphie Branscombe, Ryan White and Marcus Kvekis in the top 4. Ed Spain, the first of the Ambition Motorsports home, in 5th. 6th for Luke McGauld, Ronnie Smart, Elliot Bourke, Harry Grant, Ricky McIntosh in the top 10. All in the top 10, I should say. Archie Cannon 11th, Cian Sullivan in 12th, and with that problem with the bodywork. 13th place for Shea Hilton, 14th for Shailen Srikantan, J.M. Prakash, the last of the finishers after 13 laps there in 15th. 3 retirements, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer with 2 laps to go, and then on the first lap of the race, Albie Smith and Andrew Sutherland.
No, I was going to talk about the really nice smart graphics kit again on Kart 23, but the minute I said,
it's good.
Because the minute I did it last time, Andrew, the Telephone of Doom came out. But great, plain, simple, that Shailen Srikantan, that Synergy Kart, it reminds you of the Aston Martin Le Mans sort of British racing green with the other green flicks. Not quite the classic Team Lotus colours, but with the green, that's an Aston, yes. There's Ralphie Branscombe. A sigh of relief there. And, in the words of Hannibal of A-Team, I love it when a plan comes together.
And it was key that he made those moves, because it changed things in the final intermediate classification. Should stress, this is provisional. Ivanov P1, perfect 0 score through the 3 races so far this weekend for Honda Cadet. Kvekis alongside on the front row with 13. Spain and White on row 2 with 15 and 16 points respectively. McGaul and Branscombe both on 25, both on the 3rd row of the grid. It's Cian Sullivan who loses out in that regard, drops from that 3rd row to the 4th row on 29 points, and will be joined as well by Elliot Bourke. Should stress that is a provisional result, of course. More racing to come up here at Whilton Mill. You're watching live coverage of the 2024 British O-Plate, the British Open Championship for Honda and Rotax, the first meeting of the year for the 2024 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Henry Beaudette on commentary duties for you here this weekend. And as I say, more racing to come up. That is the end for Honda Cadet in their superheats, because we'll just keep you informed of this. They will be next out at 3:30, 3:30, for the final, the O-Plate
race for Honda Cadet is then. 2 more heats, to super heats as well before we go to the lunch break. They'll both be in senior Rotax. Senior Rotax have been very patient across the course of the morning. They've had a little bit of warm-up, a little bit of practice, Henry. Now, or shortly, they will go into their 2 super heats.
Marty Higgins' sister and mum there on the camera. Sister's wearing the black coat, mum's wearing the orange coat, just in case anyone was... there's the rest of the Dan Holland crew. There's waiting for Matty to go out on a munch there. There's Mr. Malozzi there in the glasses, and there's a couple of other collectors there. But Nicole Sutherland is down in the pits with a squadron of 4-stroke drivers. Well, one of them at least.
We're over with Kevin Ivanov. Kevin, second race win of this weekend. So this is your first O-Plate event, so you're doing pretty well. You happy so far?
Yeah, really happy. Heat 2, it was good, but we wanted better, so we did a few setup changes to the car, and I managed to pull a gap.
And you're running with the Zipkart factory team. Are they happy with how you're getting on as well?
Very.
We'll catch up with you in a little bit, Kevin. Thank you and best of luck. We'll go straight back up to Henry in the comms box for our senior Rotax Superheat A.
Thank you very much, Nicole. There's a poll on the way already in the Alpha Live chat. Keep your comments and your interactions coming in. The latest question, what is your favourite English circuit on the Rotax calendar for 2024? Is it Whilton Mill? Is it PFI? Is it Kimbolton? Or is it Warden Law? At the moment, PFI is the early leader, but make your choice. Oh, and I've just heard in my ear, if your favourite is Lark Hall as well, do put that in the chat. I know Joe Bradley up on the balcony will be cheering for Warden Law all the way. So at the moment, Joe, Warden Law is third. So behind Whilton Mill and behind PFI, but I'm sure everyone from Karting North East watching will give that a vote as well. We're going to get ready for the next race, though. Super Heat A for Senior Rotax is next. Two more races to go then before the break. They are both super heats in senior Rotax. Let's have a look at the grid for the first of them. Lewis Gilbert, winner of the O-Plate in 2021, starts this one from pole position and is alongside Matthew Higgins. Cian Gerrit and Tyler Harris on row 2. Teddy Pritchard-Williams and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort start on the third row of the grid.
On row number 4, we've got Macaulay Bishop and Tristan Rennie, Jamie Perilli and Lorenzo Cordal round out your top 10 with Angus Scrivener and Jack Collins. His dad's Welsh, you know.
William Pemble and Christoph Saller on row 7, Ewan Charman and Luke Bates on row 8, Stefan Kaczmarczyk and Morgan Porter start on row 9.
Liam Hartley and Ramirion Ubi are next, then Matthew Lambert for the Nib Sports team, Nibbers, and Max Taylor, Jack Gillingham and Ralph Youngling, whose brother Timo is here watching.
Benjamin Southgate in his first O-Plate starts the super heat on the row 13. Yannick Jacobs alongside. Rhys Bailey, Willoughby Steele on row 14. George Hunter and Gemma Hyans on row 15. 30 karts in the field. Remember, it's the top 34 across these two super heats who race through to the final. That means we are going to lose around a third of the field. We started with just over 60 drivers at the start of the weekend. 59 of them remain.
Yes, because we've had a couple of
dropouts.
Yes, here we go. Well, Lewis, no, that's
again.
I was going to say, if in the Hall of Fame of false starts, Lewis Gilbert has just, he went and if that wasn't a false start, then Lewis Gilbert would be home and try. Oh no, that is the number 66 kart of Jack Gillingham. It's only his first year in seniors and he's not going to make the final of the O-Plate, I should surmise. He is out of the race. We'll wait for the gloves. Are the gloves going to be thrown down? No, he's a privateer, he can't afford new ones, so he's going to put them in his pocket instead. But that's such a shame for Jack Gillingham, who has done so well.
Yeah, that will be Gillingham gone, because effectively anyone from the 10th row downwards is what I like to say on the outside looking in at the moment. They're the ones needing big results to move themselves up from 35th and lower in the intermediate classification from last night. So
why
the
is there
driver
a-
on the bubble at the moment is Morgan Porter.
Why is there a driver? It's a Craft Motorsport driver wearing one of Lewis Gilbert's old race suits. I thought, why is Lewis Gilbert out of position? But it's not. It's just one of his old race suits.
Take two then. 10 minutes plus 1 lap, and we're going to go round again. Yeah, there was another gap. What was happening there on the pole side of the grid? I think
Well, something that shouldn't have been happening, obviously. But you know, there we go. And we'll have a little look there. Henry Ops on the new chicane. What was that? Oh, Jay Larkin. Thank you very much. Henry, what's your opinions on the curb at the last corner of Wilkin? It's a high curb. I understand why the curbs are, why the corner is there. I think if you put flat curbs, the drivers would just drive over them, and then you have a track limits issue, and you wouldn't slow the speeds down as much. I don't like the flip-flops. Don't like them. Think that they, I think they could cause more of a problem than they cause a solution. There we go. There's my opinion.
That's the thing.
But that's my opinion, and it's not an opinion necessarily shared by Whilton Mill Kart Club, British Kart Championship, Motorsport UK, Vera Tools, or Alpha Live. Thank you very much. I think I got away with that one.
I think the thing as well is that a couple of people were asking me, are the lap times much slower with the new chicane? Actually not. They're not as far off. You think that it just means the acceleration out of the boot is happening a little bit later. So for seniors, I think we're only about a second, maybe 1.2 seconds off the pace that we were seeing at the height of the summer last year. Never mind that right now. We've got a race about to begin. 10 minutes on the clock. Lights out. Away we go. Good start from Lewis Gilbert. Through into the lead. Good start as well for Matthew Higgins. Immediately takes P2. Better start this time for Kean Geraghty. That is not a good start for the 74.
Max Taylor.
And that's another one of the drivers on the outside looking in regards to top 34, who will go no further in this year's Senior Rotax O-Plate. Teddy Pritchard-Williams on the attack as well, early stages here in the number 5. First O-Plate weekend racing for Strawberry Racing. Very pleased to be there. Took a race win on the road, came first across the road yesterday, of course, in one of the races. 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, coming around to complete lap number 1. It's a good start for Lewis Gilbert. Remember the story from yesterday, had that race with Kai Hunter, took the lead, took the win away from Kai Hunter. If he wins this race, he gets pole position for the final.
And we're talking, about Teddy Pritchard-Williams and his move from over to Strawberry. He has to sort of change his mindset from being, he's always, when he's he's always been like, okay, I've got to go and beat the big boys. I've got to try and beat the big boys. Well, now he's got to change. They've got to beat you, Teddy, because you are the big boy. Karting in terms of with his Strawberry. Oh, and there's the 18, and Ewan Charman coming together. Now, the Diamond of Dalry into the chicane, being chased by Matthew Higgins, Kean Geraghty, Teddy Pritchard-Williams, then Macaulay Bishop in the number 68 kart, running in 5th. And as we look down at there, now let's have a little look as we look up there. Lewis Gilbert looks over his shoulder, and that clear plastic breather pipe is flapping away.
Ooh.
Now that's not a technical DQ, it's a distraction, and it's not ideal. And he's moving. He's not trying to fix it. He's adjusting the radiator flap. You'll see some of the karts have got the radiator flaps down, others have got them up. That helps the temperature of the water. So the temperature of the radiators. You don't want to leave the radiator down all race because the engine gets very, very warm, and if it gets too warm, it then gets expensive.
Yeah. Oh, it's off there. That's the number 44. Is that Kaczmarczyk? Yeah, that is Kaczmarczyk off the road.
It's Josh Gollin, sort of coached driver.
And that's the driver who was just on the inside. Started this race from 17th. As here goes on the attack, Matthew Higgins takes the lead of the superheat. And that's a good move from Matthew Higgins early on, though. Still 7 1/4 minutes to go.
Yes, indeed. Trafeglois's Matthew Higgins, the Dalry's Lewis Gilbert. Leads Teddy Pritchard-Williams and another Craft Motorsport car on the grass. That was the 72 of Tristan Rennie. Now Richard Harris, or Tyler Harris as he is originally known. He's there in the number 84. He's got the pretty in pink flex on his rear bumper. He is racing well in 6th position. Here is the move for the race lead up at Christmas corner. Pritchard Williams getting sideways. Super Ted trying to pass Higgins. Now to the inside, he's going to defend against Bishop. And we are getting reports. Well, we don't need reports because the visual is on the commentary box window. It's spitting.
It is spitting indeed. The pace isn't too bad at the moment. They're about 0.6 of a second off the pace they had yesterday, plus 5-second penalty for Luke Bate. Now it's starting to have an effect, and off is Keane Garrity. Through the grass, keeps it going again, but it's always, we say it every time here at Whilton Mill, when the rain starts to fall, beware the entry to the boot. It gets very slippery very quickly. It's the unchanged bit of the boot for 2024, and it's struck again. There is the slippery surface flag out there. Bishop down the inside of Pritchard Williams. The flag saying there's stuff on the track that shouldn't be for the drivers, and the race is going to continue. This is all about, this is classic British karting now as Tyler Harris falls down the order. Who's got the skill to keep it on the island as the rain starts to fall?
Brandon Klein Nagelvoort set the fastest lap of the race, and they've dropped over a second already off their dry weather pace. Now, Gilbert, you've got a Scotsman and a Welshman leading. If anybody knows how to drive in the rain, it's the Scots and the Welsh. There we are. As here comes Higgins. There they are together, side by side. And back at the kart control is phenomenal from these drivers, because yes, they don't know how much less grip the corner they're coming up to is going to have compared to the previous time, and yet they still charge in like a bull in a china shop.
Well, we were talking yesterday about how much Mojo tyre rubber has been put down on the circuit right now. There's two things in my mind right now, Henry, that are key. One, you've got to keep tyre temperature in these conditions. But right now, off is Benjamin Southgate. The 73's gone as well as that. Keane Garrity again.
Yes.
And that's just who I was going to talk about. Keane Garrity, who's already been off once, will have lost some tyre temperature. He's going to be really struggling, and he's definitely struggling now as they're squirming through the crook, up through Fine Lady. Here down the inside is Bishop on Pritchard Williams, and now on Gilbert. Gilbert's lost tyre temperature. And
they're off.
Off goes Gilbert. Off goes Pritchard Williams. There was, I think, another one of the DHRs involved there as well. Another plus 5-second penalties come in. This time it's Tyler Harris, and now it's really getting tricky for them. There wide is Harris again. This is all front end grip. They've got to keep the tyre temperature up. Change for the lead. Macaulay Bishop, the junior champion from 12 months ago, is a wizard round here at Whilton Mill and has overtaken his senior teammates.
Somebody needs to remind Macaulay Bishop that it's raining, because he hasn't got the memo. He is now clearing off. There's Harris getting sideways behind the number 49 of Angus Scrivener. Lorenzo Cordal in that number 20 kart, the zip entry. And that again, that's Harris understeering through the corner, Scrivener on the outside. Here comes Ewan Charman on the Birrell for the Racing Perfection team. Now that kart should be good in the wet. Gilbert giving him the hurry up. Bishop leads by over a second. There's that famous quote from John Wyer at the Boat 1000, the sports car race at Brands Hatch, where Pedro Rodriguez was driving one of the Gulf Porsche 917s, and he was lapping quicker on slick tyres than some of the drivers are driving on wet. Someone put there, he goes, does somebody want to remind Pedro that it's raining? It's the same for Bishop now, because he's the second at the road. Morgan Porter from 18th on the grid, he's up into third. Tristan Rennie is there in fourth place. Cordal is fifth. Then it's Nagelvoort sixth. Pritchard Williams, Harris, Charman and Gilbert, your top 10. Now, lap times. They were doing 46s, they're now doing 50s.
Yeah, they were doing 52, so I think if the rain has started to reduce, the tyres are coming back to the drivers. What a drive from Morgan Porter, was just outside the top 34 in the intermediate classification at the end of the races yesterday. Is one of the DHRs is having a moment there, running deep. Was it Brandon Klein Nagelvoort? Once again, the entry to the boot, so tricky It's a mystery. We don't know what it is. It's always that corner. If you've driven, oh, it's off! Off, there's Rennie. Tristan Rennie off through oblivion, and he's going to lose all positions now. Goes back behind his Craft Motorsport teammate, Lewis Gilbert. It is proper survival mode out there.
Yeah, there's Pritchard Williams now up into 5th position, back into 5th position. Gilbert was 10th, and now he, there's 2 more off. And that is, I couldn't quite see the numbers. I think one of them was Luke Bates, and the other one, it was a strawberry, it was Ramarian Ubi. Yeah, Ramarian Ubi.
Under investigation as well, the number 71 of Christoph Sala. 60 seconds to go on the clock. Still Macaulay Bishop leading this one, but Matthew Higgins is fighting back. 0.6 of a second is now the gap. It's a DHR 1-2 at the moment, followed in by Morgan Porter. 15 places gained for Morgan Porter right now, showing that CS55 chassis, the new one as part of the OTK family. My goodness me, Lewis Gilbert pushing the track limits and to the max there, squirreling around, coming down the hill towards Ashby Corner. He's quite clearly got the performance back. He's going to try and find a way past Lorenzo Cordal now for 5th place. Teddy Pritchard Williams, who we saw off earlier in this race, has found his way back up to 4th. There's going to be 2 more laps here at a damp, slippery Whilton Mill in the first superheat of the afternoon for senior Rotax. What is the goal? Wide is Pritchard Williams. Can he keep it out the wall? Can he keep it pointed forward? He can. Well, that is at least something, but he's going to lose around 10-15 positions. That's a close moment between Harris and Gilbert through Christmas Corner. Another one of the Tony Karts is coming in now as well down the hill. This is chaos here at Whilton Mill. Off goes the number 42 of Charman in the Birrell Art, gets it back on circuit. Ewan Charman continues to have no look at all, it would seem, in 2024. And still we've got another lap of this to go. Time is now up. The leader is coming round, I think, to the final corner in a few moments' time. In fact, it's gone over the line. And Morgan Porter is now 1.4 seconds off. Something has happened to Higgins. He's still there in 3rd, but he's dropped 2.5 seconds off the back of his teammates.
Yes, and again, Bishop running wide of a Christmas Corner. Is that going to give Porter a chance? Now they got a tiptoe. Rain is increasing this morning. Harris is off. The number 93
Klein
Nagelbort is off. And this is going to be the real danger zone. Coming down the hill off Camber into Ashby's. There goes Rennie running wide. Perilli in the number 40 kart. He's up in the top 10. But of course the second bunch of drivers are already on the grid. Have they had time? Have they been given time? There's Lorenzo Cordal struggling and making a move. That looked like Jack Collins picking up a whole heap of places. This could really shuffle the order and who makes it and who doesn't make it, because you've got a bunch of drivers crossing the line now. Let's look at this. You've got Porter, Higgins, Cordal. Great day for recovery for Cordal. That could get him into the top 34. Gilbert, Jack Collins in 6th. Jamie Perilli in 8th. William Pemble in 10th. They could have just raced their way in.
They will have raced their way in with those results. What a frankly bonkers superheat A, and Macaulay Bishop is the winner of it. By 1 second, he kept his head, he kept it on the road and takes race victory. The junior O-Plate winner from last year marches into the senior final. Morgan Porter needed a result in that one and got one, up from 18th on the grid, takes P2. Matthew Higgins squirrels home to 3rd place. Good points for last year's runner-up in Senior Rotax in the British Kart Championships. Cordal and Gilbert complete the top 5. Collins, Rennie, Pirelli, Scrivener and Pemble all in the top 10. Liam Hartley, great drive as well, up to 11th. Teddy Pritchard Williams was up, was down, was up, was down again, and finishes P12. Will Seedo through into the final. And Ewan Charman, Kaczmarczyk and Steele. What a drive as well for Willoughby Steele, up 13 places to the top 15.
Willoughby Steele, a former O-Plate champion himself in junior TKM last year. And looking at, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, 23rd. Tyler Harris, 24th. Both running in the top 5, both falling foul of the conditions. And yeah, there's one of those races where it was a dramatic race from start to finish. Now, the rules are the rules are, you know, obviously the grid gate closes at a specific time. Once you're on the grid, you cannot change tyres. Of course, if you miss the grid gate, then you cannot race. And we had a couple of drivers earlier on who missed the grid gates. And there are officials. There's a digital clock. So the clock, when the clock strikes 0, if it's 1 second to go, you're in. If it strikes 0, you are out. Oh, there's Teddy Pritchard-Williams, and there's the number 44 Kart going through. And there's the Precision Racing, and of course, Precision Racing coming back over to the Rotax classes. They're also a TKM team, but we have got drama aplenty. One race to go before the lunch break, Andrew, and I'm going to duck outside very quickly to see who is on slicks or wets.
Indeed. So Andrew's going to go out and do that very inquisitive piece of karting journalism and of fact-finding that he is a world leader at. And as he says, one more race to go this afternoon. And, well, if you thought that was exciting from Superheat A, this could be even better in Superheat B. We'll have that in a few moments, though. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and Nicole Sutherland.
Over here with Macaulay Bishop, race winner. Macaulay, you started 7th, race winner. How was it for you?
Quite a tricky race, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, the rain come halfway through the race, and I was just leading when it was wet. Obviously, first one going around the track, so I don't know how fast going to the corners. Nearly went off on the last going up to Christmas, but I'm lucky to keep the track.
We also saw you quite quickly on one of the go from 3rd straight. How was that?
Well, the first one, I sort of got forced into it. I got a little push from behind, and yeah, just sort of sent it for the move. And then the next one just went on the inside, tried a different line to the guy on first, and just made it stick.
That's great. Looking forward to seeing what you'll do in the final, Macaulay. And we'll throw back up to Andrew in the comms box.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can confirm that they're all on slicks.
Excellent.
Apart from the ones that are on wets. No, they're all on slick tyres. That's probably a grid gate closing issue. And again, outside, it is spitting. It's spitting, but you know, it's not full wet. It's that horrible greasy situation. What you're going to see now is that, I mean, let's look back at the grid. We're going to see the grid, you know, very shortly. But this is the last of the superheats.
Superheat B for Senior Rotax, a race that will decide the grid order for the final later on today. Kai Hunter starts on pole position, Caden McQueen alongside on the front row, Jack Lilly and Joshua Graham row 2, Guy Cunnington and Ben Folland on row number 3.
Row 4, Spencer Braum and Neo Clark, Reg Hayward and Lucas Ellingham round out your top 10 with Alex Moody and Alexander Cull on the 6th row.
Row 7, Gustav Uzakovs and Archie Buttle, Deacon Russell and Ethan Lingo from row 8. Alex Duncan and Ethan Martin start on row number 9.
Lucas Schlegel from Austria and Sam Baker round out your top 20. Gabe Fairbrother back for the mini challenge and Sam Longley on row 11. Dukas Premilonis and Ollie Goodyear on the 12th row.
Row 13, John Brown and Caitlin Seabrook, Arthur Thacker and Les Taylor on row 14. Joshua Rudd completes the 29 runners in this one, all on slick tyres. They've had one short formation lap to get some level of temperature, and they're going to get another one. That's a sensible call.
So, gives me a chance. Think back. What's the most viewed video in Alpha Live history? It's the video of Whilton Mill with Catherine White winning. She was the only driver on wet tyres and everyone else on slicks. Do you know who was second in that race? 10 seconds in front of everybody else on slick tyres. Voice in my head is going to have a guess.
I was going to say,
and the voice in my head is correct. It was Caden McQueen, who knows this circuit very, very well indeed. Now, the other thing that I would surmise is that the CRGs in this race, the CRG is also very good in the wet. Spencer Braun knows his place very well. There he is. Ethan Ling, who one of the privateers in the number 76 kart. He's on the cusp. There is Ethan. He'll be quite good there. And Ollie Goodyear, who needs a Goodyear. I mean, well, when you're named after a tyre manufacturer, you better be good in the wet.
Indeed.
So, yeah, there we go. And, of course, Kai Hunter on pole position. You know, he's good in every condition.
And he's from a part of the world where it rains a lot.
Don't be talking about the People's Republic of Thailand Weir like that. My words,
10 minutes plus. I'll never be allowed back to Warden Law again.
Oh, dearie me. I apologise to everybody watching for the People's Republic of Thailand Weir.
10 minutes. Away we go. Last super heat of the afternoon. Good start for Kai Hunter. This is going to be interesting through the first couple of corners because there's going to be zero grip at all.
Tippy toe,
Are they all going to
tippy
make
toe.
it through? Yes, they are. Kai Hunter has got a good lead early on. Straight into second place. There is Caden McQueen. Everybody now has a second scrabble for grip through Christmas Corner.
Oh.
Very good driving from all the seniors. Remember, they've not had the opportunity the previous heat had of getting that temperature into the Mojo rubber for the first few laps before the rain arrived. They've just got to do it from stone cold used tyres as well. There's a good move from the 37 of Reg Hayward. Classic Reg Hayward, already up to third place, now having a fight there with Jensen Graham. Is that not yet? Oh, Graham back round the outside on the exit
Joshua
of
Graham.
Osiers.
I get that wrong
Graham
all the time. I get it wrong all the time. And one thing, so unfortunately, we haven't got Les Taylor out there, the craft motorsport. We haven't got Caitlin Seabrook out there. John Brown is also not out there. John Brown had a flip in warm-up this morning, and obviously hasn't been cleared. He was okay, he walked into the ambulance, but he hasn't been cleared to race. Caden McQueen leading by 0.3 of a second. Joshua Graham in third. Then it's Reg Hayward. Guy Cunnington in fifth. Then Jack Lilly. Gustav Usakov's Lucas Ellingham. He knows his place very well. Does Lucas Ellingham and the whole Jack Dex racing team. Looking back there, where are... okay, so Ethan Ling and Spencer Braum on two of the three CRGs. They're up to 12th and 13th. Luca Schlegel, welcome to the UK, Luca. They're in 19th position, just behind the third of the CRGs, Ollie Goodyear. And Kai Hunter has just taken the race lead. So this is the way, you besmirch the People's Republic of Thailand Weir, and there, one of their finest goes and takes the lead.
I'm going to say I'm from Sheffield, so it rains even more.
There we go.
Well, that not only does give Hunter back the lead in this race, it also gives him the lead in the intermediate classification, the final intermediate classification. So if the result was to stand as thus, Hunter would have pole position for the final later today. McQueen alongside on the front row. Gilbert and Higgins would be row 2. Bishop, Graham, Lilly, Cunnington, the rest of the top 8. Change for the lead again. Caden McQueen getting the inside line to work there. Going through, and it's a KR Sport 1-2, but not anymore because through comes Kai Hunter. Both of the KR Sports just went a little bit too deep into Wilkins, opened the door for the 3-time senior O-Plate winner, and he retakes the lead of this superheat.
And Caden McQueen leading, but look at the coming through the pack now. They're side by side. Number 76, Ethan Ling. That go-kart is 4 years old. That go-kart is older than COVID. That's how old it is. Ethan is driving a Stormer. Him and his dad, Steve, they were part of the paddock show last night. They're one of the true privateers. And, this is one of their chances. They said look, we know we're not going to compete against the big guys, race after race. But this is the type of race, it's rain, the great leveler in racing. And this is the chance to shine. Cunnington has the lead. McQueen getting edged wide. Lap times, we're 54, 55 seconds. That's what?
2-3 seconds slower than the worst pace we had in the previous race, just showing how tricky these conditions are. Ooh, there's a bit of a wide moment there for Lucas Ellingham. He's won many a club championship around this place. We'll have had plenty of experience of these conditions.
Top 5 in the O-Plate last year?
Yeah, it was second last year.
That's the one, yes.
and into the second half of this one. But the trouble is, he's right in the middle of a battle pack at the moment with Hayward and Butler ahead. There's Ethan Ling trying a bit of a different line. Can that one work? I think he needs a bit more moisture on the track for that wide line to then get the straight run up the hill to work. Oh, as Buttle and Ellingham have a bit of an excursion there through Christmas Corner, managed to get it back on circuit. This is all around 5th place. Down the inside, Reg Hayward goes now. In fact, I think it's for 4th place, is it not? Deacon Russell. Hello, Deacon Russell. Up 6 places so far in this one for MLC, and is properly on the move out there.
And I was going to... well, we're looking at this middle pack. Look how close everyone is. Last time round, we had 7 seconds covering the top 22. Fantastic. Now, Ethan's mum, Trisha, she's not here watching because she's looking after the cat. Trish, just kick a hole in the back door, tell Kitty it's a cat flap, and get up to Whilton Mill, because your boy's doing a fantastic job.
Into the top 10 now is the Welsh privateer. Warning flag for the number 99 of Lucas Ellingham. Back at the front of the order, Cunnington. And, Hunter down the inside of that shocked me, that one. You don't often see a move on the kink before Inkermans. He nearly made it work. McQueen's all over the back of both of them once again. Here comes Lucas Ellingham. Here comes the expert round this place. Cunnington back to the front of the order ahead of Hunter. Still over 4 minutes of this one to go. Jack Lilly's going to get involved as well there in the number 33.
Can anyone just is there any popcorn here? I just want to sit down. It's like watching this is absolutely excellent racing. The skill level is superb. Look how close they are. They're driving to the conditions. They are driving to the conditions. This is why British karters succeed on a global level so often. You've got Cunnington, Hunter, Ellingham, and there's Ethan Ling now into 8th place, and he's got his fellow CRG driver Spencer Braum behind him and alongside him, and there's Deacon Russell passing Archie Buttle. This could be, well, the dragon from Cardiff in Wales, Ethan Ling, could be on, this is... and Ellingham's off, the local expert's off. That's how treacherous it is. There are very few drivers, apart from McQueen and Ellingham, that have done more laps round here in these type of conditions, and it's catching even the very best out.
3.25 minutes to go. Guy Cunnington still leads this race. Kai Hunter there in 2nd place. McQueen, Lilly, Russell, Ling. Ethan Ling's up to 6th place now. What a drive from the Welshman. You can see him just in the middle of shot there, approaching Deacon Russell. How do they tackle this? He's squirreling around once again, but he's getting that tyre temperature in. He's attacking these corners. Ethan Ling is on a charge.
That go-kart is the oldest kart here. What does that mean? That means the chassis is softer, which means he's got a little bit more flex, he's got a little bit of give, And he's now coming up to challenge Deacon Russell, the MLC motorsport driver. And let's see, 2.5 minutes to go. Now, in the intermediate classification coming in today, where was Ethan Ling? Do we know? He was, but he was certainly on the cusp, if not outside, looking in. I don't want to curse. So many curse the commentators. I almost don't want to talk about it. But they've got the top 4 coming in too. So, Guy Cunnington Racing, Kai Hunter, Caden McQueen, and Jack Lilly in 4th place. Guy Cunnington Racing, Hunter Motorsport, KR Sport, then Sam Pollitt Racing, then MLC Motorsport, then Steve Ling's camper van. That's your top 6.
Ethan Ling was P32 at the end of things yesterday. He's going to go up with this kind of result. Jack Lilly round the outside of Caden McQueen takes 3rd place. He's the fastest driver out there at the moment. The times are coming back to the drivers. Kai Hunter all over the second curb there. The curb on the inside left is hassling the back of Guy Cunnington, now winner of the Kart Club meeting in Senior Rotax last week. An adjustment from Hunter. Is he going to go down the inside? It's very close between the two of them. Cunnington holds it round the outside, puts Hunter into the path of Jack Lilly now. Jack Lilly's going to have a go. No, he's going to hold there in 2nd place. McQueen still there in 4th. What's the pace like for
it's getting quicker.
Russell and Ling? They're still charging along in 5th and 6th.
But the track is drying out. That's not necessarily good news for Ethan Ling, because there he's now going backwards, that older kart, and this is where Ethan's got to be careful. The track's drying out, all the newer machinery is now getting quicker. So Ethan Ling has got to try and now use his head, because he's down to 10th, and a 10th place should get him, will get him into the final. 45 seconds to go. This is now the faster drivers, Ethan. They're going to be coming back at you. There he is, second in this group now. He's just can't lose his cool. Okay, you know that car is half the age of some of our
cadets.
micro drivers. Yes, but you know there's the Thule Motorsport car of number 22, Neil Clark, top 5 of the British Championship, 4-member member of Team UK. You know, is now there. So Gabe Fairbrother, great driver, Gabe Fairbrother in 8th, but we're looking back now. I think Guy Cunnington's going to cross the line before, no, the clock strikes 0.
2, 1. No, he's going to get across.
No. So,
1.5 seconds.
So 2 more laps now for Ethan Ling to hold on to a place in the top 10 and then a place on the grid for the final. We talk about the privateers, they're the backbone of our sport. You're going to see Ethan and his dad in the paddock show, and you know, but there's the difference between, you know, the Thule guys Neil Clark can just go round the outside. That chassis, that with a lot of these karts there, they're 2-3 races old. Some of the karts, they're changing frames every 5 or 6 races. Ethan Ling has probably done 50, 60 races on that number 76 kart.
It's the worst place to be right now if you're Ethan Ling, because you've got everybody around you battling for position, battling for their spots through in the final. He just wants to make it into that final. He's doing so right now. He just needs to keep it calm. We're on to the final lap then. Cunnington leads by 0.3 of a second from Hunter. Lilly there in 3rd, McQueen 4th, Russell in 5th. That's looking fairly steady right now. Down the hill once again. The grip coming to the drivers. That's the number 28 of Neil Clark trying to go around the outside. Oh, Ethan Ling's off and onto the dirt there. Can he get it back on circuit? He can, but he's lost a number of positions there. That was the risk. That was the worry, that other drivers fighting around the Welshman would cause something to cause him to fall down the order.
Has it started raining again in the final corner?
The final corner here for Guy Cunnington. Is he going to hold on to victory? Yes, he is. Kai Hunter P2. That is enough to be on pole position for the final later on this afternoon. Jack Lilly P3. Caden McQueen P4, Deacon Russell completes the top 5, Fulham, Fairbrother, Buttle, Baker and Uzakovs all inside the top 10. Where did Ethan Ling fall to?
23rd. I think that he came within half a lap. He came within half a lap. I tell you what, and I don't do this very often, and I you know, there are 220 drivers here, all of whom spend a lot, you know, they spend what they can. You know, some sacrifice an awful lot to go racing. If anyone wants to think, oh, do you know what, as a club level racer, there's a driver that could use a bit of sponsorship, there's your boy. That shows what he can do when the playing field is even. Unfortunately, his mum's just kicked open the back door, probably for no reason, because I don't think he's made the final. We'll have to see. Well, I'm glad we had a nice calm morning, Andrew.
Oh, very calm.
Now,
very calm indeed.
Yes.
Drivers coming into Parc Fermé then, all looking good on front fairing check at the moment. Cunnington, 0.36. Where does that put Guy on the FIC? Puts him to 4th. So moves him ahead of Macaulay Bishop. So as it stands, should stress again, provisional result. Kai Hunter would have pole position for the final, virtue of having scored 6 points. Lewis Gilbert alongside on the front row, so a repeat of what we saw in the final heats yesterday. Gilbert on 10. Matthew Higgins 3rd on the grid with 10. Guy Cunnington, as we say, up to 4th place on 11. Macaulay Bishop and Caden McQueen will go at it from row 3, both on 13. Jack Lilly and Ben Folland on row 4. Of course, pending confirmation of the results from those superheats. I think if you're going to, Lucas Elling, we're going to be quite disappointed with that result. That was a great opportunity for him, knows this circuit so well. But that's racing sometimes. It doesn't always go your way. Reg Hayward, I think a similar story for Reg. Had a great start, was
up there to third place. Where did Reg Hayward come in the end? 19th.
Yeah, he was up. He was up there. We didn't see it in the midst all the chaos, and now there we go. There's you could see the Tom Price style crash on, but there's the and he's got a nose cone as well. That even it may not happen this year, but he certainly that they will know that Ethan Ling was here, and then we talked about it. We'll talk a little bit more about Ethan will talk a little bit more in the paddock show as well. There's that's a graphics kit. That go-kart has had a tough race. you know that that graphics that a tough race. The graphics is coming up, but Nicole Sutherland is down in the pits with Guy Cunnington.
So we're with Guy Cunnington, Senior Rotax Superheat B winner. Guy, started drizzling earlier on just before your heat, and track conditions look difficult. Can you talk us through about what it was like to lead on a track like that?
Yeah, I started 5th, so I was behind on the first few laps. So it's a lot easier when you're behind because you can see the kart in front and see where they're sliding. But as soon as you hit the lead, it starts drying up. You don't know if you need to start going back onto the dry line where the grip is. When you're the first kart that comes to the wet, it's really sketchy. But I think we've done a really good job. It was really good to race like Kai because he was really respectful with the conditions. Really, he could have stuck his nose in and pushed me wide very, very easily. But he was really respectful. So it was a really good race.
This weekend also you're competing for your own team, Guy Cunnington Racing. How do you find juggling being in the car as well as looking after your drivers?
It's definitely a challenge. It definitely takes a little bit away from my racing, just trying to sort of put the effort into everyone, which is obviously what I'm here to do as well as compete myself. But I'm still somewhat competitive, so I'll keep going for the meantime.
Great to hear from you, Guy. Good luck for the final. Just going to go and try and catch up with Jack Lilly. Jack, Mr. Consistency this weekend, you've not dropped out of the top 5. Can you tell us a little bit about how you found the racing, how you're getting on?
Yeah, we're doing good. We've had consistent heat all over, so it's just all about staying up there for the final, and then it's all to play for the O plate. And that race, it was just it was really weird. It dried up halfway through the race, and then it started raining again. So it was hard to adjust to the conditions, but it was just keeping it on the island and trying to get the track position for the final. So yeah.
And your mindset going into the final, what are you thinking? Got any game plan, or are you just gonna open mind?
I'm just gonna do what I've just been doing for the whole weekend. Just keep my mind set on the win and just see how it plays out.
Well, best of luck to you, Jack. We'll catch up with you later. So we are breaking up now for a short break for the racing. We'll head up to the comms box, who will introduce you into the rest of the commentary live.
Thank you very much, Nicole.
Yes, thank you, Nicole.
Getting ready for the lunch break, but don't go anywhere.
No.
We've got plenty to come up, haven't we, Henry?
Absolutely not. Yes, we have got lots coming up. Firstly, we're going to hear from some of our very loyal sponsorship partners. Then, we're going to see a feature on the new corner at Whilton Mill. And then, ladies and gentlemen, drum roll, please. We are going to have the premiere of last night's paddock show. We'll get the red carpet out. I'll get me dressed. Enjoy that. See you for the finals later on. Don't go away.
Whilton Mill Kart circuit just outside Daventry in Northamptonshire. It's been a great servant to British karting over the years. Voted for the 2023 Event of the Year as part of the British Kart Championships, you can do all parts of the outdoor karting pathway at this circuit. It's a circuit that's had improvements over the years, including the still relatively new clubhouse, which gives drivers and teams and mechanics the best opportunity to view the racing in comfort. But the changes in 2024 have been focusing on safety. The old pit bend, that long, fast right-hander, has been replaced by a brand new chicane with the aid of making the drivers be safer through the final corner while still producing the opportunity to race hard against one another. We're here this weekend at the British Karting Championships for the O-Plate. It's the second weekend we've seen this new chicane in action after last weekend's Whilton Mill Kart Club. Let's catch up with some of the drivers, parents and officials around the paddock to see what they think of this new corner. Here with Nigel Edwards, race director for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Nigel, great to see you again here at Whilton Mill. New last corner, what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, at the end of the day, we all know that something had to be done. You know, it wasn't the greatest corner in the world. So I think from a safety aspect, it had to be done. That's the first thing. I think what's been done, I'm quite cool with it. I think it's a good effort. It's always easy for people to criticise afterwards, should have done this, should have done that, but I'm sure there was quite a bit of work went into it beforehand. It's created a totally different last section of corners. Obviously, in the last corner itself, you've still got the boot to overtake in, you've still got the inside. Yes, you've got to be a little bit careful with those curbs because, you know, they are, you know, what they are. But then again, you should use track limits, so you shouldn't be going off the track. So, yeah, I think overall a pretty good answer.
Here in the Zip Factory team tent with Simon, Zach Starbuck's dad. Simon, from your perspective, new final corner, as a parent, safety improved, what do you think of it?
I personally think it's real good. I think it's it's so much better from a parent's point of view. I've seen so many karts come around there two abreast and accidents and now that's gone, you know, and knowing that Zach's only going to come around there potentially on his own. He can only take himself out rather than other people, you know what I mean, and it does seem a lot safer.
The last corner put in as a big safety feature. What do you think it's like to race on? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it honestly depends of what ratio gearing you have, because if you obviously have big sprocket on, then you're amazing down there, but not great down the straight. So I think it makes you think about it in a bit more strategic way, so putting a different cog on the back. But I think for a corner to drive, it's not too bad. I think it does a job. It's just another challenge. I think Whilton needed to do it because of safety, so I have nothing against it.
Changes of the last corner here at Whilton Mill. The tarmac still remains from the old circuit, which used to be the fast right-hander, but this chicane is now in place where the drivers come out of the toe of the boot and then hang right heading into this new chicane. A tight corner, a difficult corner for the drivers to master. They've not got just this corner to think about, but the next one, the new pit bend. Still a right-hander, but tighter than it was before. The curb that used to be there has been lowered, so it does allow the drivers to run upon it. But they've got to get their exit right so they get a lot of speed down the pit straight towards Oblivion now to get a good lap time here at Whilton Mill.
It's 2024, we're at Whilton Mill, it's the Rotax and Honda O-Plate, we're back. It's the Paddock Show with me and Andrew Mather. Andrew, 220 drivers, bit of mud, but the weather's been great and the racing has been even better.
What more could you want from an Easter weekend?
An Easter egg.
An Easter egg, I've got the big ones at home. But yes, no, Paddock Show, Saturday night, it's a bit chilly, but it's been dry.
See, I was sensible. It's not often you hear me say that. I got the long sleeves, the gilet. Now, all the top drivers are here, the top drivers, the top teams, but if you look around the vista here at Whilton Mill. It's a bit muddy, but we're in with the privateers, the heart and soul of karting, the lifeblood of karting, the drivers, the families that travel up and down the country week after week after week with a van, a generator, an easy-up awning, and a really scruffy CRG cap. Let's speak to one of our privateers. Ethan Ling, come this way. Now, Ethan is obviously an excellent driver because he started his career at Landau International Raceway, global home of champions, world capital of motorsport. How are you, Ethan?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah, there we go. And moving on, no. So you got your dad, Steve, there, mechanic Steve. You're on one of 3 CRGs in the entire field. What's it? Okay, you race at PFI, you've raced at PFI club events, you've raced here. What's it like being a privateer against all the big teams down there?
I suppose it's more of the, what's the word I'm looking for?
Challenge?
Satisfaction of beating the bigger teams when you can, obviously. You know, turn up in a, like you said, in a van. My dad is my mechanic.
Sorry.
I know, yeah. And then you got all the big teams here with all their computers, you know, they've got driver coaches, nutrition coaches, you name it, they got it now. And we turn up in a van with a cart that's actually 4 years old now, and
wow.
we can still sort of keep up to them.
13th, I think, Andrew, in one of the heats, was that right? You were 13th?
It would have been 13th if I didn't get a nose cone penalty because of brake checking and defending.
Shows he's trying. Shows he's trying. And you know, there's a mechanic. That is Steve, Ethan's dad. You know, what's life like as a privateer dad and mechanic when you're putting the cart down? And obviously Ethan's got expectations, but you've learned over the time to temper those expectations, have you? You know, to be realistic. What's it like?
We've come to this time now and realised that we're never going to beat the top teams. We haven't got obviously the equipment, anything like that. But as Ethan says, it's nice just to come here, put it down, and put us in the mix. Yeah. You know, and then it's nice to have teams look at you and go, "Oh, do you know what? Well, how are they up there when we haven't got the funding, we haven't got the money to be in a big team?" But to be honest, I enjoy it as being a privateer. I think it's more fun. You get more satisfaction out of it. You know. Yes, we could spend more money if we wanted to borrow more money and things like that, but why? Why? We're doing it. The kart is supposed to be fun. You know, there's no expectation to go to Formula 1 or anything like that. The dream is just, this is fun. Ethan has Asperger's, which sort of doesn't hinder him, but this puts him in an equal opportunity with other people out there, and you can put it on the kart and he's like everyone else, and he's some better than other people at some of it, so that's why we do it.
You raise a really good point, and I know we got a lot of ground to cover, but it is very important. I've known this young man since he first ever got into a kart at Landau, and he is right. You know, you've got Asperger's. You are one of the best ambassadors for anybody on the spectrum, you know, for how to, you know, get through life, how to have a better understanding and cope with life better through karting. How has it helped you? Because 5 years ago, you would have seen the camera and gone that way. 10 years ago, you would have gone that way. But yet here you are. You know, I'm personally really proud of everything you've done and achieved, and there are a lot of other drivers out there who, you know, racing with autism. You know, it's a big thing, and I gotta say, this man here is an inspiration to a lot of people.
It's like my dad said, really. It's just like I shared the same interests as some other people out there. Obviously, we want to win. We like driving karts that are literally millimeters to the floor. We like that. We like that sort of aspect, and obviously, in that sense, I don't really feel any different.
No.
In that sense, it's pretty
happy
much,
days.
Yeah.
Right. Best of luck. We got plenty of other drivers to speak to. Ethan Ling, number 76, CRG, Senior Rotax. If you're looking for an underdog to cheer for, here's your man. Okay.
Absolutely.
Andrew, sorry, I've hijacked.
No. It's very great
we're
to hear
this
from,
way. There's more
from Ethan
privateers.
and
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Ethan.
As you say, Henry, racing for many years, a 4-year chassis as well. That just shows again, you know, money does talk in this sport of time, but it doesn't necessarily mean
cameraman
come
is
out in there and
going
compete.
to avoid the mud. Oh, well done, well done.
Professionally done.
If it was James still doing the camera, I was letting him walk through the mud.
Yeah.
Of course.
But no, it's that thing of you can come in and compete, and if you've got the talent, which Ethan quite clearly has, you know, we've both watched him race for many a year.
We'll go this way because
we'll
there's a cart this way.
There's a cart that way.
We're out in the paddock. We're out in the back end of the paddock because, yeah, this event tomorrow. The likelihood is, now you did a paddock show last night.
Yes.
The vast likelihood of the end result of this weekend is the winners are going to come from that part of the paddock.
Yeah.
However, the love for the sport, it's down there, but it's up here as well. You know, we've got, and there's people, not everyone's rushing off to the hotels. I mean, it's too cold for a barbecue. There's a driver running away there. But, you know, you've got the campers, you've got, you know, the camaraderie. Yeah, this is what the sport is all about. Now, it's getting late. Let's have a little walk down to the LM Motorsport race team. We'll have a little wander down there. But again, you know, this is, you know, this goes back to when I was racing. You know, you had a van, you had an easy up awning out the side, you know, you had a bit of equipment, you made do, we had a little kettle and microwaves, you know. There we go. We'll hijack this person here.
Is it
We'll
Jensen
get him
Walker?
off his phone. Get him off his phone. Right, with Jensen Walker, with the cutting edge racing team. It's good to see that name back.
Do you like it? Do you like it?
Yeah, we were talking about the life as a privateer. I mean, this is home and the workshop.
And the workshop, yes.
Does it make karting more fun doing it like this, even though it's more of a challenge?
To be fair, I do prefer to be in an all-in and with a team, but it's just the way it's worked out this week. It just hasn't been possible. But to be fair, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's okay.
Who's doing the cooking?
Can you smell the sausages? That's
so
me.
if Jensen Walker's not out tomorrow, it's because the sausages weren't quite done. But I love this. This is what it's all about.
That's the dream.
That's the dream. And we're all living the dream. We're all living the dream.
We're all living the dream.
There we go. Thank you, sir.
That's all right. Thank you very much.
Enjoy the sausages.
I will do.
Right. Sorry, briefly got waylaid there. But again, you got a little bit of graphics on your van, you know, easy up warning, you got kettle, microwave, kitchen, you know, beds in the back, put the cart and everything. It's just fantastic. Now, all the lights are off. The lights are off, but there are people home. Right, let's go fight that driver.
Let's go find the driver. Let's introduce it here. What's your name? Which class are you racing in?
Enter Max Blair Smith.
Blair Smith. So you're our Blair Smith, the privateer. How many hours did it take you to drive here this weekend from Scotland?
I don't know.
You don't know. It's that big a number you don't even know. You race out of Larkhall, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you? How do you find Whilton Mill as a circuit? Is he first time here? You raced here before?
I done UKC last year.
And then going into the O Plate this weekend, how did your heats go today?
My heats went well, and hopefully I can make it to the final tomorrow.
And that A final, getting into that top 34, what would be a good result? What would you be happy with this weekend?
Top 20 or top 30.
What is it like racing up against these big teams as well as a privateer? You're having a great weekend. You're clearly competitive out there. Are you enjoying how the racing is going so far this weekend?
Yeah.
And this circuit as well, obviously the changes. What do you think about that last section? Is that a place where you're finding some time? Is it good for you?
It's a little tricky. If you get it wrong, it's costing you because it's flinging you out wide. But if you get it right, it's like a second. You can find a couple of tenths in it at least.
Good stuff. You hoping to do more racing the rest of the season?
Yeah.
Oh, good stuff. Hopefully we'll see you again soon, Blair. Great to hear from you there. As I say, all the way from Scotland, from Larkhall.
Yes, Larkhall. Hello, Larkhall.
From Coatbridge.
Charlie Cox.
Charlie Cox.
That's Blair Smith. That's Coatbridge Blair Smith.
Right. Blair Smith.
Okay.
Yes.
There's only one Charlie Cox from Coles Racing. Charlie, very quickly, sum up your day.
Decent overall. We've had, 10th and 5th. So, not too bad.
Not too bad. Do you know where that puts you for your superheat?
Yeah, 8th.
8th for the superheat. Very well done. For the Coles Racing, more importantly, who's that?
That's Dad.
Ah, because Dad was making fun of you, and then so don't worry. And
That's Ben the mechanic.
Oh, I know Ben the mechanic. Come in, Ben the mechanic. Right, we'll quickly talk. Hi, Ben the mechanic.
Hello.
Right, we're going to quickly talk about how you somehow managed to work miracles and get this lunatic into 8th for his superheat.
Well, honestly, I think he just woke up on the right side of bed.
Oh, there we go.
Simply put, I think he was, fast all last weekend when we were testing. Pretty fast yesterday, but a couple of setup issues, and ironed those out. Good feedback, and here we are. Bit of luck.
So all the money that's spent in karting, and all it boils down to is making sure you go to bed on time.
I'm not very good at that one.
Shocking. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Right, we'll move swiftly on because they've all got dinners to go to. A quick recap while we go down to the next awning. We'll move across. We'll hang a left and then a right. A recap of the day. Any drivers that particularly impressed you? Finley Lines. I'm going to take as number 1.
Finley Lines, 2 wins by 5 seconds over 8 minutes. Yes, there was a big fight for second, third, fourth behind, but the way that Finley was able to take charge of those races early on and go, I'm driving off the front here. Yep. You can all fight for second, third and fourth, ladies and gentlemen, behind. I'm taking my 0 points and putting myself in a very strong position before the day. I think Jacob Ashcroft as well, stepping up to juniors.
We'll have a look in zip,
with a good amount of backing, very strong pedigree from previous years as well. But we talked about it in the broadcast, didn't we? That step now with the chassis change is bigger than ever when you go from that interclass to that junior. So yeah, very impressive from Jacob.
So of course you're now, unfortunately, we're on the wrong side.
We're on the wrong side.
New face, same position. This is not being cruel. From the have-nots to the haves. That's not about the drivers, but this is the teams. These are the teams. Workbenches, a very different kettle of fish. We're in with Zip Lorenzo Cordal. You look absolutely thrilled about to be interviewed. Is that because is Lorenzo? You got to come back, Lorenzo.
We've got two.
He's not about to be interviewed. Why is Lorenzo so reluctant to be interviewed? You've got the lasers out on the cart, which normally tells a story. What's happened? Without swearing.
Just a bad day.
Just a bad day. Just a bad day. Oh, fair enough. What chassis is this, by the way?
LM.
It's a Lando Norris, so it's an OTK chassis, but obviously it's the Zip product. It has it all, but for some of the other Zip drivers, it's gone quite well, hasn't it? We'll speak to a couple down there.
Yeah, we'll speak to a couple of our. I think we've got a couple of our Micro Maxes over here.
I think we've had our first. That was our first complete refusal to be on the paddock show from Lorenzo Cordal. Yeah, there we go. Right, take it away.
We've got our Micro Maxes. Benedictus Masiokas, if I remember that correctly. Ben, how's today gone?
Terribly wrong.
Terribly wrong? What happened out there?
So the setup wasn't really good, and I got up to like 26th.
The set?
23rd.
Up to 25th. Henry, the setup apparently wasn't good enough. Who do we think? Should we ask whose fault that was?
Earl. Blame Earl.
Earl?
Blame Earl. Last weekend you were very good. No, we're not going to blame Earl. It's one of those things, isn't it? Sometimes you can come to a race and not have the setup, but then an event so competitive, if you miss the setup by a little bit, you're right at the back, aren't you? Is that something that you're learning as a driver, that you'll go to different types of meetings, and then the really big meetings, you've got to be inch perfect from the word go?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what about you?
We're going to introduce ourselves in here for the folks back home. What's your name and what's your number?
Alfie Mayer, 15 Micromax.
So Alfie, I think I'm right. So you had decent races today coming through the field, or has it been a bit of a mixed day?
It's been a real mixed day. In qualifying, I got 11th, the same as where I started on the grid. In the first two, which was I only hit today, my engine would start, so I had to. I got out on the formation lap, and then the person at the front of the grid never said to me I'm not allowed to regain my position, so I regained my positions. By the end, I got like 9th, and then I got disqualified after the race, so it wasn't very well.
That's really unfortunate. You've driven this circuit quite a lot before. You know, you've actually you raced for quite a few years, haven't you? How are you finding the Micro Max this year? Is it good fun kart to drive?
Yeah, and with the new regs and tyres, it's made the field a lot more closer than last year.
Got another race tomorrow morning, if I'm not mistaken. How are you feeling ahead of that one?
I'm feeling confident and hoping that I can win the next one.
You know you're going to make the final as well. Does that kind of make you a bit more relaxed knowing that you're going to race all the way through to the final on Sunday?
It makes me a little bit more relaxed, but at the same time it makes me nervous because you're thinking about where you're going to finish in the final, and it makes you more and more nervous.
Really good answers.
Yeah, I was going to say, I interviewed you last weekend at Glenagos, and you gave an excellent answer there. Last weekend, you dominated, the pair of you, on a full grid of Honda Cadets. This weekend, it just goes to show how competitive it is. But last weekend, you had Josh Cook and Jade Edwards in the awning, 2 British touring car drivers. Did that help? Now you've only got Earl.
Is that good having those guys in the awning?
I mean, it helps a little bit, although there was kind of helping LBJ Studs more than us because his parents asked them to, but it still helped us quite a bit.
Excellent.
Good stuff.
One good thing, it can only get better tomorrow. Right. It can only get better tomorrow. We'll leave the happy, smiling faces at the zip morning. Yeah, again, you have good days, you have bad days. It's got a bit dark, but we wanted to go to see Jack's, didn't we? The new Jack's Project One Alliance.
Yeah, it's a new initiative. Obviously, Jack's Motorsport Project One. They've been around for a very long time. Obviously, our thoughts go around to Project One for.
Hello to Maria and the family. We miss Gerard a lot, and we'll have a look in here. But yes.
But this was announced earlier on this week that we've got this new partnership. Hopefully, Jack is around. Is Jack around?
Right. Well, we won't catch Charlie Leaves down having a fag. No, joke.
Jack, step on in if it's all right for a moment. Very much coming together, the new P1 Racing Group. Both teams with a lot of history in different categories. We'll just let Jack finish for a moment and see how he's getting on. Jack, are we all right to chat for a minute? New partnership. Tell us all about it.
Well, obviously my background before was with Gerard back at Project One as a young kid. Shame obviously in passing, great guy to the sport. Done a lot for us kids back in the day when there was the likes of Foster Jones, Rob Browning, them kind of people, Dan Holland, yeah, all them guys, real family community. Like I say, a big place lost in this paddock, Gerard. Piers obviously is working super hard back at Ranch, pushing the Cadet Kart, the 950. But the national team takes quite a lot of time and effort. We're obviously already established doing these meetings, and we joint venture. Dean, obviously, who run Project One, does a great job. Come with us going forward. So yeah, it's going to be really good.
So the idea is that the Project One side of the group, they'll take care of the club racing and then kind of give them that ladder within your group to elevate them up to the national level?
Yeah, correct. So Project One Racing is now Project One Racing Group. Piers and Maria working very hard back at Ranch, like I say, pushing that along. Piers is obviously going to focus on the karts, and we've merged together, and we're going to take the drivers the national way.
I wanted to say one other thing about Gerard Cox. When I used to work at Landau, we had the Welsh Championships every year. Gerard would always turn up with a couple of drivers, Cadet drivers, because Cadet Honda was really good. We would always be having a raffle, a small club, it's gone now, to raise money. And he would always come down with a crash helmet, a plain white crash helmet as a prize, and he just put £100 in the thing, every single year for the 5-6 years, and the fact that, it was his service, it's the only time a driver's ever been asked to put their crash helmets, and that was, very, very, very touching indeed. We did a paddock show here at the end of the year. We closed it out with Gerard because the Project One team, the drivers all stay. It's a testament to Gerard, the way he manages things and things like that. And Gerard, was there. We just said, he said, "Oh, be nice, be kind. Loyalty goes a long way." And even though Gerard's gone, the loyalty of an ex-driver and the family aspect of it. So best of luck.
Cheers.
Right,
absolutely.
Unfortunately, it's a horrible thing. Paddock show's supposed to be happy and joyful, but we are a family, and you know, when you lose a member. Anyway, good luck, Jack. He's got to try and learn how to spanner a cart now. That's the problem. He's only right now. It's getting dark. I spot a little man there from Ambition Motorsport, Paul James. Paul James.
Henry, the Welsh Wizard. How are we? All right?
I'm all right. Hello. Oh, we're gonna. Right. This is gonna be good. We're gonna stand here now. No. This is the paddock show. This is the. Oh, it's only the Ambition team. Right. Paul, come this way. Right. We're doing an interview. How are you, sir?
Absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, are you? No, that's nice. How was your day? You're a Micromax driver, I think.
Absolutely fantastic.
Excellent. How many times did Paul's drivers put it in the wall?
Paul who?
Yeah, exactly. We'll speak to Ambition Motorsport. A couple of years ago in the British Championship, Ambition were top of the tree in Honda Cadet. Took a step back, club level. Now we seem to be back in force this year, Paul.
Yeah, we've returned. We've missed you so much, Henry. It's unreal. Like, you're just a barrel of laughs.
That's the 20 quid on you, don't you?
No, it's good to be back, to be fair. Like, we brought our Honda team back.
Yep.
That's really, obviously, come back into force with the 200 engine. It's been a lot fairer now from before.
That's a question. Okay.
It's a good question, yeah.
A good question. From GX160 being, the masses and masses of karts, brought the 200 in last year, the British Championship, there weren't that many, he's getting bit. Is it better for the class as a whole and the competitors?
It's totally better for the whole karting community. We need that feeder class for all the other classes, and you always find that better drivers come from me, Henry, and go onwards from there.
I do from Honda, but yeah, you are right. I mean, you look at it. Josh Graham, Jensen Graham, Ewan Charman, to name but three in the last couple of years that have come through the Paul James Academy. Don't forget
the Craigie.
Don't forget, and Kenzo Craig. Yeah, the only reason they're so good is because Paul is so little, he can still fit in the Hondas to test drive them.
Eye to eye, isn't it? That's the main thing.
That's the main thing. Pick up the paper medal, massive as well. Right, Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, guys. See you later.
Sorry about that. There we go. Paul James, Ambition Motorsport, everybody.
You're absolutely right there in terms of Honda. We talked about it early on the broadcast, didn't we? Of the racecraft, the momentum. It's a different kind of racing that prepares the drivers very well for the future. And yeah, it's good to see. We'd like numbers to be. We'd love a full grid of 34 of them on the grid, wouldn't we? But
also, you have got a situation where that's Paul J. It's characters.
Yeah.
Honda, it has those characters. Project One, always Gerard Cox, Paul James. All these Hondas, Zip. Earl and Roger. Now in here, I doubt she's here. She's gone home. The only person. Adam Wooden's mechanic. I think we're gonna end this paddock show because you've only got a couple of minutes left, haven't we? Look at this. All the KR Sport drivers have gone. All the mechanics have gone. It's like a ghost town. I want to say Naomi Garcia here from China, but look at this. One solitary mechanic. Now this tells me one of two things. Number one, he's a very good mechanic, meticulous in his details, or number two, his driver smashed it up in the last heat and broke a wagon. Let's ask the man himself. Good evening, sir. Kai Clark's mechanic. Why are we here so late when everybody else, the entire awning, is gone?
I did choose to stay here on my own. It's not like everyone's just left me. It's more of a case of I just probably had a little bit more work to do than anyone else. Not for anyone else's fault. I just wanted to do a few things that I didn't really need to do, but I'm just here. I only live close, so I don't really mind staying here.
I mean, it's an important question. Okay, so you see the action on the track. We do the paddock show, and yeah, we're laughing and we're joking around and stuff like that. I make fun of the karting mechanics. When you look at this guy, quite rightly so. But but the reality is, Andrew, they work incredibly hard.
Yes.
And even though, Kai Clark, he had a penalty in his last race. How did Kai finish today?
Yeah, he was good. Those couple of penalties didn't help, but it's just the experience. He's just moved up from mini-max, so into the juniors. He's doing really well with the speed, like the control of the kart and things. He's really good with all that. Just the experience with the racecraft more than anything, I'd say. But he's definitely getting there. He's good.
Now, without giving away any secrets, you said there was a few things that you didn't have to do that you choose to do. as a general thing, so what needs to be done to the kart tonight? The kart came back in one piece from the last race. Yeah. What needs to be done, and what are you going through to do that's going to be here long after everyone else is gone? You don't have to give too much away, but you know.
Every night we always like take the fuel tank out, clean it as much as we can, take the engine off, things like that, take the batteries off to charge, all that. That's quite a quick process, but then like most of us take the axles out most nights. Yeah. And yeah, that's what I'm sort of on with now.
And cleaning everything, it looks absolutely spotless.
Thank you. I do try.
There we go. And that's the key thing. I think it's late night. It's Easter weekend. You're going to lose an hour's sleep. You're going to watch us during the lunch break tomorrow. Kai Clark, if Kai Clark is doing well in his superheat and in the final, it's because the mechanic has spent the extra hours tonight meticulously going through almost every nut and bolt, and that's the level of preparation you need.
One more question that we haven't done. We talked about this earlier on the broadcast, Joe. The new last corner, has that influence set up a lot compared to last year, or is it still about the same?
Not massively. I mean, everyone's trying to gain that extra little bit. It's made us think about it a lot more, that's for sure. So I think we've done a decent job getting on top of it, really, as a team. We were quite good last weekend at the pre-round, and then, yeah, we've sort of tried to carry it forward as best we can into this meeting as well, but it's all different. There's more people here. Like the top standard of the drivers that you'd expect to be here are all here. So, yeah, it has slightly changed, we think, but not a ridiculous amount. It's not changed the world.
Are their chassis getting any more damage going over that curb at the last corner? Because we've seen them getting all four wheels off the ground.
Not massively. This place is quite bumpy anyway. You use the curbs as best you can. It does, make us check it a little bit more. We have the kart jig to check that they're all straight after every day, really. We do it unless you have a crash. So yeah, we've been on that, but it's not a huge amount. Nothing that we'd expect to see different from like PFI, where you're using a lot of curbs on that same left-hand side.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's a question answered. So we've had a wonderful day of racing. The noise, the action, the colour is spectacular. Mm-hmm. Now, Whilton Mill falls quiet. All you can hear is the clink, clink, clink of one or two spanners fettling and finding that extra tenth, that extra hundredth that could see one of these drivers crowned British Open champion tomorrow. It's been a fantastic day. Andrew Mather, thank you for joining me on the Paddock Show.
It's been a pleasure.
It's great to have you on board. Tomorrow morning, the silence will be replaced by 220 of Britain's best kart racers and drivers from all over the world trying to become British Open champion. Don't forget, we lose an hour. We're live 10 a.m. It's Easter Sunday. Who is going to hop their way to victory?
Well, we're going to find out across the course of the next couple of hours. Back with live pictures here at Whilton Mill. Time is just before 2 o'clock local time here in Northamptonshire. Myself, Andrew Mather, and Henry Beaudette getting ready for the first final of the O-Plate meeting for 2024, and it's Minimax, Henry, who will go first.
Yes, indeed. But of course, with a lot of things this year, things are very, very different in terms of our coverage. We've been bringing you pictures from the motorsport race control truck with our driving standard advisor. We've had Nicole Sutherland down on the pits interviewing drivers after the race. But after the premiere of the Paddock Show, now we have the first of what will be hopefully a season-long series of grid walks, normally reserved just for kart masters, but here at the O-Plate and hopefully for the rest of British Championship season, another chance to speak to the drivers just before they go out. But as we look there, so this is Minimax. We have got 34 drivers. While we wait there, let's have a quick look. Who hasn't made it?
This one's all good, because this had a grid smaller than 34 to begin with, so they've all made it. I do think we can now head down to the grid and Nicole Sutherland. Nicole, over to you.
Well, thank you, Henry. We're just going to quickly catch up with our pole and front row. Finley, you just got a second. How are you feeling going into this race?
Confident.
Yeah. You think you can get the O plate in there?
Definitely.
Very best of luck to you. Just going to catch up as well with Oliver Spencer, who is our 2023 Micromax O plate. Jono, Oliver, Ollie, how are you feeling in front ahead of this race?
Good.
And you are our 2023 Micro O plate. You reckon you can do the same again in Minimax?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, very best of luck to you, Oliver. JP, how are you feeling?
Nervous. Hopefully we can do it.
Well, best of luck to you both. I think that's all we've got time for before we head off. So back to Henry and Andrew in the box.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Good to hear a few thoughts. The nervous sounding a bit from the drivers, sounding a bit nervous down there before the start of this one. It will be race number 26 in the schedules for Minimax 950. All the finals longer than the super heats that we had earlier on today. There'll be 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the drivers to decide who will become British Open champion, who will become the O plate holder in Minimax for 2024. The winner of this race will have the right to use the O plates through every single race that they do for the rest of the season, including, of course, the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Great season of events coming up for you. You can watch it all here on the Motorsports TV platform and network of channels, including the new Karting UK channel on YouTube. At our Karting UK is the handle. If you've not done so already, head over there to subscribe to that one as well. Plenty of content coming up, including the, as I say, we had the paddock show earlier from last night. We also had the paddock show from Friday night as well at the start of the weekend, which if you've not watched yet, do give that a watch once. We're all done here, but the yellow light turns to green for the start of the formation lap. This is the Minimax 950 O plate final. Time for finals racing then at the 2024 British O Plate. Here is the grid for the Minimax 950 O Plate race. Finlay Lines on pole position alongside Luca Holmes-Ballack on the front row. Edward Haynes and Oliver Spencer start on row 2. Tom Reed and Jack Collinson go from row number 3.
On row number 4, Charlie King and the reigning Micromax Grand Finals champion Jensen Chalk. Hasnain Khan and Joshua Griffin are on row 5. Blair Smith, Stonehouse Blair Smith, and Daniel Minto on row 6.
On row 7, starting 13th on the grid, Alex Goodson and Albie Friend. Zach Starbuck and Jaime Ambrose on row 8. Leo Livingston, Cian Bernard start on row number 9.
Watch for Friend and watch for Bernard. Then you've got McAndrew Uren, another driver to watch. Finlay Hines, Miles Burton, Max Gilman, Riley Merrow, Benjamin Lawn.
All down to 24th place, Louis Radcliffe and Max Wheatley, Harry Taylor, and there's the rest of them through the order. Are we good for a start of 12 minutes plus 1 lap? We have had one retirement already, which is Alfie Ward. We are good. Green lights. Away we go then for the Minimax 950 final. Is anybody going to be able to take the challenge to Finlay Lines, who's dominated the heats and the super heat? They're all defending to the inside. Edward Haynes is immediately up to 2nd place. This is what we've seen, Henry, is all round there. 360 for Riley Morrow in the number 38 for Sam Pollitt Racing, whose O-plate final finishes on lap 1, stuck in the grass at Christmas Corner.
Did you see the racing line that Finlay Lines was taking into Christmas Corner? He got such a good jump at the start. He was able, the 22 kart going grass track in Minto on the grass for the Hunter Motorsport team. As everyone else hugged the inside line, as you tend to do on the first lap, at the end of lap number 1, Finlay Lines leads by 1.5 seconds. I said it before, nobody has done more winning at the start of the 2024 season across the board than Finlay Lines. Now, is this the race for just 2nd place, or can anybody suddenly sort of get themselves together and try and close it. The problem that we have, as there's a move by Zach Starbuck in the 88 car, is that Finley Lines has been inch perfect all weekend.
And he has been indeed, and behind him is a fight between Haynes and Spencer. There's been 2 changes of position for holder of second place. This is again very good for Finley Lines. He's going to be able to pull away a 50.3 straight out the bag there, 2.5 seconds. If Haynes, Spencer, Holmes, Ballack and the rest of them want to take that O-plate home, they've got to get organised. They've got to start getting that train together to pull in the time back to Finley Lines. Not good news for the number 18 of Jensen Chalk. Is up into the top 10, but a 5-second in-race penalty will drop Chalk at the moment down to around 27th place.
Yeah, so fortunately, Jensen Chalk is not going to add the British O-plate to the Dubai O-plate that he won earlier this year and last year in Micromax as well, sadly.
Going back a bit there, Albie Friend losing a couple of positions. That's all around the teens at the moment. 13th place being fought over at that point. 9.5 minutes to go. What is the gap looking like between first and second? It's growing. Finley Lines is hitting the times hard here. 49.86. It has continued to drizzle. If you were with us before the lunch break, there has been a continuation of that very light rain. Not enough for wet tyres. That's why the pace versus earlier in the weekend is down a bit as Blair Smith goes down the inside of Oliver Spencer for 4th place. But in these tricky, slippery conditions, a 49.86 is lightning pace from the race leader.
Yes, indeed. We are fighting over the minor placings. I mean, I thought that we were watching go-karting, not Formula One, because Max Verstappen, I mean, Finley Lines is leading by a country mile at the moment. And pretty soon, there he is. So we'll give the Maximum Motorsport back driver his props. A quick check over the shoulder. Hunches down behind the paddock. Now, I know that Stuart is here. I'm sure Mum Nikki is either here or watching at home as they... oh, and there's a problem. That is the number 42 of Oliver Spencer and the number 19 of Jack Collinson coming together, coming out of Christmas Corner. Just 2 into 1, won't go. And and there's being... the 74 Kart, that is Charlie King getting shown the outside of the circuit there. There's a bit of grass tracking. Somebody mentioned, it's strange that most of the Hunter Motorsport karts are on the Carlos Sainz chassis. That's because they're the sole UK importer of said wagon.
7 3/4 minutes to go then. Lines controls this race. 3.24 seconds. Keeps hitting those purple lap times. Keeps growing that gap out ahead of these drivers here. Edward Haynes in 2nd place. Luca Holmes Ballack there in 3rd place. For Oliver Spencer, that problem on the last lap means it will not be a repeat of the O-plate victory that Spencer had in the Micromax category 12 months ago. For Luca Holmes Ballack, though, he was on the podium in that Micromax final, so it could be another top 3 finish for Luca Holmes Ballack now in the higher category. There is the number 16 of Hasnain Khan, has been brilliant this weekend.
Yes, he has.
Has gained 2 positions in this race so far. Cian Bernard is flying through the order as well. He's got a little bit under the radar in this race. Started 18th, he's already up to 6th.
But, you know, one other thing, I talk about Hasnain Khan. I bumped into Hasnain's mum and his younger brother, who's got, we'll talk about Hasnain Khan's younger brother in a minute, as we've got a change for 2nd place. Luca Holmes Ballack moves into P2. Excellent Batman tracksuit bottoms for Hasnain's younger brother. The Batman and Wellington boot combination. Oh dear, it's not gone well for Finley Hines.
Yeah.
So we've got a Haynes, a Hines and a Lines in this race. Lines leads, Haynes is 3rd, and sadly Hines is out.
That's the number 53 of Harry Taylor. He's had an up and down weekend. Is on the attack. Zach Starbuck through the toe of the boot. Gets past the number 5 of Joshua Griffin there. That is for 8th place. Albie Friend coming into this one as well. Very good, of course, in a one-off race. Very successful in the at RMC Grand Finals in his young career. Another new fastest lap from Finlay Lyons. Well, I don't think he's quite going to get the lap record due to the track conditions.
Well,
this is still sterling stuff from the Synergy driver.
Lap record being a 48.9. He's only 0.4 of a second off. Last time bound, 49.3 for Finlay Lyons. Edward Haynes and Luca Holmes-Ballock, who were battling, did a 50.1 and a 50.2. Blair Smith on another of the Synergy karts, a 49.53. So it just goes to show that, you know, it's not as though Finlay Lyons' go-kart is half a second a lap quicker than everybody else. He has just utilised good qualifying, excellent track position, and by the time everybody else runs the same pace at him, he is 4.6 seconds up the road. Here's the battle of a second, and both Holmes-Ballock and Haynes runs wide, and it's Blair Stonehouse-Smith into P2 in the number 8 card. At the moment, Mike Spencer's cup of joy is about to overflow because it's a Synergy 1, 2, 3.
Oh, it's off there. That's Joshua Griffin out of the O-Plate final. Spins down at Ashby. Everybody goes by. Was up in 8th place. That is the end of things for Joshua Griffin in terms of contending for those podium places.
Yes, indeed. Now, Smith leads them through the curbing there over the hops at the final corner, and it is, well, Finlay Lyons backed off. He's at 49.51 now, but we're not sure if there are any spots of rain.
Change for second place again, and Max Gilman's out of the race as well. We just saw there Luca Holmes-Ballock back through into second place ahead of Blair Smith. Finlay Lyons' lead is now out to 5 seconds and more yet again. This weekend he hasn't lost by less than 5 seconds in a single race, and it's a bit of a copy of the whole weekend so far for Finlay Lyons. As you say, he's hit the early laps so hard as Haynes down the inside of Blair Smith on the entry to the boot. Lovely move that.
Yes.
One of those that's harder than it looks, if you ask me. That's him back up into third. But this has been classic Lyons so far this weekend. He's now started to hit traffic. Now this is something a little bit different for him. That's Joshua. Oh, Joshua Griffin, a bit of a miscommunication there. Joshua Griffin, I don't think quite realised where Finlay Lyons wanted him to go. Finlay Lyons' protest is now on the outside.
Oh, this isn't good. This isn't
not
good. Josh Griffin, he's upset because he spun out of the race. And these are still young kids, and you know the adrenaline. You can understand. However, the blue flags need to be out, and Josh, there they are. And Josh Griffin, he's not doing himself any favours here. I can understand how some of these drivers, they get upset because something happens out of their control. It's not their fault, and now Finlay Lyons goes through. And Josh Griffin, black flag for Josh Griffin. Do not pass go, do not collect £200, go straight to pits, and have an appointment with the race stewards. And again,
you've got to give it to Lyons there. He stayed so calm in all of what was going on there. The race for a moment was out of his control.
It's halved his lead. Oh dear, that's another Synergy gone. That's Blair Smith that has gone off. And Josh is a lovely kid. He's a lovely kid. I've known him for a long time, and he needs to learn from that, I think, as we all do. From time to time, there goes Albert Friend, followed by Oliver Spencer. That's the battle for 6th and 7th. And Emerson McAndrew-Uren being chased by Zach Starbuck. And then, was it a Thule kart or is it an MLC kart? Can't tell because they look the same. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep on that until one of them changes the graphics kit. However, now, Finlay Lyons, the gap goes back up only by 1/10 of a second. As we look now at Haynes and Holmes-Ballock.
Still fighting over second place. Jensen Chalk having another really good run. Is up to 4th place now. A little bit further down the order, this is the battle. Was the battle for around 8th place. McAndrew, Uren and Starbuck all involved there with Alex Goodson. Back with our fight for second place. Here comes Jensen Chalk, but now down the inside, Edward Haynes. Oof. Side by side through the initial part of the boot. This is a great chance for Holmes-Ballock to break away now in second place and book himself a second podium in the O-Plate meeting for Rotax 2 years in a row.
And
fighting hard now, Chalk and Haynes over third place.
Don't forget, Jensen Chalk's got a 5-second penalty.
Good point, yeah.
So that would put him down to about 10th position. But again, he just wants to try and gain as many places on the road as he can. And well, Haynes and Chalk, they how is it? They had a couple of discussions in the grand finals at the Rotax and Honda Bahrain back at the end of November, the start of December. And Jensen Chalk, and they seem to be still discussing things now. And now it's the turn of Cian Bernard to close in. Albie Friend, from where did Albie start on the grid? Down in 14th. Well, he started 16th on the grid for the O-Plate last year, 14th this year. By the time he gets to seniors, he'll be up on the front row and winning them. It's simple that, it's progress. There's goes to Spencer, and there's Emerson McAndrew-Uren being chased by Zach Starbuck and Alex Goodson. Here's the battle further down the order, the 53 and the 11. That's Harry Taylor and Otis Cleary battling over 12th position. As we look now at Finley Lyons has sort of calmed himself down and got up the road.
Time has expired now for Finley Lyons. He knows he's only a lap and a half away, if that, from becoming O-Plate champion by taking that O-Plate throughout the course of 2024. Another new fastest lap of the race, 49.32. Finley Lyons is looking to finish this one in style. Albie Friend is also finishing this one quickly, but it needs to get up past Jensen Chalk and then ahead to these two. What a last couple of laps from Edward Haynes has closed into the back of Luca Holmes-Ballack. The race for second place is still on for both of them. Fast finishing Bernard as well there in sixth, but look at this. Finley Lyons has put in a dominant performance throughout the whole weekend. He kept his cool in these tough conditions at Whilton Mill. He's going to come through the final chicane in 2024. Finley Lyons is your O-Plate champion in Minimax 950. A dominant performance in the final. He wins by 4.86 seconds from Edward Haynes, who gets second place on the last lap. For Luca Holmes-Ballack, it's a second podium in the Rotax O-Plates in a row. He did it last year in Micro. He's done it again in Mini.
Drop a gear, disappear. Finley Lyons takes the biggest win of his career on what could be a very, very important year in that young man's karting journey this season. Haynes, Holmes-Ballack, Chalk will have a 5-second penalty. So the Albert Friend in fourth, Cian Bernard in fifth, Spencer McAndrew-Uren, Zach Starbuck, then Alex Goodson. Chalk will be classified 10th provisionally. Then it's Charlie King and the rest. Theo Bradshaw, Josh Cormack, Hasnain Khan falls to 17th position, and then sadly the list of retirements. It could have been so much better. It's still great for the Synergy Racing team. A 1-3 at one point. They had a 1-2-3 as well. And okay, so after a season in 2023 where it was all about in Minimax, where it was all about Dan Holland Racing and Strawberry Racing, there are some new kids on the block this year. And there is the fastest of the lot in the lines. And Luca Holmes-Ballack and Blair Smith, there we go. Now, somewhere in the paddock, I saw his mechanic, Macaulay Austin, taking a lot of praise, I've just seen Rob Hodgkinson in the paddock. Well, I haven't seen him for about 15 years. A big to see Rob. There's Macaulay Austin in his hat. Again, he used to call it Macaulay, the Little Tin Man in karting. And, the Little Tin Man has guided Finley Lyons towards Oz.
And it doesn't even look like Finley Lyons has broken a sweat out there. Getting some congratulations.
Oh, this is what I like to see. They give some high fives. Oh, so don't leave the guy hanging. There, someone gives him a high five with the Wera with the black, and that's a smart crash helmet. Can't leave a man hanging there if you're giving him a high five. There's Josh Cormack coming in, the Faulkner Tyre and MOT to this. But let's have a quick look back at the highlights of our first O-Plate final, Andrew.
Let's have a look indeed. 12 minutes to decide it, and it's again another very fast start from Findlay Lyons. We've seen this through the course of the heats, through the course of the superheat as well. This, for me, is where he won this race, was able to get a big lead with everybody else squabbling over second place in the early stages. That's how we lost Riley Morrow at the start. Problems for Findlay Hines on a tough weekend there. In the end, both of those two drivers would retire. Drivers looking to make their way up through the order. It's a close moment for Daniel Minto in the number 22 out wide on the back straight. But look at the lead that Lyons had early on, Henry. It's always going to be a very hard task for Spencer, Ballack and all the others to close in.
Yes, indeed. And here was the battle for the minor placings, second in the Open Championship. And again, there was a couple of incidents there. That was Jack Collinson's race coming to not an end, but coming to an eventful midpoint. Battle for second between Holmes Ballack and Edward Haynes was good. Holmes Ballack had the advantage at one point. Haynes got it back eventually, and the rest was all about that driver there. I do appreciate the several marriage proposals that I've received on there. All I want to know is how big your bank balance is. No, I'm joking. Thank you very much for the comment. I haven't paid for them, honestly. That's another really good banner placement there. Yeah, almost as someone planned it. Kart Sim are in the paddock, as they will be all year. So for all your karting simulation needs in the UK, there we go.
In the Kart Sim van, which goes all over Europe as well.
The Kart Sim van goes all over Europe. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, a great run there for Findlay Lyons. I don't think you could have really said any other driver to be more deserving than the performance that Findlay Lyons put in this
Let's pick on a few things. Now there's Ronnie Smith down there in the black top. He's now moved on to car racing. But he's back in the car. Up top, you can see Reg Hayward on the left there, and you can see Mr. and Mrs. Crowther. Now, what a great advertisement. Come karting, they said. Enjoy time as a family, they said. It's the start of British summer time, they said. It's nice and warm, as Mr. and Mrs. Crowther shiver on top of the Coles racing bus. They just realised they're being talked about. Oh, there we go. Welcome to the UK, everybody.
Let's have a look at the provisional then. And, well, as I say, Findlay Lyons taking the win, Edward Haynes. And let's throw down to the pit lane now for a chat with Nicole Sutherland.
So big congratulations to Mini Max second place O-Plate finisher Luca. Luca, how was your race?
Yeah, it was all right.
I bet you're proud of your performance this weekend?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And is there anybody you'd like to thank?
My granddad, my dad for taking me here, Synergy Factory team, Ross, my mechanic, and Mike and Rob.
It's a great result, Luca, very well done. We're just going to hear from race winner also, which is Findlay Lyons. We could just get Findlay over. Findlay, can we grab you for an interview? Finn, huge congratulations. Dominant weekend, dominant performance out there. How was that for you?
Really good. I was really confused and disgusted by what Joshua Griffin, when he was a lapped kart going around trying to defend and trying to brake check me and take me out the race, so and someone else could win. But apart from that, it was a pretty nice win for me.
Well, you dealt with the situation very maturely, so big pat on the back for you there. And is there anybody you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Synergy for the amazing kart setup, Rob and Mike especially, KR Sport Engines, my mum and dad, Maxim Motorsport, all my sponsors, Kart Sim for all the good training, and everybody else that's been supporting me on my journey.
Well, congratulations, Findlay, and that one's for you. 2024 Mini Max O-Plate winner.
Congratulations, Findlay Lyons. But and Andrew, I think that was succinctly put. these are young drivers, and certainly that's Finley's got his, from a driver's point of view, he wasn't impressed with what Josh Griffin was doing, but as a commentator you can understand, that's not Josh. Josh is a nice kid, but obviously the intensity in the heat of the moment when the red mist comes down, things happen. That's enough of that race. We're on to the next race. The grid is forming, and this is Junior Rotax. Now, let's have a look. We'll start off with who we don't have out on for this final. So, very, very quickly. Unfortunately, Michael Walker, William Archer, Owen Neve, Ryan Gill, Finley Buck, Zach Turner, Michael Dalton, Shane Chandaria, Ironman Bansal, Harrison Whitcomb, Jack Thompson, Vlad Tomenchuk, Harry Hurst-Grover, Eric Brinsmith, Callum Foster, Owen Wallace, Rory Armstrong, Naomi Garcia, Jacob Woods, Emily Cotty, Jack Baker, Oliver Meek, Isabella Stanmore Wilson, Jake Gruffity, John Richardson, Elliot Surtees, Matteo Palazzo, Omar Cindy, Sebastian Lusch, and Eli Baden. They haven't made the final. We will tell you who has made the final after this commercial break.
Over on the grid here ahead of our Junior Rotax O-Plate final. Just going to quickly catch up with pole sitter Jacob Ashcroft. Jacob, how are you feeling ahead of this final? You've had a great weekend so far.
Yeah, I'm feeling good after a great weekend. Hopefully I can finish it off in the final.
Yeah. And what are your expectations for this race? We know Junior Rotax's races are always exciting. What are you thinking?
I'm just hoping I can get a good start. I mean, if it comes out to be a massive fight, I hope I can stay towards the front. And if I do go back, I just need to concentrate and get back to the front.
Well, the best of luck to you, Jacob. We've just got time to catch up with Harry Bartle, who will be sitting alongside the front row with Jacob Ashcroft. Harry, just quickly, thoughts on the race, what you're expecting? And
well, try and get to the lead as quick as I can, and then if it all pans out, I can try and get a gap and get away, but anything can happen.
Well, very best of luck to you, Jacob. As you can see, as we work our way down the grid, incredibly competitive. So we've got Strawberry and Dan Holland on the front, more Dan Holland karts, along with Sam Pollitt. Just going to work our way down and see if we can catch up with Benjamin Baker. Now, Benjamin, one of the Dan Holland racing drivers, he started his weekend in qualifying in 63rd and now finds himself 21st on the grid. So see if we can catch up with him quickly. As you can see, Strawberries, we've got Coles in here as well as some privateer drivers. Joel, privateer. Benjamin, we saw in qualifying you had a bit of a difficult start to your weekend, but you've made yourself into the final. What are you looking forward to doing?
Just looking forward to go up the grids, hopefully get a good position and see what happens from there. Anything can happen, really.
Very best of luck to you, Benjamin. Clearing the grid now, ready to start our race.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yeah, great effort there from Benjamin Baker to
I
get
apologise on Stu Stratton.
Well, we've just lost any monetisation.
Sorry,
on
there
the
we
YouTube
go.
platform.
That's quartered our viewers.
Henry, let's have a quick talk. Let's actually go towards the back end of this grid first.
Yes,
my goodness me, has there been a bit of a story of who's made it into the top 34 and who hasn't made it.
I ran through the list of drivers who haven't made it. Now, at the end, the very last lap of the superheat this morning, Kenzo Craigie was running up in the top 5 or 6 and dropped to 16th. He's made it. We'll find out where he starts right now.
Let's whip through this grid. Jacob Ashcroft starts in pole position alongside on the front row Harry Bartle. Row 2, Lewis Goff and Joshua Turnbull. Row 3, Thomas Minspearing and Jacob Jukes.
As the number 64 kart gets going, William Antrobus, Joshua Smith, Brandon Truman, oh, they're all going off. That's the number 82.
That's the pole
That's
sitter.
the pole man. Jacob Ashcroft is off the track. He's trying to get the kart back on. Did he just spin on? Yes, he just spun, warming his tyres. But he's okay. He's back in, and they've got 2 rolling laps. Antrobus, Smith, Truman, Hasty, Freeman, and Blandford, your top 12.
On to row number 7 then. Charlie Neve and Cameron Nelson, Albie Lapwood, Charlie Cox, Joel Dixon, Cohen, and Aris Majowskis starts on row 9.
Hugh Moulton, Jack West, Benjamin Baker, Aidan Mitchell, Harrison Crowther, Noah Barham are next. We're going to quickly cycle through the rest of them. Rayan Gando's in. Kenzo Craigie, he's in on a tiebreaker. A 4-way tiebreaker, 51 points, and that was between Craigie, Hanson, McDonald, and Michael Walker, who misses out by virtue of the fact he qualified lower than the other 3 drivers. And do you know what? I thought they were going to have a second rolling lap.
False flag yet.
They're going to get, okay. I thought that we were going to go racing there. Well, I'm looking at the...
Kenzo Craigie having it off. No, I think we are green.
I think we're green. I thought... Oh no, there's chaos and there's confusion and another driver off. That's the number 72 of Aris Majewskis off the track. So we've had 2 other drivers going wide. I've seen Aidan Mitchell off the track. Rayan Gando, the Canadian driver, is off the track. Looking down, we'll get a check next time by Harry Bartle leads from Joshua Turnbull, Lewis Goff, William Antrobus, Brandon Truman. I thought there was going to be a second rolling lap, but there wasn't. That's not a regulation. They're obviously told once. So let's have a look. Where's Jacob Ashcroft?
18th. He's down in 18th place. It's an absolute disaster for Jacob Ashcroft. He has got time to race his way through, but he's got to hope there's a lot happening at the front of the order for the next 10 3/4 minutes if he's going to claim this Oplay title.
Hang on, did he start at the back of the field? I think he started at the back. If he's up to 18th already, that means that somewhere on the opening lap he's passed about 15 cars.
Yeah. Well, what an absolutely remarkable start to the Junior Rotax final. I've got a feeling, Henry, this is going to be one of those races that never quite calms down.
No.
Bartle leads at the end of lap 2. Joshua Turnbull second. Lewis Goff third. Antrobus and Truman in the top 5 as well. Who's made good Harrison Crowther's on an absolute tear through the field. Has gained 11 places in the first 2 laps.
He's about to gain 12.
And he's absolutely flight. There is Ashcroft in the number 82, who's now up to 17th place.
Probably another one as well of that. Kenzo Craigie's had a spin, but still gains 3 places, 3 wide into Osiers, and somehow the juniors make it work. This is the 28, that's Truman. Got with it, they're 3 wide into the boot. That could go wrong, and it's gone wrong because Aidan Mitchell pulling off the side of the track there. Now, a couple of those cars, there's somebody with a very badly damaged NASA panel there. Jacob Ashcroft punching the steering wheel, but I tell you what, he shouldn't punch it too hard because he's about to break into the top 10.
Is indeed. It's a long way to go in.
And he started last.
He started last. He's up to as you say, to 12th place. He's not that far behind. Everywhere else, it's just overtakes galore. Chaos in some ways out there. Organised chaos once again from the juniors. Still 9 minutes to go in this one, of course. That's Zach Green down the inside in the 53, going for a move. I think that was on Adam Woodard for another spot in the top 15 there.
And Uncle Tyrone joins the live chat just as Brandon Truman has a problem and falls to 28th.
I think it might be Leon Hasty who's got, it's Leon Hasty, the number 9, who's got the loose NASA panel for Thule Motorsport. 8.5 minutes to go. This is a change.
NASA panels are skew everywhere.
Down the inside of Spearing. That is for 7th place.
And there's NASA panels misplaced all over. There's NASA panels askew in abundance. all over the place. So let's and there's a problem there. Oh, that was just missing the tyre barriers as well. That is the George Whitbread Racing kart of the number 64. Was that Mr. That was Joel Dixon Cohen.
Good to see that Joel didn't make contact with that
yes.
tyre barrier. I've been in that one. It's not nice.
Fair enough. Oh, yes. So let's reset. 8 minutes to go. Harry Bartle leads Lewis Goff by 1.2 seconds. William Antrobus is a further 2 seconds back. Then another 2 seconds back to Cameron Nelson and Harrison Crowther in the top 5. Then it's Leon Hasty, Harry Freeman, Lucas Blanford, Joshua Smith, and Thomas Min Spearing. And Leon Hasty has just had a technical flag. Then it's that will promote Jacob Ashcroft into the top 10. Pole sitter, spun in the formation lap from pole, had to start at the back, and is now into what is 9th position because he's just passed the number 10 kart of Thomas Min Spearing.
And he's still not losing that much time relative to the leader. 7 minutes to go.
Sorry, Andrew. Brandon Truman is now heading back up the order because can he drive a car? Of course he can. And Uncle Tyrone is back in the live chat after a year away. Leon Hasty has failed to recognise the technical flag and has now been given a black flag for his troubles. Jacob Ashcroft, he can still finish in the top 5. It will be of no consolation, and that is why Leon Hasty, the black flag there. It's okay. Nicole asked Jacob Ashcroft why he fell back at the start of the superheats. And what was his answer? His answer was, well, I didn't get enough heat into my tyres on the rolling lap, and therefore my kart wasn't very good. So what did his Dan Holland Racing team tell him? Make sure you really get some heat into the tyres. So he goes out and he starts warming his tyres too vigorously, and there's your result.
Yep. And that's all learning.
And
it's all learning. We've got to remember, he's stepped up to juniors. It's the different chassis, apart from the different engine. That's the change over the last few years, going from the inter to the junior class up to the larger chassis. You're absolutely right. He will be kicking himself.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the great thing. We've got the pit lane reporters now, so we can follow that storyline. Yeah, we know why. He was told, make sure you get some heat in your tyres, because remember the last race when you didn't, and we had that interview with Jacob, so there we are. Now, the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle all come together.
You almost guarantee he'll never do that again in his entire racing career.
You know, we had one of the main junior Rotax contenders, Nigel Hathaway, such an experienced mechanic, and there goes, even Nigel Hathaway, 35 years in the sport, so focused on making sure that he gets an exhaust welded for Harrison Whittaker. He goes in apart for maybe the tyres on. Never done it before. He'll never do it again.
Right, 5 minutes to go. Harry Bartle in full control. 1.79 seconds clear of Lewis Goff. William Antrobus there in third. Nelson and Crowther completing the top 5. Jacob Ashcroft is still your fastest driver out there on circuit. Is now back up to 7th place. This is the fight for Joshua Smith coming through the field on the Jackson Project One Racing Group effort. Where's he up to now? 10th place. Zach Green's another driver flying through the order. He's gained 17 places in this race. Here's another move for Ashcroft. That's him going past Harry Freeman, back up to 6th place. The remarkable thing is he's only 8 seconds off the race leader.
Jacob Ashcroft's fastest lap of the race, a 46.36. It is 0.3 of a second faster than anybody else. While you're commenting, there's a screen here which I will try. I tell you what was the gap in qualifying? 0.3 off pole. To give you some idea of Jacob Ashcroft is driving the wheels of that kart. He's angry, he's frustrated, all those things, and he is doing things he probably couldn't think. So 0.3 of a second in qualifying.
15th in time qualifying with that kind of gap.
But that's how close, generally, how evenly matched these karts are. People talk about Rotax racing, it's all a bit rough and tumble. Well, it's because it's so competitive and equal, generally across the board. You don't really have, we've had Vinnie Lyons winning by a mile, and now we've got Jacob and a mechanical flag for Thomas Min Spearing. There we are, the Argenti kart is out. So Jacob Ashcroft, that's the difference between first in qualifying and a spin for Joshua Smith. difference between first in qualifying and 15th in qualifying.
Yeah.
That's 0.3 of a second, and Ashcroft is 0.3 of a second quicker than anybody else. With that will put him into 6th. Gotta say, we're not talking about Harry Bartle that much. He's leading Goff and Antrobus. Great stuff. I'm impressed by Cameron Nelson and Harrison Crowther. There we go. There's Nelson and Crowther. How long can they hold off? Because, let's have a little look. I don't think we're going to see a 45-second lap in this race. Smith leading Albie Lapper. And that is now Kenzo Craigie's up into 12th. Kenzo Craigie 31st to 12th. We're talking about Ashcroft like he's the only one doing things in this race. Craigie up 20 places.
He's indeed. 2.5 minutes to go then into the latter stages. Harry Bartle in what seems like full control, but given what's been going on behind is anything but. That is Thomas Spearing out of the race. So strong in time qualifying earlier on this weekend. That is not how he would have imagined his O-plate finishing. Change for 4th place. Crowther ahead of Nelson. Ashcroft continuing to charge along here. Is there a slight chance of a podium here for Jacob Ashcroft? If you can get past these two drivers here, Crowther and Nelson, and then you never know what could happen between Goff and Antrobus in the latter stages. There could still be a chance for the youngster there on the DHR machine. There is your race leader, having a lovely Easter Sunday drive. Harry Bartle clear by 2.5 seconds.
We shouldn't be too surprised that Harrison Crowther is doing so well in these cold conditions at Whilton Mill. December 2020, I've got my book of stats out. December 2020 in Minimax, Harrison Crowther in very similar cold conditions won the final round of that year's Minimax British Championship for Coles Racing in the number 17 kart at this circuit. However, he is not going to hold off Jacob Ashcroft, who is simply irresistible at the moment, and that would put Ashcroft into 4.
Yeah, he's made his way past, down the inside, into the boot. Well defended by Crowther, saw him coming, just held the outside line.
He's got to be careful
there as they go into the new chicane. Crowther holding on to this 4th place now, less than a minute to go on the clock. Bartle, Goff and Antrobus looking good for the podium. This is the closest battle on circuit. Crowther checks over his shoulder, moves to driver's right. He's going to say to Jacob Ashcroft, if you want my 4th place, you're going to have to go round the outside, which is very hard to do, of course. Back down into Ashby once again. To the defensive inside for Crowther. Side by side off of Ashby between himself and Ashcroft. Nelson nearly gets caught out by that, and round the outside goes Jacob Ashcroft. That is 4th place. But he's got to be too far behind, even if there was like an in-race penalty or something like that. The gap is too big now. He's not going to get onto that podium.
Well, okay, so with 10 seconds to go, that was that battle. There's no battle. Harry Bartle for Strawberry Racing is clear. But I want to talk a little bit about these two drivers. Lewis Goff and William Antrobus. Sam Pollitt Racing, they've got the Xspirit chassis. We talk about Tier 2 teams trying to get the Tier 1 team. Sam Pollitt Racing are working diligently. They're working very, very hard as Jack West retires to break into that top bracket. There's another Argenti move there from Kenzo Craigie. He started 31st. He started 33rd, and Kenzo is now 9th. Fantastic drive. Again, Mercedes Formula One, they don't tend to pick, if they're going to pick a driver to go on a young driver program, they're going to pick a good one, and they have. Now, it's going to be last lap across the top increments, the final time for this man, Harry Bartle. One of a number of drivers this paddock that started off. There's Rodney, the dog on the back of his crash helmet. Good old Rodney. Watch him back home. Started off in the Daniel Ricciardo series. So many of these drivers did. And now he's raced at an international, world level, European level. He's going to be a British Open champion in a couple of corners' time.
He is indeed. What a drive this weekend from Harry Bartle, joining the likes of Macaulay Bishop, Ethan Jeff Hall and Daniel Ginchard. Harry Bartle is your 2024 O-Plate winner in Junior Rotax, a Junior Rotax race that still hasn't finished with its drama to the end. William Antrobus has taken 2nd. 3rd place for Lewis Goff. This is for the minor placings. It's racing like the first lap still. Over the line they all come.
Jacob Ashcroft finishes 4th, 5th for Crowther, Nelson, Freeman, Craigie, Blandford and Green inside a top 10. You had 3 drivers in that top 10 who all moved up at least 16 places in that marvellous Junior Rotax final, if you like, your drama delivered in spades.
Uncle Tyrone fans, Brandon Truman was running in the top 5, dropped the 28th, drove back up to 14th. Can he drive?
Yes, he can.
Of course he can. There we go. And sadly, at the bottom of the order there, the drivers who failed to finish. This will be interesting. Now, you mentioned how many drivers gained lots of places. Did they gain those places whilst keeping their nose? Jacob Ashcroft punches the steering wheel. No nose cone penalty for Jacob Ashcroft. People are asking how old is he. This is his first year as a Junior Max driver. Excellent glove throwing. Great to see. Good at, He's lost an O-plate, all right? Yep. He's going to be absolutely devastated. He knows, he will always know that he could have been British Open champion this year, and he's not. However, and this is what Dan Holland and the team will do, they will go back and think, okay, let's do the learning now. Yep. Right, he's go back and said, well, you've just passed the entire field nearly, in 12 minutes. And your best lap, he did a 46.
He set the lap record. That's a lap record in this race.
New lap record holder, Jacob Ashcroft there. Incredible. In cold, damp conditions, when all said and done, somebody asked me how old he was. He'd be 12 or 13, maximum. There's a, good drive. So there's the Sam Pollock team. So that is Lewis Goff, who got passed on the last lap by his teammate, William Antrobus. Yeah, well done, Sam Pollock Racing. Harrison Crowther, that's what you want to see. Do you know what? Harrison qualified for the grand finals in Rotax in 2021, and then he's had a terrible couple of years. He seems to be back now. He's a very talented little driver. Macaulay Bishop looking through the gate there just to congratulate some of his former rivals, and looking down the thing. So Jack West, Aidan Mitchell finishing 3rd. It's Ryan Gandour, the Canadian driver, in 29th. Look at Mongi, 23rd. Kai Clark. Well, Joe Bleakley was working on Kai's kart late into the night, as you saw in the paddock show, and he comes away with 23rd place. But, great drive. Lucas Blandford, didn't we talk about him? Now, that is that a fawn?
I think it might be, yes.
It's a fawn. Oh, shh.
Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. The drama, which started even before the race start. There is Jacob Ashcroft joining the back of the field going, no. I want another formation lap after his spin out of the pits. He wouldn't get it. Away they would go for 12 minutes. Good start for the number 74 of Lewis Goff. Ran wide, a little bit wide through the crook. That allowed Harry Bartle to get up the inside. Harry Bartle did not look back from that entire race. He will have been completely oblivious to everything else that was going on behind. That was a huge moment for Joel
Dixon Cohen, the George Whitbread racing driver.
Got back in the race, but in the end would finish P27. Some storming drives through the field, the likes of Harrison Crowther. That was a close moment for Smith. A half spin. It says Crowther up 18, Craigie up 25. Blandford, Green as well up 16, actually 4 in effect.
Yeah, this is the end of Jacob Crowther, and it got a little bit tetchy between Ashcroft and Crowther, but this was the end of Ashcroft's re-ascension up the ranks, and it almost got very, very naughty there with the three karts side by side, any rear tyres. That luckily everyone goes through. Lap record, that will come, And yes, Stu Stratton's just looked back and remembered I was saying nasty things about his body.
There we go. And that was just the juniors. There's plenty more action to come here at Whilton Mill. 3 more races to enjoy. Micro Max will be up next. Honda Cadet and Senior Rotax as well, still to come for their O-Plate finals. And if you enjoyed that, if you've missed any of the races so far this weekend, remember you can watch it all back, including on the new Karting UK channel. What's amusing you now, Henry?
Well, we saw a fawn out there, like a baby deer. I said, I wonder what it is. A grass dog.
A grass dog?
Anyway, enough of that. Let's go down to Nicole Sutherland in the pits.
We are over here with Harry Bartle, our provisional 2024 Junior Rotax O-Plate winner. Harry, congratulations. How was the race?
Pretty boring race, to be honest. Got into the lead at the start and just maintained the gap until the end.
Bit of a cruise round for you then, and would I be right in saying that's 7 Rotax wins in a row?
Yeah, you would be, yeah.
Congratulations, Harry. There's that one for you. Congratulations. Just going to hear from the other podium. So P2, William, how was your race?
Yeah, it's good. I could have probably done some more damage at the start if I wouldn't have been shoved off on like lap 2, but oh well, second at the end of the day.
Yeah, very big congratulations. And are you feeling confident going into the rest of the British Kart Championships?
100%. If we showed that pace in the British, like how we did here, we have a big chance of getting us seeded. So yeah, I'm really happy.
Great, thank you, William. And we're going to hear from your teammate as well, the other Sam Pollitt podium driver, Lewis Goff. Lewis, can you talk us through a little bit about the race, how you found it?
It was off the start. To be fair, Ashcroft spun on the out. That was unfortunate for him, but on the first corner, I did a mistake straight away on that first lap. What cost me basically because I think Turnbull and Bartle came through. Then I think Bartle got that gap, and I just like struggled midway through the race with a bit of pace. But to be fair, I P3 and it's a bunch of points this weekend.
Yeah, well, big well done to you, Lewis. Thank you for your time. We'll head back over to the comms box for the next O-Plate final of the day. Make sure you don't miss out on any of the action. Back to you, Henry.
Oh, thank you very much, Nicole. And it's good to see lots of family members here waiting for the next race, Andrew Mather. And the next race will be
Micro Max. Looking forward to this one. New bunch of drivers into the Rotax ladder, and some other familiar faces as well, who's gone for another year here in 2024. Another 12 laps plus 1 lap for them. And yeah, great to see a strong crowd here at Whilton Mill. Some big names and faces here this weekend.
Well, yeah, there are indeed. As you know, you've seen a lot of ex-karters coming back. You know, chance to have a little one off. Now we're commentating from those behind the glass doors. You know, the central glass doors. That is the Alpha Live production unit, and where all the social media content is coming from. You know, we're very pleased with. Now I know that we got there is the youngest drivers, and again the fist bumps. They're all going to go out, so they're all going to go. They're going to go to war, but they're all good friends. Well, a lot of them are good friends afterwards. Now, this is the holding area. So this is the dummy. Well, it's not the dummy grid yet. That's the you've got to get from paddock or park. You've got to get the pre-grid onto the dummy grid. You can see there's a man holding the metal bars. That is. Oh, hello. That's me. Hello.
Ah.
Oh dear, that's the metal bars. That's rear width.
Yes.
That's the rear width. There is. Oh no, that's one of the zip
That's going to
drivers.
be Alfie Mayer in the
That's
foreground.
Alfie Mayer, yeah, because it's got Mayer at the back of his race suit. I like what you've done there, Andrew. I like what you've done there.
That's jolly as well.
They're going to go out onto the grid. Now, I apologise. So there's Stu Stratton again. Once again, I'm sorry, Stu. It wasn't me. It was the camera angle that caught you in a rather unfortunate predicament. Pose. I guarantee that he's never going to take a photo of me for the rest of my days. Looking down at the dummy grid, because they're not forming up on the dummy grid, they're going to go out onto the circuit. Nicole Sutherland is going to be interviewing them on the dummy grid. on the actual circuit, though. You know, another new feature this year. There's the young man just walking off the left-hand side of our screen there. That was Dian Pahal. Could this be a very, very significant day, not just for Dian and his family, who have worked very hard, but for karting as a whole in our quest for complete inclusivity, you know, and accessibility to one and all? We will see, we will see. The rest of the karts going out there. There's the Cato Motorsport, you know, of race suit of Luke Millward. Luke Millward, he was voted, his dad Joe, I gotta say his dad Joe did send me a message on social media that I haven't replied to yet. I'm very sorry. I'm a very silly man, and if I don't do things straight away, I'll forget about them because my brain is old and addled now. So I do apologise to Joe, but Luke Millward, Trent Valley Kart Club's most improved driver of the year last year. Let's have a look. There's the Cutting Edge Racing number 22. Good to see Steve Cutting's team. That's Jensen Walker. Well, we spoke to Jensen in the paddock. He's running as a project. There's Luke Millward's dad. There's Joe. And the number 38 kart coming out onto the circuit. Who else have we got? There's one of the Richardson Chassis Engineering drivers there in the number 16 kart. That was Xavier Ramsey coming out. So we'll have a, you know, I've got to say, you know, you feel all this Dan Ashton keeping a watchful eye over things. Some of the people I used to commentate on are now the dads of some of the younger drivers, which is which I find quite upsetting, really, because it reminds me how old I am. Only 43 this year, even though I look 21.
A young
I look 21, yeah. But I'm 43. No more marriage proposals on here. Now, as we watch a couple of drivers getting their wagons put down, I believe, there's Gary Rolfe and Logan Rolfe, I believe Nicole Sutherland is going to speak to some of the youngest members of the field on the grid now.
So we're back on the grid over here for the next race of the day, which will be our Micromax O Plate. We're here with pole sitter Austin. Austin, how are you feeling ahead of this race?
Hopefully we can just win, yeah.
And are you feeling confident?
Quite.
Well, very best of luck to you, Austin. I'll let you concentrate. We'll head over to talk to Max Jolly as well. Max, what are you hoping for in this race? Obviously, big win, but what's your goals?
My goals, top 5 would be good, yeah.
You feeling confident?
Yeah, definitely.
And these are always busy and exciting races, so have you got anything that you're looking out for to happen?
I'm looking out for some battles and fun.
Well, the very best of luck to you. We'll catch up with Max's mechanic quickly. How are you feeling ahead of this race?
Yeah, I'm confident. He's got it in the power, so I think he can do a good job.
Fantastic. And are you dad as well, or?
No, just a mechanic. Just a mechanic, so, but I think we've got it in the bag.
Very best of luck to you. So head further down the grid. So behind Max, we've got Evolve Karts. We've also got one of the Farrow brothers on the 3rd row. So Arthur will be in this race. Brother Albert also in the same grid, which I bet for their family is always very exciting for those of the Farrow family that are watching at home. Start a bit further down to Josh Cook. Josh, how's your weekend been so far?
Pole, good quality, good heat 1, drove away at the front, but then Super Heat had a spark plug failure, so DNF for the start, but hopefully come back in this one.
Yeah, and are you feeling like you can make some places up and get back up to the front?
Definitely.
Great, best of luck to you. Head a bit further down the grid. So very best of luck to all of these drivers ahead of their O-Plate final.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Looking forward to this one. 31 drivers out on circuit, ready to go for this 2024 Micromax UK O-Plate final. Will be the next race for us here at Whilton Mill.
And you see the yellow light there indicating 30 seconds before the green light shows to commence the formation lap. We'll be back in a short few moments' time after a message from one of our sponsors. Back here at Whilton Mill, green light and start of the formation lap for the final in Micromax UK. Here's a grid then for the final. Austin Oman starts on pole position. Max Jolly alongside on the front row. Charlie Page and James Roots go from row 2. Arthur Farrow and Dean Pahal on row 3.
Row number 4, Luke Millward and Alfie Garrett, Maximilian Abrahart and Joshua Cook. Then Logan Rolfe and on the outside of row number 6, Alfie Garrett.
Benedictas Masiokas and Josh Hushka start on row 7. Xavier Ramsey and William Crombie on row 8. Archie Rogers Tyler and Harris Barber start on row 9.
Harry Ratcliffe, Alfie Mayer, Albert Farrow, George Swire, Jensen Walker, Chester Fawkes, your top 24. Sebastian Behrman, Oliver Dawson, Ethan Lloyd, Toby Biggs, Alan Galudi and Lucian Smith. Watch for Lucian Harper Das. Will go out or will he not? No. Adam Galudi and Sebastian Behrman also not out there.
Are we ready for 12 minutes? No.
No,
we're going to go
we're
round
not.
to one more lap. We should remind as well,
Yes.
another one of the stories here this weekend, first time that a Virtual Motorsport UK British Kart Championships event
Yes.
is counted towards the FIA International Karting Ranking.
The FIFA International Power Pack Karting Rankings. No, I know it's not FIFA. But that, and you know what? That is really, really significant to the FIA. It's signifying that, yeah, you know, we're biased. This is probably the most competitive national karting series anywhere in the world. Yes, you've got other national series are available. I can see a Scusa in the USA. You've got some great stuff going on in Chile at the moment, believe it or not. The UAE's got a great championship. I'm going to be out commentating in Latvia later this year, which has got another great championship, but the UK is where it's at. And yeah, the FIA looking outside its traditional the championship that you and Anthony Jordan are representing, and yeah, that's really, really good.
Of course, last year, the 2023 International Karting Rankings, topped by Britain, Lewis Werrell.
Yes.
Doing very well now in the senior categories. Are we ready this time? Yes, we are. Green light, 12 minutes, and away we go for the start of the Micromax final. Brilliant jump there from Max Jolly round the outside. Takes the lead in the early stages, heading up to Christmas Corner for the first time. The number 20, that's a great start. That Dean Pahal has come through to second place. What a start for Pahal. Are they all going to make it through Christmas Corner? The answer is yes.
And the driver with a Nigel Mansell style crash helmet as well. Look out for him. I'll try and get a number check on that. That's a great helmet game there by by that young man. And and there's somebody going very slowly. That I think was possibly the number 88 kart of Chester Fawkes. And there's another zip kart going over the grass there, coming out of Oisiers. That was, you said that was Maximilian Abrahart. Into the finals came for the first time. And, well, we've had 2 O plates with a dominant winner so far. Max Jolly has got a handy advantage. Now, the Hunter Motorsport team, they won the Dubai O plate with Kai Hunter in senior Rotax. Haven't won a British O plate yet, although Dean Pahal, neither have Richardson Chassis Engineering. And Charlie Page with the Synergy team, well, he's hoping to add a second O plate for that team after Finley Lines earlier on.
I've seen some very mature heads on young shoulders so far this weekend in Micromax. And for Pahal, Farrow, Page, Oman, Millward, all drivers who know each other very well. They're racing already in numerous years, of course. They've got a job right now which has closed down Max Jolly, and they are doing. 0.74 of a second was the gap at the end of lap number 1. At the end of lap number 2, it's still Max Jolly in the lead of this one, but the gap, actually no, it's gone back out. That was a mega third sector from Max Jolly, back out to 3/4 of a second. That could be quite key, because if you're strong in sector number 3, Henry, and you've got that drive out of the corner, you're going to be good on the run up to here, Christmas corner. Here's a fight for 5th place.
Yep.
Owen, Millward, Garrett and Cook all getting involved. There's a little bit of tape or something
Yeah,
off one of
that
the
was just
front
maybe
runners.
off one of the radiators, possibly. Nothing to concern the drivers about, but this could be game on. Now, Arthur Farrow was challenging Dian Pahal going into Christmas corner. Pahal held him off without losing too much, without losing too much ground to Max Jolly. Now, Jolly, there's another great shot. Look at that, over the curves. So these drivers, these are our Micromax drivers, aged 8, 9, 10, 11, they can't go up to 12. New fastest lap for the race leader. Now, that will be a signal. The 2nd and 3rd place drivers, and again, Farrow looking to the inside, and again, Pahal closes the door, but Pahal and Farrow's team, they need to be signalling, okay, the race leader is pulling away, let's, you could discuss who leads later on. At the moment, you're fighting over 2nd, push together. Doesn't matter who's 1st and who's 2nd pushing. The pair of you need to work together, or else Jolly is going to disappear off into the distance.
Indeed. Oh, the closing, they're very good through sectors 1 and 2. As lovely stuff down the inside there from the number 38 of Luke Millward. Through as well as comes Joshua Cook, who's having a good final so far. Had problems that Nicole spoke to him about in the latter round of heat, but we know the pace is there for Joshua Cook, and there it is. New fastest lap of the race. 53.30 seconds, still a good amount of time to go, of course. Here coming down the inside is Millward, helped by Cook once again. That's Charlie Page they've just dispatched. So Millward up to 4th, Cook up to 5th, Page down to 6th.
And there, Page almost down to 7th, because the number 11, Carter Austin Oman, his dad Tristan would have been proud of that attempt. Certainly no shortage of guts and gumption from young Austin Oman, following in his father's footsteps. Alfie Garrett, James Roots and Elliot Travis. Remember Travis, he's one to watch, qualified very well, ran up front yesterday, had a spin earlier on in the superheat and is now fighting back. And then there's the pair of Zip drivers chasing him. That would be Abrahart and Alfie Mayer. Alfie Mayer from 20th on the grid to 2nd. The gap between these two drivers, Dian Pahal and Arthur Farrow, and the race leader Max Jolly, it was 0.6 of a second at the start of this lap. I think it's going to be a lot less when they come to the next timing split. It's down to 0.5 of a second.
Indeed, 7 minutes to go in this one, still in the opening half of this one. There is the number 24 of Arthur Farrow. Trying to just gauge, I think, at the moment for Arthur Farrow. It's another driver with a good record round here, and I've seen him race at Whilton Mill before. Likes racing this course, as that's another move from Elliot Travis down the inside, this time on James Roots for 8th place. And likes to bide his time as well, does Arthur Farrow. The gap is down to 0.35 a second, and Max Jolly. Now, right now, if you're Max Jolly, the young driver, it's a great experience to be up by the front, but don't tighten up. Keep it loose, keep it smooth. He's checking over the shoulder, that's fine. As here goes Farrow for another good run down his end.
Okay.
Tell you what, Pahal's got some really good speed at the top end of Christmas Straight.
I mean, he's got that Force Motorsport Jordan Baines tuned engine on him, but what he also has is that he turns in late, sharp, and the car bites. Now, if I were Arthur Farrow, I would now be abandoning my plans to try and pass Dian Pahal going up the hill towards Christmas. He's tried 3 times. Dian Pahal has taken the same line, the same speed every single time, and it hasn't worked. Now Dian Pahal is closing into the leader. We're looking back at this battle at the tail end of the top 10. That's Roots, Travis, oh dear, and that is one of the Sam Pollock Racing drivers in the wall. It's Harry Radcliffe out of the race. Now Pahal is as close as he's ever been. Here are the lead trio, and
thought he was going for a very late move there, but I see what you mean.
That's a unique line. Yes.
5 minutes and 20 to go then. Max Jolly has now got a job on here, because Pahal and Farrow are right there behind, and Luke Millward's got some good pace at the moment, helped by Josh Cook being the fastest driver still on the circuit, 52.97, so we're into the 52s now. The new track record is currently held by Josh Cook from earlier on in the weekend, a 52.52. So you can see that the pace is coming back to the drivers now. 5 minutes to go. Very good run through the final couple of corners there for Max Jolly. But is he now under a bit of threat? Because Dean Pahal's going to be in the slipstream now, heading up to Christmas Corner.
Harry Radcliffe has got back on, and he is... Here we go, though, because I was going to say, as Dean Pahal takes the lead, or does he? Jolly round the outside? No. Pahal leads. They're coming up on slower traffic. Harry Radcliffe has got back into the race, and he's not far up the road there, just flashing through the top of the screen there. Now, the leaders and the top three are being caught by Millwood and Cook. 5 drivers under a second separate them.
Well, this is what we want from a final here in the O-Plate. Jolly defending to the inside there against Arthur Farrow. This is the best opportunity now for Dean Pahal to race off the front. Needs a strong lap here to hold that lead. And it's always side by side for the lead. Pahal and Jolly down towards oblivion. This is what we've been thinking about with the changes. Pahal defends well, but has got to get across to driver's right. Jolly's got the overlap. He's on the curb there. Through Fine Ladies down the inside. 3 wide with Farrow on the outside. Jolly goes through into the lead. Millwood hops through into second place. What a beautiful bit of kart positioning there. And is now going for the lead. Millwood down the inside into Ashby Corner to the front of the O-Plate final with 3.5 minutes to play.
Well, the KR Sport Junior Division have a race leader in Luke Millwood. He raced with Toby George Motorsport last year. Now Toby George running the KR Sport Junior program. Dean Pahal fought back into second position. Millwood, though, and talk about experience, Millwood's got that experience. He went out to the Tillotson T4 World Finals in Valencia last year as part of Team UK. So he's got that experience of racing at an international level. Talking about tightening up, Andrew, he is one driver that won't tighten up under pressure. Pahal, what a move to the inside. Dean Pahal has got the front end of that kart on rails turning in. What a move.
Came from a long way back, but had it under control at all times. Pahal checks over the shoulder, sees that Jolly is still there. Josh Cook is now up to third. I've got to say, I think Josh Cook is the danger driver here. The best pace, raw pace, I'd say is in that number 9, but Pahal has track position. 2.25 minutes to go. Through the chicane once again. Can Pahal hold on to this? And they're still catching up to that traffic. It's Harry Radcliffe up ahead.
Fair play to Dean Pahal. The last time I saw a dive that deep was when my ex-missus was going through the history folder on my laptop. Great stuff.
Harry Radcliffe pulls to one side. Good driving there from Radcliffe to not get involved in this battle. Max Jolly's trying different things now. Knows that the move into Christmas is probably not going to work because Pahal is just so strong through that portion of the circuit. The question is, where is the move possible now for Max Jolly? Is it on into Otis? This is an opportunity for drivers, but no, not this time. Jolly just holds it. It's a very well-driven race, this, from these 5 young drivers. The waiting, the knowing that it's a bit too early to give it the last big send when you've still got 1.5 minutes remaining on the clock, and of course the +1 lap through the chicane again. Look at the millimetre perfection of these young drivers through that final corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll tell you what, Alfie Garrett's not out of this yet as well. He's only 1.5 seconds. Well, he's 1 second off the back of this group. If they do start fighting, and they have started fighting, Jolly down the inside for the lead of the race has got to get the speed off the corner right, because Pahal's going to come back. Beautifully positioned yet again by Jolly, but now the undercut indeed, down into the hill. Pahal retakes the lead. Have they run too much wide? Josh Cook's now wheel to wheel with Max Jolly on the outside for Wilkins. That's the opportunity for Farrow to hop back up to third place. Now into second place. This is going to invite Garrett and Page back into this fight. 1.5 seconds covers the top 7. That is Cook down the inside, so it's Pahal from Farrow. Cook, that is your 1, 2, 3. 2 more laps.
Yes, indeed, 20 seconds. And you can see the hands signals going, it's all now one. It's push, 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 go, go, go. It's Pahal from Pharaoh, from Cook, Jolly. Here comes Arthur Pharaoh, and I said I would have ball, and he's got in front of the thing. I did say earlier on he's got to abandon that, but he's learning. Pahal was always going to turn in. That's Pahal's line. So we're now down to 6 at the front, and Charlie Page and Alfie Garrett, they had to take evasive action.
Joshua Cook is the record holder around this new layout at Whilton Mill. Joshua Cook needs the lap of his young racing life to find a way past the ever impressive Dian Pahal here this weekend in the O-Plate. Time has expired. Final lap board is going to be out. There it is. It's a very good run for Pahal out of Pit Bend through Oblivion. That's Oblivion gone. Very strong, of course, up into Christmas, but here comes Cook. Cook with a great run up the hill. Is going to have to do it round the outside when we know how strong Pahal is on Apex through Christmas, and has done so again. Here comes Jolly on the outside. Is there a move down the inside for Cook? He's having a little look at it. Jolly's having a think about it as well. That's Ashby gone. The corners are ticking on by for Dian Pahal to take victory in the O-Plate. Here's the opportunity for Josh Cook down the inside.
Wheel to
into
wheel.
Ozias. Has he made the move? He has. Josh Cook takes the lead. The boot remaining. The first part is a key overtaking opportunity. Round goes Pahal. Off goes Jolly. Another driver. It's the number 38 of Millwood as well. Josh Cook, from the 4th, the 5th row of the grid, becomes O-Plate champion in Mini and Micro Max for 2024. He waited, Henry. He knew he'd have one opportunity to take the win, and he did it.
And again, you look at that, the number 9 plate on the kart. Josh Cook finished 9th in last year's British Championship. It was that little bit of extra experience that got it on the day. He perfect timing, and sadly Pahal and Jolly, who controlled, they were first and second for much of that race. They managed to come across, but Jolly finishing 8th, and further down the order was Dian Pahal in 16th position. And they will be 2 drivers who will contend for a British title this year, I am sure. Looking down the order there, Harper-Das, Harry Radcliffe finishing down the order, Chester Fawkes, Benedictus Masiokas, Albert and Arthur Pharaoh. Well, Arthur Pharaoh, great drive from Arthur, but it's Cook, Page, Garrett, Roots, Abrahart, and May from 20th to 6th, Oman, Jolly, Hauschka and Millwood, but Max Jolly will pick them up. There's Max Jolly going through there, the number 14, just behind Dian Pahal. Karting is a tough sport. There are not many weak individuals, and I mean weak by weak-minded, in this sport. These kids, and they are kids, they learn how to take their licks early on. They bounce back there for every, and there's happiness. Charlie Page and the mums, they're there, It's just the end of the day, you just want to give your son or daughter a big hug at the end of a race.
I just want to say one more thing on Dian Pahal. The last time I saw Dian race was, I think, at Warden Law at the back end of last year.
He's a different driver.
Worlds different. The rate of improvement for Dian Pahal, I think you're absolutely right. And it's not the result that Dian would have wanted today, but there is a driver who is going to be a force to be reckoned with in this year's Virtuals British Kart Championship.
I had a long conversation with Dian's dad last year. Now they've got an old minibus. They've converted into a workshop, and Dian's dad said, well, there are a couple of people in the paddock have said, they made a bit of fun of me because I got a bus. He said, I got to do what I got to do to keep Dian racing.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of little sponsors that help us out, but you know what? At the back of an old minibus, that's how we're going to do things. But, there's Max Jolly. Let's have a little look at the highlights, and there were many. So we've got a 12-minute highlight package to bring you now for that race. It's a great start there. Now, Dian Pahal from 6th. He gets a really good run. There he is, 3rd cut in line. Look at him duck under the inside. The front end of that kart was excellent.
It really was a great piece of engineering. That was Maximilian Eberhardt taking a rough tumble through the exits of Ozias there. The race early on got into a good rhythm. Some drivers coming through the field, such as Josh Cook, Alfie Mayer as well. Drivers, the
improvements for the drivers through that final chicane over the last 2 weeks have been a testament to this field. This was the first key move, and the first time that we saw Dean Pahal, the front end of that car, Christmas corner was the strength. You see so many times drivers dive for the early apex through Christmas and run on. That was a key factor straight away.
Well, that's
Max Jolly tried to find space every time, but Pahal just kept holding it round the outside. That eventually was the point at which Jolly came through, but it brought others into play. Millwood, Cook, Farrow, who were all there to try and take this O-plate.
Yeah, but that's what you want as a driver. Look, Kart turns in, change direction, you turn the wheel once, the front end bites, and the back end doesn't bog down, but it doesn't try to come around on you. And that's a sign of a very well set up, pointed kart. Now at this point, Pahal had done very well here to keep Jolly behind, and I was thinking to myself, okay, they're running out of service. Now it all started to get loose. Farrow had to go for his move there, but Pahal was always going to turn in. That was his line, but learning now, Josh Cook, a bit more experience than Farrow, start setting up Dean Pahal for the move half a lap from home.
Yeah, and made the key move into Otis. It was most likely the last opportunity that Cook would have had.
That was Alfie, Garrett and Charlie Page celebrating second and third.
Brilliant.
That was brilliant. You know, they're not O-plate winners, but they're second and third. A great result for them. And, Nicole's going to have some very, very happy Micromax drivers.
I think Charlie Page is another one compared to the last time I saw Charlie race.
Yep.
He's raced here quite a few times, but a huge step forward, and that'll be a result that they remember for a very long time. What a race. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland. She's going to get the thoughts of the drivers from that Micromax UK final.
So we are here with Micromax P3 finisher, Alfie. Alfie, how was your race?
It was pretty good. Some disasters came in front on the last lap, so I just went down the inside, and that's how I got third.
That's great. And is there anybody you want to thank for this weekend?
My mum and my dad.
Great, very best. Well done for your result, Harry, and good luck for the rest of your season.
Thanks.
We're just going to catch up with P2 as well, so P2, come over. Charlie, how was your race?
Good. It was really hard because he was on my bumper the whole race, so it was really hard, and then he overtook me. I pushed him for a couple of laps, and then the front 4-5, I think, they all tangled up, and then I came second.
Is there anybody you want to thank for this weekend as well, Charlie?
Matt Scheuer, my mum, my dad, Alfie, my mechanic, and my nan, my dad, and my grandpa, and my sister.
Great, well, very well done. We'll see you in a little bit for your trophy presentation. We're going to catch up as well with our provisional O-plate race winner, Josh. Josh, we caught up with you on the grid, and you said that you felt confident that you could make some places up, and you definitely have. Can you tell us a bit about the race?
Start, just thought I had to get through, and well, got a bit stuck in P5, but in the last lap overtook Deanne for P1, and that's it.
P10 to P1, pretty impressive result. I'll give you your provisional O-plate. And is there anybody you'd like to thank for that one?
My dad, KR Junior, KR Engines, my mum, Louis Connor, Toby, George.
Congratulations, Josh. We'll just throw back up to the comms box with Henry for our next race of the day.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Getting ready soon for the next race. If you're just joining us, welcome to live coverage of the 2024 British O-Plate, the Rotax and Honda British Open Championship, organised, of course, by Motorsport UK. First meeting for the new season of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Henry Beaudette on commentary duties for you throughout the day. Two more races to enjoy here at Whilton Mill. The first one of those two going off of the formation lap in around less than 7 minutes time. At 3:30 it'll be time for the Honda Cadets to take to the circuit for their 12-minute plus 1 lap final. There you see a selection of the Honda Cadet GX200 runners just getting everything set before moving into the dummy grid. Conditions here right now, we had a little bit of rain earlier on today, bit of drizzle around 1 o'clock, but really it's apart from that, it's been a dry tyres day. The track is fully dry now. This, of course, altered layout at Whilton Mill with the new chicane. This is, in fact, a little bit of history. This is the first final in Honda Cadet GX200 on this new layout, because they weren't part of the. There wasn't a Honda field at the go-kart at the Kart Club event last weekend, and 18 drivers due to go out on circuit for this one. An illustrious list of names have been Honda Cadet O-Plate champion. Last year it was Kian Bernard who was the winner ahead of Theo Bradshaw and Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe is in this field, starts on the 3rd row of the grid. Before that, Kenzo Craigie, 2022 O-Plate champion, Noah Wolf, 2021. All three of those last winners have proceeded on to the next stage and further. With some great performances over the years. You look further back, of course, 2019, Connor Duncan was the O-Plate winner in Honda Cadet. 2017, Lucas Ellingham, an expert of this circuit. We'll see Lucas later on this afternoon in the senior Rotax final. If you go a little bit further back, you've got names such as Ollie Behrman and Jess Hawkins, who have their names on the list of honour for Honda Cadet O-Plate winners. As I say, 18 of them getting ready for this one. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you are supporting in this race, or the seniors as well. Don't forget the senior Rotax final is coming up after this one as well. So don't worry if you are of a senior Rotax supporting mind. Don't worry, you haven't missed their important race so far today. If you have missed any of the races from either today or yesterday, remember we had all of the heats for you live here from Whilton Mill. That's going to be something that we're going to be doing all the way through 2024. Every single Vera Tools British Kart Championships event broadcast live Saturday and Sunday. Henry Beaudette rejoins me in the commentary box. I'm looking forward to this one. The Honda Cadet, Whilton Mill. It's always a great combination.
Yes, and you know, I have got my, you know, I'm very, very grateful to Maria Cox for presenting me with Gerard's much beloved, well-worn bucket hat, which I constantly refer to him as though he just come back from a weekend at Glastonbury or a Stone Roses concert, and yeah, this is a class that is so close to the heart of Gerard, the training ground for so many, many young drivers. Yeah. You can see the white, the green and the red of the Project One team, the Project One karts, the chassis, the team, and there are many, many people in this paddock that owe their time in karting or their start to a much missed friend. And some of these young drivers, they will, you know, it's a very it's karting. Yes, it gets you. Nicole Sutherland is down on the grid now.
So we'll be walking onto the pre-grid today with Ed Spain. Ed will be starting his final third. Ed, what do you think of today?
Yeah, I think it's went really well, but we can't say it until this happens.
And are you feeling confident that you can maybe get that O-Plate win?
Yeah, I'm going to try.
And these races are always exciting. You never know what's going to happen. So are you thinking, do you have any tactics at all? Or are you just going to go into it with an open mind?
I'm just going to go into it with an open mind and see how it plays out. Hope to come first over the finish line.
Great, very best of luck to you, Ed. We'll let you get concentrated. We'll just work our way down the grid, maybe hear from our second row. Oh no, we are on pole. I think they've just started a position behind. We'll have a quick chat with Kevin Ivanov.
Excuse me?
If I'm not in his dad's way. Kevin, how are you feeling ahead of this race?
Feeling decent. Anything can happen, just wishing for the best.
And you've had a great weekend so far. You said earlier that the Zipkart factory team were happy. And are you happy so far?
Yep.
Well, very best of luck to you, Kevin. Just work our way down the grid. Talk to our Project 1 driver who will be starting on the second row. Can you just tell us a little bit about how your day's been so far and what you're thinking for the final?
My day's been all right. We haven't been able to find setup this weekend. The first heat, the second heat, today I came 14th to 5th, so I'm pretty happy with that. I've got pace, so hopefully I can be in the battle by the last lap to see if I can win it, yeah.
That's great. And Honda Cadets, even though they're the youngest drivers at the event, it's always an exciting one. We'll head back up to the comms box now with Henry and Andrew, and they'll introduce the race.
Oh, yes, and we will. 17 drivers. Very sadly, Albie Smith won't be out there. We saw him have an incident earlier on, but I can see him, and he's watching, and he's thinking to himself, right, if I can't get the O plate in 2024, how am I going to get the O plate in 2025? And he's there thinking, so now, right, let's talk about the drivers that are out there, because we are going to be going racing very shortly. But of course, this is the Wera Tools British Kart Championship, and we are so grateful for Wera's support.
All set for racing here at Whilton Mill. The Honda Cadet GX200 final for the O-Plate in 2024. With a grid that looks a little bit like this. The lights will shine green in a short few moments' time, and then we'll run you through.
Going to say, yeah, there's
order.
no rolling laps. It's a standing start. Right, Kevin Ivanov, Margaret Kavakis, Ed Spain, Ryan White, Ralphie Branscombe, Luke McGall.
On the fourth row of the grid, Keane Sullivan and Elliot Bork, Ronnie Smart and Archie Cannon, Ricky McIntosh and Harry Grant on row 6, row 7, Jack Fulbrook, Harmer and Shea Hilton, Andrew Sutherland, Sharon C. Cretan, and away we go then for the formation
it will
lap.
be a formation lap. I was there thinking, I assumed that it would be not this. So as my bad that we rushed the grid there. Apologies to the 17 drivers. We did get them all in, you know, because I apologise to the disembodied voice in my head. That's Margaret Kavakis. He's the second driver starting on the front row today to spin on the rolling lap. Can he get back in? Well, he should get back into his grid position. So the disembodied voice in my head is upset with me, which is very, very difficult to be upset with when I can't see the disembodied voice in my head. It's like I'm having an argument with myself.
Now, the question is Kavakis, it's just a stay calm moment now, and he's furious with himself.
Yes.
That's understandable. Hopefully he'll be able to get back into that second place on the grid. The other thing to remember as well, 17 kart field. Well, we saw Jacob Ashcroft come through from the very back to finish in fourth over 12 minutes in Junior Rotax earlier.
Yes.
That is a slightly saving grace for Kavakis, that if he does have to start out the position, he's still got 12 minutes and less karts to overtake to get back to the front.
Yes, and he's still staying at the back. Now, there's obviously a regulation about where you have to be. Now there's Dan Ashton telling the drivers, so this is key. So Kavakis is there at the back. Now he's going to try and communicate with Dan Ashton. I don't think he's having. So Kavakis starting from the back of the grid. Drama before we get to the start. And Dan Ashton saying, okay, you be careful. Well done. Good communication there from Dan Ashton to the young drivers. We wait for the lights. The lights go out. And we're off and racing.
12 minutes then for Honda Cadet GX200. Good start for Kevin Ivanov. for Skip Factory. They took a 1-2 in this race last year, and it's a good start for them. Where is Margaris Kavakis? Going to be looking. He's already got past 4 drivers by the time they've run up to Christmas Corner.
Yes.
That's a very good start for the Lithuanian privateer. Down the hill then towards Ashby Corner for the first time. Glad to report all 17 drivers running. There is Kavakis down the inside. Needs to keep it calm.
Yes. He's just enrolled in the Jacob Ashcroft School of Aggression. And it went a little bit too wide there, but he's still got time. Now, the problem that he does have, though, is Kevin Ivanov is trying to clear off ahead of this trio of cars. Ryan White, Ed Spain, Ralphie Branscombe, Luke McGaw, Cian Sullivan. So one driver, the pink crash helmet there, the number 96, Ralphie Branscombe. We saw it earlier on. There's one driver that can manage a race, and wait, is Ralphie Branscombe. So he'll be a very smart driver, is Branscombe. Don't really get it. If you see his dad, you haven't got a clue where he gets it from. I'm only joking. As Branscombe goes through, so passes the number 14 card of Elliot Bork down the hill towards Ashby. Here's Margaris Kavakis, and this time he does get the kart turned in time. The number 88 kart there, Shea Hilton, was running a little bit wide, but Kavakis learned, and he's learned from his mistake going into Ashby on lap number 1. Got it sorted this time. The problem he has is that we're starting to spread out a little bit. Those two karts, they're not teammates. They're very similarly liveried, though. Ricky McIntosh Jr. and Harry Grant.
Yeah, that's the battle for 10th place.
I'm going to invoke there. That reminds me of the old Delta karting liveries from many moons ago. And there are a couple of Delta karting drivers still here in the paddock. But yeah, a lot of old school mention from the Delta karting days. Here we go. There's a Project 1 kart going up the inside, and that would be Ronnie Smart picking off Elliot Bork for 6th position.
Very good stuff from Ronnie Smart. Very good stuff as well from Ryan White, his Project 1 teammate, who has set the fastest lap of the race so far. 0.48 seconds behind Ivanov. Needs to keep working there with Ed Spain in the number 72 to close that gap in. This is a key phase of this race. Yes, there are 9.5 minutes of it to go, but if Ivanov can break away, get a 2-second lead, maybe even 3-second lead, that's going to be very hard for the rest of the field to pull back. It may be an altered Whilton Mill, but it's still that same ethos of got to use your head round this circuit when you're racing in Honda Cadet. It's a level that teaches drivers so much about racecraft. Ivanov giving it everything he can, 53.94. As here comes Branscombe, 3rd in this race last year, is out is Keith Sullivan. Keith Sullivan, one of the front runners in this race, is not going to see the checkered flag towards the front of the order. Stops on lap 4. We're not sure what's happened to him as Kavakis is on the move now. Kavakis now up to 11th, make that 10th with the demise of the number 26.
Yes, indeed. Now, out of Ozier's onto the sort of the infield straight towards the boot. There is Elliot Bork. Now, we saw him lose a couple of positions in that number 14 Zip kart. Now he's looking to try and gain a couple of places back. Archie Cannon in the number 42 is directly in front of him. Then it is the number 51 of Ronnie Smart. So that's a battle on your screen of 6th, 7th and 8th. Behind them is now Margaris Kavakis. So Margaris is closing in. He is 5.6 seconds. There he is, the black and white, the karting zebra of Margaris Kavakis. He's got clean track in front of him. Can he close in without the aid of a slipstream or somebody pushing behind? Ivanov only leads by 0.7 of a second. That's good news because Ryan White is close enough to maybe put him under a little bit of pressure if he gets some help with the number 72 kart of Ed Spain.
10th and a half has been taken out by Ryan White so far in sectors 1 and 2. So expect that that gap to be coming down as we go round another lap. 0.79 was the gap at the end of lap number 4. It's 0.61. So White and Spain just need to keep doing as they are, keep pushing along. They are pulling the leader back in. They may also get some help from behind as well because Ralphie Branscombe has just set a really nice bit of pace there. 53.86, new fastest lap of the final so far. Top 4 covered by a second.
Yes, they are into Ashby's, and we'll have a little look there. The zip kart of Kevin Ivanov the gap has shrunk to half a second. It was 0.7 of a second. We could have a 4, possibly a 5-kart battle, because Luke McGall is hanging with Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe is the fastest driver on circuit at the moment. Last time around, 53.86 for Branscombe, new fastest lap. There's Kavekis, and Kavekis is closing in on this next group of cars. 6 minutes to go.
6 minutes to go indeed.
Plus a lap.
Yep, plus a lap.
Now, if Kavekis, and it's a big if, Kavekis needs to get past those 3 drivers, these 3 drivers, that is Smart, Cannon and Bork. He needs to get past them without losing realistically any time. It's going to be 3 quick, decisive manoeuvres that doesn't cost him any momentum, and neither of these 3 drivers can fight back. If he can do that, then the way that the top 5 are looking, they're going to battle, they're going to slow each other down. I am a betting man, that's why I drive a very small rubbish car. But I would say that if he could do that, Kavekis isn't out of a chance of winning yet.
But it's the time's ticking on by 5.5
time
minutes.
is not Kavekis' friend right now.
Branscombe's got the pace from the back of this group as well. That's another purple lap time for Ralphie Branscombe, pushing those 2 karts ahead. White and Spain towards the leader. If you're Kevin Ivanov right now, it's stay calm. We've said it already today in other classes. When you're in this position, don't get tight at the steering wheel. Don't grip it tighter. Don't try and drive harder than you've done so far. Keep doing what you're doing. This is the nature of Honda Cadet, and if there's one driver who knows that, it's Ryan White, the reigning British kart champion in Honda Cadet. That super run through the second half of the season in 2023 that gave him the honour of the 1 plate. What a great story it would be for another strong result for Project One Racing in this year's O-Plate. Many times we've seen a Project One Racing machine towards the front in this race, and we're seeing so again. 4 minutes 40 to go. What is the gap? What are those gaps doing across the top 9? It's pretty stable across the top 4. Luke McGall, a little bit isolated at the moment there in 5th. That 6th, 7th, 8th battle, though, is starting to fall back. That is not good news if you're Margaret Kavekis, because your gap to the leaders is now
growing,
extending out.
yes.
It's a wall. It's an impregnable wall at the moment, Smart, Cannon and Bork, for Kavekis to get through, and he's seeing his opportunity of being on that podium slip away.
Yeah, they are. Well, now, okay, so, and again, coming into Wilkins, he wants to be careful. The last thing he wants to do is take himself out, take another one of those drivers out. The first kart he's got to try and get past is Elliot Bork. He's had one little nibble up the inside, and Bork didn't defend, but Bork, wasn't, Margaret wasn't going to get by. We'll have to see now. 4 minutes to go, and I mean, okay, 2 minutes to go. He had a chance. Now, unfortunately, I think it's probably game over. We got a new race leader, Ryan White, in the number 1 plate, takes the lead away from Kevin Ivanov. And the entire weekend, White has been struggling. He spoke to Nicole Sutherland on the grid. And said, we haven't had the setup right. Ivanov coming straight back at him, coming into Wilkins. And that's White over the grass, down to 4th place. And right, okay, Ryan, you've got to keep both hands on the steering wheel. I know that you're probably not a bit upset about that, but karts go faster when you've got both hands on the wheel.
And there's still a chance to win this. It's going to be less than a second covering the top 4 still. That's good news for Luke McGall, all of that fighting. It's brought him into play now. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with 3 minutes remaining on and counting. Fighting for the lead here at Whilton Mill for the Honda Cadet O-Plate 2024. What is the gap to Group 2 like? Never mind that right now. Branscombe down the inside, using the experience of 12 months ago when he finished 3rd in the O-Plate here at Whilton Mill. Hits the front, 2.5 minutes to go. Is Ivanov going to strike back straight away? Because that's the best time when we've been overtaken.
Yep.
The best time to re-overtake is straight away. That's good positioning once again from Ralphie Branscombe. Holds onto the lead, has a check over the shoulder, gives himself a little kick in the seat to say, come on, we've got this. 2 minutes to go, and Ed Spain still there as well in 3rd place.
Yeah.
Good catch by Ivanov, having a slide through the final chicane.
I was going to say, you've got to channel your inner Dave Goddard to go wallop straight in. It's a banger racing commentary tactic there, that is. Okay, Big banger racing me down in East Anglia this weekend. Oof, can't wait. Bit of banger racing. Not on the track though. This is go-karting, and Ralphie Branscombe holds off Kevin Ivanov as they come through Inkermans down the bottom now. What can Ryan White do from fourth? What can Ed Spain do from third? Margaris Kvekis is into 6th position. 90 seconds, 6.5 seconds.
He needs a lot to happen.
Well, he needs an awful lot to happen. You know, and of course, nothing like that's happened in any of the previous races that we've seen. Ivanov back to the front as we head into the boot.
Really good move there from Ivanov. There's still going to be a number of laps of this one to go. Let's check what the time's going to be like as they come out. There's going to be 3 more laps to go here, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Just over a minute remaining on the clock, and we're doing 53-point-something lap times. There is Kvekis in the back of shot, clear now of Cannon, Bork and Smart. What kind of pace has he got? He's needing the biggest fight in the world up front, but if there's one class that's going to do it, it's Honda Cadet.
He needs the biggest fight in the world as Ryan White and Ed Spain go wheel to wheel, side by side, all the way across the top through Inkermans and down towards Ashby. And now, side by side for the race lead. You know what? Margaris Kvekis is thinking himself, I know it's Easter Sunday, but could it be Christmas Day? And Branscombe over the grass, straight back on, and we're down to 3 for the lead group. Branscombe, though, keep your head. They're going to get 2 more laps after this one, so they're going to cross the line with 10 seconds or so to go. Branscombe in 5th. He's got to get his head down. Kvekis has already gained 1 second. Yes.
I'm getting closer all the time, so the time now has expired. The next time around they'll see last lap board. Ivanov, defence to the inside. Little bit of encouragement from Spain there onto Ryan White. Ryan White, who's won so many of these Honda Cadet races over the last 12 months. Can he do it here in the O-Plate? Kevin Ivanov, who's been superb so far this weekend. Here comes down the inside at Spain. Good defence there from Ryan White round the outside. Here comes Luke McGall down the inside, side by side for the lead once again between White and Ivanov.
They're hooked together.
Yes, they've got a little bit of slow there down the inside. Here comes the 35 of Luke McGall. They're still all in play, Henry. One more lap to go. Can Kevin Ivanov hold on?
Well, Luke McGall hasn't led an entire lap all weekend. He goes into the final lap of the O-Plate, running in second and chasing down Kevin Ivanov. Ivanov looks over his shoulder, doesn't defend. That's significant. They're tripping over each other for second, third, fourth and fifth. This is now Ivanov's race to win. It's now Zip Kart's race to lose. There is McGall defending second. We don't know who's going to be on the podium.
We don't indeed. Spain down the inside takes White's 4th place. White 5's back. Oh, 5-second in-time race penalty for the number 50. Kevin
This is
Ivanov.
the battle for the win.
This is the fight for the O-Plate in 2024. It's not going to go the way of Zip Factory Team for a 2nd year in a row. This is the fight into the final chicane. Branscombe's going to take this. Ralphie Branscombe is going to become O-Plate champion in Honda Cadet for 2024 in the most dramatic scene you've seen today. It's Ivanov on the road, but a plus 5-second penalty for kart number 50, which has come up on our timing screens here in the box, means he will drop to 5th place. Branscombe takes it from McGall. Spain on the podium as well. Wow.
And I just looked at the video. Ralphie Branscombe's parents. What an absolute, you know, the joy. They realised, you know what, that's... I'm not sure what the in-race penalty was for. There was an incident with Branscombe. There was an incident with Ryan White, but we won't reflect on that. What we will reflect on is the fact that Ralphie Branscombe, arms aloft as he crosses the line. And what kart does Ralphie Branscombe drive? He drives a Project 1, and Gerard would be very, very, very proud of the way in which he did that. Ivanov. Oh, but there it is, and Ralphie Branscombe, the LMM, well, he's entered as a privateer, but yeah, and I've got to say, you know, yes. Project One, Gerard Cox will be very, very proud. There'll be a lot of people in this paddock that'll be very pleased. Just Project One is the British Open champion in 2024. And look at that. You don't need words. I'm going to shut up. You don't need words.
That is what it means. Ralphie Branscombe joins a very, very illustrious list of champions who have gone on to great things, and that's very good to see as well.
And he
very
always
sporting
gets
moment between
so
Ivanov.
much. Ralphie Branscombe always gets so much support on the live chat, which again, you know, is fantastic. You know, that was an absolutely crazy race. Well, it was a Cadet, it was a Honda Cadet race. That's all you need to know. Now, we're going to wait. There's going to be Mum and Dad are going to come into the picture in a minute. Yeah, there's Margaris Kavakis. Oh, penny for his thoughts.
What I'm just going to say about Margaris Kavakis, kind of similar to what we said with Jacob Ashcroft when he had the same mistake.
Yep.
He'll be gutted.
Yep.
He'll be really disappointed. But we've got to remember, this is a young driver who's only just come into the world of owner karting.
Yeah.
Last year was doing arrive and drive, you know, further down the karting pathway, showed his talents, and he's converted here. He's done a lot of great work this weekend.
Even more impressive in that case. So Ryan White briefly took the lead. At this point, you can see Branscombe there in 4th position. White and Ivanov, they disputed top spot for much of the race. Wheel to wheel, side by side. That was one incident that Ryan White ran wide. Now, Branscombe, he had a little go for the race lead, but Branscombe also ended up dropping back a little bit further back, going over the grass, coming out of Ozier's. And not on this occasion, so Branscombe did have the lead. Luke McGall, there in the number 35 kart, was just there. Smart drive again from Luke McGall. Here is, now this is another issue. So Branscombe to the inside and up over the back of Ivanov's kart there. And then Ryan White went for it with Ivanov. It was wheel-to-wheel stuff, but as they came out of the final corner, he just got the bumper hooked on the front of his kart. And I thought Luke McGall might just snatch the win here, having not led a lap all day. But this was the move eventually decide the Open Championship. Branscombe go around the outside of McGall at the boots, holding off. We were saying all weekend, we haven't had a side-by-side moments going into the new corner. Well, we got it there. It was for a British Open title.
It was indeed. Great celebrations in Parc Ferme at the end for Ralphie Branscombe. As you say, 3rd last year, has stayed in Honda Cadet and can be very proud of his name being added to the Open Champions list for Honda Cadet. Very much looking forward to seeing how Ralphie Branscombe gets on now for the rest of the season. Let's head down to Parc Ferme for the penultimate time today, and Nicole Sutherland is going to have the thoughts of the drivers.
We're here with Ed Spain, Honda Cadet 3rd place finisher. Ed, fantastic race, really exciting. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was very tough about all the battles all over the track, so yeah.
And catching up with you earlier on in the weekend, you said this is only your 2nd year of racing, so really great result.
Yeah, it is.
And is there anybody you'd like to thank for this weekend?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Ambition Motorsport for the setup and the driver coaching, and I'd like to thank my sponsor, SMS.
Well, congratulations, Ed. We'll catch up with you later on the podium. We're just going to go to our Honda Cadet 2nd place finisher. Second place, really great result and really, really amazing race. Can you just tell us a little bit about it?
So it was very close, like so close. It was just down the into the boot. He got me round the outside, got the benefit on the corner. So, but still happy with the result, definitely.
Great result overall. And is there anybody you'd like to thank?
Well, I'd like to thank John that runs the team for setting up the kart and getting it perfect. I'd like to thank Mum and Dad for, well, just being on the go, just helping out with everything. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations. Thanks very much. We'll also speak to our provisional O-Plate race winner, which is Ralphie Branscombe. Ralphie, what a race. How was that for you?
It was lovely. I thought like, as soon as I saw that 5 second come up, I was like, yes, this is it.
Yeah, and we definitely heard a lot of excitement from family and friends over there. Is anybody you'd like to thank in particular for this weekend?
My mum and dad for paying for it all, LMM Motorsports for giving me this lovely car, and I would just like to thank all my sponsors like Adrenico, Sharp, JCC Young Ones and Go Bobby.
Congratulations, Ralphie. Provisional winner, here is your 2024 O-Plate.
And a very well done to Ralphie Branscombe and
what a lovely bunch of interviews there by Ralphie and by by Luke McCall and Ed Spain. Really, really nice. Fantastic. Andrew, we got one race to go, and then the weekend is over. One race. Where has the time gone? It's senior Rotax. We had 60-plus drivers enter. Here is a very quick list of those drivers who haven't made the main event. Alex Duncan on a tiebreaker misses out. Sadly, the Scottish driver, the Hunter Motorsport driver. Sam Baker, Christoph Sala, Ethan Martin. So one of our Austrian drivers did not make it, Christoph Sala. Ethan Martin, Sam Longley. Ethan Ling missed out. If it hadn't been for the last lap of the superheat, Ling would be in, but he is sadly out. Ollie Goodyear, Luke Bate, 40 Matthew Lambert has not made it. Neither has Ralph Youngling, Ramirion Ubi, Rhys Bailey, Willoughby Steele, Dukas Prevalonis, Arthur Thacker, Max Taylor, Yannick Jacobs from Germany, Benjamin Southgate, John Brown, hope he's okay after his roll this morning, Jack Gillingham, Gemma Hyons, Caitlin Seabrook, Joshua Rudd, Les Taylor and George Hunter. They're not in this race. Sadly, they failed to qualify. Nicole Sutherland will be getting ready, and she'll be speaking to some of the drivers who have qualified. There in the foreground there, just turning his back to next to the driver, there's the gentleman with the blue Jack Dex racing jacket. That's Alex Moody. You can see his faded race suit because he left his new race suit at home. Look at that. It's not a red and white Kato Motorsport race suit. It's a pink and white Kato Motorsport. Luca Schlegel from Austria for the Kraft Motorsport team. Luca Schlegel has raced in the Rotax Grand Finals. The Potenza Engines team for the Kraft Motorsport team, the Gilbert family, and Jan Stiak and what have you. The Kraft Motorsport team, really smart livery cart and going very well as well. If you are looking for a underdog, terrible grammar, Henry Beaudette. If you are looking for an underdog in this race, look no further than Stefan Kazmarzik starting 31st. Gustav Usakov's down as a privateer. Spencer Brawl on the CRG 21st for cart number 65. If you're that way inclined, that is, and you want to cheer for an underdog. Spencer Braum, he's the driver that famously ended Anthony Jordan's career in the British Karting Championship when Anthony said, so you're trying to tell me this is easier and cheaper to race in Belgium than the British Championship? And then Anthony realised what he had said. But Spencer Braum, runner-up, he's got the Team UK race suit on. Runner-up, he's got a CRG race suit on. Of course he has. Nathan Chafer is here. But he finished second in the Rotax E20 final. There is the grid forming up. All the major players are there. Hunter, Higgins, Cunnington, Dan Holland, Hunter Motorsport, Guy Cunnington Racing, KR Sport, Sam Pollitt Racing. Teddy Pritchard Williams has told me I am going to be coming in this one. Don't you worry, I'm going for it. He said, mark my words, I'm going towards the front. So watch for Teddy Pritchard Williams standing there, Super Ted. There is Matthew Higgins. He's got the little cheeky Welsh dragon on the back of his crash helmet. And speaking of little cheeky chappies, there's Paul Spencer. Yeah, Paul. For Strawberry Racing Supremo. It's Lomax is there with some curtains. 1998 call, they want your haircut back, Reese. And there's Matt Cooley showing the Strawberry Racing hoodie. And we'll be getting ready to speak to some of our contenders very, very shortly as we look and wait the final race, Andrew Mather, of the weekend.
Oh, it's been a super weekend, hasn't it, here at Whilton Mill to kick things off for this year's Vera Tools British Kart Championships. And I know it sounds a little bit corny. I've been looking forward to this race all week, so it's going to be a cracker. Before we get to it, though, let's head down to the grid and to Nicole Sutherland. Nicole, over to you.
On the grid here, ahead of our Senior Rotax 2024 O-Plate final, just quickly catch up with pole sitter Kai Hunter. Hi, Kai.
Hi, Nicole.
Day so far, good?
Yeah, I think it's been a bit challenging with the weather. I think in our last heat, obviously, it rained on slick, so I just wanted to keep it on the road so I can be starting pole for the main final.
Yeah, and you're undoubtedly one of the most experienced drivers in the paddock now. In these races where it's much longer than the heats, how do you manage with the extra time, tyre management?
I think around here it's obviously quite abrasive, so you can't just go full out too soon. But I think it is a final, so I'm going to give it everything I've got.
Well, best of luck to you, Kai. Thank you. Just see if we can quickly catch you up with another driver. We'll interrupt Caden McQueen's fun. Caden, Rotax O-Plate, how are you feeling?
Yeah, confident. I think we've got the speed. I think we made a little mistake in the pre-final, which meant that we didn't start as far up as we should, but we've definitely got the speed and the knowledge of the track to do something with it. So, yeah, we'll just see how it goes and plan it out and make sure we make the right decisions.
Well, very best of luck to you, Caden. We'll throw back up to Henry and Andrew in the comms box.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yeah, really looking forward to this one. 4 o'clock here in the UK if you're watching us from around the world. Live coverage of the 2024 British O-Plate, the British Open Championship. The last race of the weekend, the final for the Senior Rotax O-Plate. Had a quick chat there with, of course, Kai Hunter. Won this race last year and the year before that, and in 2020 as well, looking to make it 4 from 5 in the seniors and 5 from 6 across all heats, across all categories, because let's not forget he won the junior one back in 2019. Having said that, there is a very long list of illustrious drivers trying to stop him. We'll be back with live coverage here from Whilton Mill after these short messages. Back with us live here. Next up, it is race 30 of the weekend, the Senior Rotax O-Plate Final. We started the weekend with 60-odd drivers, 61 in total. We finished with 34. Let's run through the grid for this year's O-Plate in Senior Rotax. Kai Hunter starts on pole position alongside his former teammate and good friend Matthew Higgins. Guy Cunnington and Macaulay Bishop start on row 2. Caden McQueen and Jack Lilly go from row 3.
Lewis Gilbert and Ben Follen start from row number 4. Teddy Pritchard-Williams, Joshua Graham, Tristan Rennie and Cian Geraghty. And oh no!
Alex Moody.
He is now in a bad moody.
Lorenzo.
Somebody didn't bolt his tyre on. Lorenzo Cordell, Neil Clark, Jack Collins, Jamie Perilli, and this Angus Scrivener and Tyler Harris.
That's your midfield running into row 10. Morgan Porter and Brandon Klein, Nagelvort, Spencer Brahm and Reg Haywood go from row 12. There is the rest of the order, the field coming round to complete the formation lap. Already we've had problems, I think, for Tristan Rennie. I think William Pemble,
yes,
there's William
Pemble
has had problem, and also Alex Moody. Are we good for a go? No, I thought that might be happening. Let's go around again. Just to run through the second half of the order once again. So Neil Clark and Lorenzo Cordell on row 7, Jack Collins and Jamie Pirelli on row 8, Angus Scrivener and Tyler Harris on row 9, Morgan Porter and Brandon Klein Nagelvort on row 10, Spencer Brahm and Reg Haywood row 11, William Pemble and Deacon Russell on row 12, Archie Buttle and Gustav Usakovs on row 13. Ewan Sharman, great to see him here in this final, is on row 14 alongside Liam Hartley. Alex Cole and Alex Moody were due to start on row 15. Moody is already gone from this one. Stefan Kaczmarczyk and Lucas Ellingham go from row 16. Ellingham, who was the runner-up in this race last year. Gabe Fairbrother and Lucas Schlegel completes the 34 qualifiers.
And I just spotted Joe Turney in the paddock. I was doing some driver coaching with Argenti Motorsports, the Kart Republic, and of course Joe, has recovered now after that horrific accident that he suffered in the World Championships last year, while he was on course to become Britain's next World Karting Champion. He probably still will be Britain's next World Karting Champion. Just got to wait for this year to do it.
It could be on home soil.
And it could be at home soil as well. Okay, we'll talk about that later in the year. Now we've got a British Open champion to decide.
12 minutes are underway here at Whilton Mill. Away they go for the Senior Rotax final. Good start for Kai Hunter, straight into the lead. Guy Cunnington up to second place. There's a little bit of wrestling at the back of the field. And immediately, that's Caden McQueen on the attack in his first final in the O-Plates for KR Sports. 7 years with Croc Promotions. What can he do here? He's defending straight away from Matthew Higgins, but that is just the start. That Kai Hunter, wanted, has won this race the last 2 years, has won it 3 times in the last 4. Through coming there as well. Well, there's the driver who broke that streak in 2021. Lewis Gilbert, the number 4, is already gaining positions.
Yeah, and Teddy Pritchard-Williams has also made a storming start. There goes Super Ted flying over the curbs, and there's Spencer Braum up a couple of places on the CRG as well. Now Teddy Pritchard-Williams has got to pass Lewis Gilbert. So Hunter, Cunnington, Higgins, Gilbert, and Pritchard-Williams makes the move, stick into Christmas corner, puts Teddy up. On the back of the pack, there's another driver, Ewan Charman. That is a heavily. Now is he gonna? There's a handshake there. Is he okay? Something on that barrel has failed and has taken Charman, and it's taken Neo Clark and Archie Buttle out of the race. New leader, Guy Cunnington.
Well, he did this a week ago in the club round, preparing for this event. Guy Cunnington hits the front of the order at the end of lap number 2. Demotes Hunter down to second place. There's Lucas Ellingham coming through the field. Multiple-time club champion here at Whilton Mill. Runner-up last year. What can he do? Yellow flag. No overtaking through here. Who went with Ewan Charman? Good to see that Ewan's okay. He had a really bad crash at Wera a few weeks ago. Been great to see him in this final. But his 2024 season just hasn't got going yet at all. 10 minutes to go. There's another driver off there.
That was a Thule Motorsport driver.
I think it's Neo Clark. Neo Clark has fallen down to the bottom of the order. Buttle, Pemble and Moody, as we know, didn't take the start. Guy Cunnington leading this race. So much success over the years. Now, of course, running his own team, his own effort. Look at the commitment of the drivers through the final chicane. What does he do here, Henry? That's the problem. That's Angus Scrivener in the number 49 that's had a problem. What does Cunnington do here? How does he play this when he knows he's got Hunter and Higgins right behind him and a very fast-charging Lewis Gilbert in fourth?
Lorenzo Cordal's weekend of misery engine. Well, what Guy Cunnington needs to do is get his head down and drive it like he stole it. So Trowbridge leads Horton Le Spring, leads Trafeglois, leads Dalry. We've got, the south of England, you've got Mid Wales, you've got Scotland, and you've got the People's Republic of Thailand. We are battling it out up at the front of the British Open Championship. That's good news for Cunnington. Head down, and he's going.
Well, we spoke to Matthew Higgins at the start of the weekend. We said, how is he going to race against his former teammate and good friend? He said, the same as I've always done. Hard but fair. That was a great move from Matthew Higgins down the inside. Here comes the number 43 of Caden McQueen. And also, look at that down the inside.
Number
That's
33.
Cian Geraghty. Cian Geraghty said this a few weeks ago in Valencia. He's come alive. He's been off the pace in terms of race pace all weekend. We've seen it in a single lap. Now the pace is back for Geraghty in that Strawberry Racing machine, and there's still a long way to go in this race.
And you know what I like there? Jack Lilly in the number 33 car making the move. McQueen opened the door and Lilly just dived through. Joshua Graham down to 8th, Macaulay Bishop down in 9th position, Geraghty 10th, and then behind the top 10 it's Rennie, Folland, Browham, Porter, Usakovs, Hayward, Nagelvort, Perilli, Cole and Ellingham. It shows that we're going to, so far, Kai Hunter, the only driver that really contended for the O plate last year, is there again. Now there's Bishop. Oh, Bishop passing Graham, and Garrity trying to go around the outside of Graham as well. So he makes a move. Graham comes back up the inside. Now, if I were Cian Garrity, these two drivers, they raced in juniors last year together. I would just follow Macaulay Bishop. Every time Bishop opens the door, oh dear, black flag for Jamie Perilli. And I don't know why that would be. Perilli, he was running in about 16th to 70th place. There's Lewis Gilbert up into P2. Kai Hunter, his quest for a 4th British Open title is beginning to hang by an unravelling thread.
But if there's one thing we've learned over the years in this commentary box, Henry, is never count out Kai Hunter. There's a bit of management, of course, to do in this race. We're still not in the second half of it on time. Coming round through the final chicane once again. Guy Cunnington having taken the lead away from Hunter on lap 2. There you see the black flag for the number 40 of Perilli out of this race. Up to Christmas Corner they go. Here comes Lewis Gilbert. Has he got the speed? He's going to the inside for the move for the lead in the O-Plate final in Senior Rotax. He's done it. Through. Brilliant stuff from the 2021 winner of this race. Is Guy Cunnington going to strike back? No, as out of the race after that black flag. There is the number 40 of Perilli.
Now, Teddy Pritchard-Williams has just passed the reigning O-Plate, GP plate and British champion to move himself into 4th position. Gilbert, ignore the fact we've lost Matthew Higgins from the timing and scoring pylon, but I can assure you that he is out there in the number 2 Dan Holland race. I love this. Craft Motorsport, Guy Cunnington Racing, Dan Holland Racing, Strawberry Racing, Hunter Motorsport. This is the curtain raiser to what we're going to see all year in the British Championship, and I cannot wait.
And there's more coming through from the back as well. Caden McQueen and Jack Lilly working together right now. Cian Garrity and Macaulay Bishop have swapped places once more. Bishop's hopes of replicating what Hunter did in 2020, moving from being the junior champion the year before and winning the seniors on first go, is probably fading away right now. 5 minutes to go. Gilbert still leading this race from Higgins and Cunnington. He's got a bit of a gap as they run up towards Christmas Corner. Indeed, sparks flying, full commitment here at Whilton Mill.
Absolutely fantastic. There's McQueen, and then you've got another. Run through the 5 teams, 7 different teams, the top 7, KR Sport and Sam Pollitt Racing, all there as well. Oh, this is great stuff, but not for the team owners. And Higgins looks, and Gilbert defends. 4.5 minutes to go. Gilbert's thinking to himself, well, it's a bit early to bed. However, Higgins was saying, yes, Lewis, 3 wide coming into the new corner, and Teddy Pritchard-Williams is up into 2nd place. He's had his strawberries this morning. Super Ted is flying.
Is indeed. Guy Cunnington retakes the lead of the race. Has got a bit of a gap. The rest of them have got to get organised now. Joining the pack of at the back there, you've got Caden McQueen and Jack Lilly down the inside. Bishop on Garrity for 8th place. So many laps those two drivers have raced each other around here through seniors this weekend, through juniors, through the cadets years as well. Great to see them fighting in the top 10 once more, but we're focusing here at the front of the order on this battle for the lead. Guy Cunnington holds on to it for now, but Teddy Pritchard-Williams, this is why they call him Super Ted, is closing in now. It's got to be up into Christmas, you would think, but is 3.5 minutes too early to go, Henry?
No, I mean, in this type of race, you've got to go. When the cart comes to you, you've got to go. Pritchard-Williams to the inside. Whoa. Wheel to wheel. Cunnington loses ground down to third, and Gilbert. So it's now Pritchard, Williams, Gilbert, Cunnington, Hunter. Here comes Higgins, and you've got now Lilly and McQueen and Bishop have joined the party. Hunter back to third.
And this is it. This is when Kai Hunter starts to strike. He can sense that weakness of one's ahead. He knows 3 minutes is more than enough time for him to race through back to the front of an order and take his third senior Rotax O plate in a row. Less than 3 minutes to go. Teddy Pritchard leads at the end of lap number 12. Lewis Gilbert is right there. We've already seen him pull one move up into Christmas Corner. What is the waft like up the hill? It's not bad for either of them to the inside. Pritchard Williams, that's going to bring Hunter back into play. Cunnington back into play. Higgins, Lilly, McQueen, Bishop, Geraghty, Graham, Joshua Graham's back in this as well. That's down into Ashby. Teddy Pritchard Williams is trying to hold the ball up. Surely this is going to come to blows for someone. 3 wide.
McQueen
round the outside takes 4th place. That is experience round this Whilton Mill circuit. Caden McQueen is on the charge.
Do you know what? Lewis Gilbert there, he gave a little nudge to Teddy Pritchard Williams going into Ashby's and slowed down inadvertently back at the field. That was very, very gentlemanly driving there from Lewis Gilbert, because he knew that he probably pushed him wide. And we've now got Gustav Usakovs in 12th place, is the last driver in this pack. Guy Cunnington has fallen down. 2, 4, 6, 8. We've got about 20 drivers. I know Alpha Live have got a new feature, Race of the Week. You can close the polls on it. It's going to be this one.
90 seconds to go. Teddy Pritchard Williams still leads. Kai Hunter waiting for that opportunity to go through. You know he's going to go for it. This is why he's been race winner in this race so many times, 3 times before. Can he find a way through? Back in comes Gilbert as well. Over the curb again, jumping over that curb. Huge amounts of it taken by Guy Cunnington. There's going to be 3 more laps of this one, ladies and gentlemen, and we still don't know. We haven't a clue who's going to be Open Champion for 2024. Hunter to the outside!
Oh, no!
And goes across the grass. Pritchard Williams spins out, and it's gone. The hope of being another Welsh champion in this race is over. Lewis Gilbert has come to the front. Lewis Gilbert, could he take another victory like he did in 2021? Matthew Higgins is still there. Bishop's there. Macaulay Bishop. We wrote him off, didn't we? What are we doing in this comms box? Because Macaulay Bishop, the winner of the junior race last year, with 2 laps to go, Hunter is out. That is it. The run for the last 2 years will not continue to 3, and it's 1, 2, 3 clear of the field. Gilbert defends the outside. Bishop around the outside. That is outrageous. The junior champion from last year has done thousands of overtakes around Whilton Mill over the years. That may well be the best one he's ever done, but the work is not complete. Time is up. We're on the penultimate lap. Bishop hits the front.
Macaulay Bishop leads this race. Higgins to the inside of Gilbert. The clock has struck 0. The countdown is over. 1 lap, 1,200 metres. Macaulay Bishop leads by 10 kart lengths at what is being an absolutely pulsating race. Checks over his shoulder. Higgins is second. Gilbert, the fight is on further back. Jack Lilly defending from Graham, Cunnington, Porter. But it's a Dan Holland 1-2 on a weekend where, well, you've got to time it right. That's what you've got to do. Macaulay Bishop will come into Osiers. Higgins in second, and full Slim Shady in effect, round the outside. Bishop is going to be British Open champion for the 2nd straight year.
He did everything to win in juniors. He took every win, and that's his first big one in seniors. Macaulay Bishop becomes senior Rotax British Open champion for 2024. He was down in 8th place. We wrote him off, but that's why you shouldn't. Macaulay Bishop, I tip my hat to you. Over all the years I've seen this man race around this racetrack. That That was the best one yet.
Do you know something? I haven't seen emotion like that. Last year, he made a bit of history. He won 2 British titles. I haven't seen emotion like that from Macaulay Bishop since he won the 2020 British Cadet Army Championship at PFI. That's how much it means to him, because he's got a huge weight of expectation on his shoulders coming into this year. And yeah, he raced in senior in the grand finals. I've got to say, he didn't endear himself to a lot of people with his pick him up, put him down, you know, attack, 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 attack attitude. That was 2 months ago. Oh, there's a nose cone for Matthew Higgins. That will drop him out of the podium. There's Caden McQueen. I tell you what, let's run down the provisional finishing order as they finished on track, because we had 12 drivers separated by 4 seconds. It was Bishop, Higgins, Gilbert. And we know Higgins has got a penalty. Then we have McQueen 4th, Morgan Porter from 19th to 5th, Jack Lilly in 6th, Joshua Graham, Guy Cunnington, Gustav Usakovs, Kian Geraghty. Gustav Usakovs gained 17 places in that race, and just missing out on the top 10, Ben Folland, Tristan Rennie, Spencer Braun, Brandon Nagelvort and Reg Hayward. The list of winning, Teddy Pritchard-Williams finishes 18th. Oh, what could I mean? There's Reg Hayward up and out of his cart already. There's Kai Hunter, and, you know, it hasn't gone this time, but, you know, the team, the family team, they're there. They are there. Alfie Lawrence is mechanic, helping hit the cart back to the thing. We're going to, obviously, Nicole's going to speak to our winners. We are going to speak to, well, I will come back to round it off, but that was 12 minutes of everything that we love about this sport.
I tell you what, mate, we the two of us, we've been round the world. We've been round. You've been to America. We've been round Europe.
I
don't think it gets any better than that. Here
no.
in the Viritools British Kart Championship,
Daventry is
Senior
where it's
Rotax
at.
Final. That was tremendous. Never mind Race of the Week. I think that's a contender for Race of the Year. And it's only March, ladies and gentlemen. If you enjoyed that, if it's your first time here, make sure you click that subscribe button.
Well,
and of course to our Karting UK as well. What a way to finish things here at Whilton Mill.
I thought that the race of the year. I mean, we had a couple of amazing races in the USA earlier this year. We had a fantastic Mighty Bambino electric race at Glenagorse last weekend. That is for an MS UK, a Motorsport UK British title. But there's the smiles. Wow. There's the smiles. And Teddy Pritchard as well. Teddy, he said that he was going to be a factor, that he was coming forward, and he was. And but there's Gary Shield from Jag Rotax and Macaulay Bishop. He passes the telephone of doom. There is no thing. And there is Gary and Tina Shield from Jag Rotax. Now what he's got to do, he's got to get over the weigh scales. There's Lucy Derrick, who's been providing a lot of social media content for us this weekend. She's part of a really big Motorsport UK Alpha Live team of officials. Let's have a quick look.
Can we?
A quick look at the highlights of this one. Hunter and Cunnington led away. It was a good, clean start. There was a Stefan Kasmarczyk at the back of the field losing a bit of ground. That was the problem, Archie Buttle and Ewan Charman, and it was all handshakes at the end of it, so that was okay. Cunnington led from Hunter, and this was sort of like quite calm because there were only 5 drivers in the main pack at this point. However, just the nature of the racing, people, you know, they weren't overly defending. However, it was close. Higgins, he made his bid for victory. Guy Cunnington, this was about 3.5 minutes ago. This is when we said, you know, what has Guy Cunnington got to do? I was like, drive it like you stole it.
Yep.
Gilbert went for the move and got the move done. However, Gilbert then started to defend. Obviously, he's thinking, okay, if I'm not going to lose one place, look at the sparks coming over the curves about there. Oof, that was one of the Craft Motorsport carts. Jig, appointment to the jig for that cart. This is where it all started to get a little bit tetchy.
It did indeed. Guy Cunnington took the lead once again. Teddy Pritchard-Williams up to second place, and then the the Welshman went on the attack in his first British Kart Championship weekend for Strawberry, but they're very close there.
Yes.
Got to the front. Great move from Lewis Gilbert there to take second place.
And that's where Gilbert backed the field up, because he knew he'd give Pritchard a bit of a nudge going into Ashby's, so he then slowed everything down, and that's what sort of kicked off the chain reaction that eventually led to this.
At this moment indeed, Hunter having a strong second half, went to the outside. A little bit of oversteer for Pritchard Williams on corner entry. That took both of those drivers out. And then the moment which, let's see this again, Bishop to the outside. That's two of the top 4 from last year's Senior Rotax British Championship that he's just gone by. I know he had a relatively easy run to the junior title last year. Well, that was mega.
Well, that's 2 drivers that have both finished in the top 10 of the Rotax Grand Finals, the best in the world at Rotax. And Bishop, his first year as a senior driver, pulls off an absolute worldie of a move.
And, well, if that's not whetted your appetite for the
How long till
season
PFI?
ahead?
Can we go to PFI now?
3 weeks.
Can we pack up?
You're going to have to wait,
3 weeks.
Henry. 3 weeks.
I can't.
But that's properly got us going here in the box, ready for round 1 of what will be a 5-round meeting for this year's Rotax calendar for the full Wera Tools British Kart Championship season. PFI on the weekend of the 19th to 21st of April, Lark Hall in mid-May, Warden Law, great to be going back to Warden Law at the end of June, Kimbolton, and then back here for Whilton Mill to finish the season as well. It is going to be a stunner. If you thought last year's Senior Rotax Championship was good, I think 2024 is going to be even better. Absolutely brilliant stuff from all 34 drivers. We knew it was going to be a competitive one, and indeed it was. Hopefully we'll be down in the paddock, down in Parc Fermé shortly with Nicole Sutherland. And yes, we can now head down to Parc Fermé to get some of the thoughts of our drivers from that incredible Senior Rotax O-Plate final. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
So, final race of this weekend, complete Senior Rotax. We're here with Lewis Gilbert, who finished second. Lewis, how did the race go for you?
Yeah, it's pretty hard when you're starting a little bit further back, but we got to front pretty easily, and then it was just a fight from there, to be honest. A few ups and downs during the race, but I think we'd done a good job to get second, so I'm happy with that.
Well, very, very well done, Lewis. And is there anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, a big thanks to Craft Motorsport for getting us here, Potenza Racing Engines for the ongoing work with the power, and Mum and Dad, Kyle, Luke, everyone back at home who's supported us.
Well, congratulations, Lewis. Thanks very much. We'll just flip over to third place, which is provisionally Caden McQueen. Caden, how was your race? Give us a debrief.
Yeah, very messy. Like I said previously in the interview yesterday, everyone's going to give it their all. It's not about championship points. It's just a one-off race, and everyone wants to win the O-Plate. So the first big British race of the year, everyone gives it their best shot, and I think that just sometimes was maybe a little bit too far and got a little bit messy. But it was good. I don't think we quite had the pace. We just managed to race it well and bring it home in third.
Yeah, and of course the British Kart Championships will be here later on in the year. We'll be returning to Whilton Mill, but of course for that race, points will count. How are you feeling about that one?
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit of work to do, more my side than the team. But that's not an issue. We've got plenty of time to get everything dialed in and ready for that event.
And is there anybody you'd like to thank for this weekend, Caden?
Yeah, a massive thank you to KR Sport, KR Sport Engines as well. My sponsors behind the scenes do an amazing job to make me be here. And also to my parents for putting so much time and effort into something that, is a hobby that's very expensive, so and time consuming. But yeah, a big thank you to everyone behind the scenes. They've done an amazing job and given me something that can win.
Thanks very much, Caden. And of course the driver we're all looking forward to hearing from, Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay, I don't think I can say a lot more than what a move.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I was sitting in P3. The whole race I wasn't that quick and raw pace, but I'd all start defending, made my way up the list, and 2 laps to go, just So just got a bit creative. Just went for the move, see if it worked. It worked, and then got a little gap in the last lap. Just got my head down, and then just finished the race P1.
And I think a move like that, especially around the outside in that corner, on two very, very quick drivers, not many people would even consider it. What was going through your head?
Well, I was just sitting behind them, and I was like, I might as well just go for it. I nearly went off the track, but luckily I just managed to keep it on the track. And is there anybody you'd like to thank for this weekend, Macaulay? Yeah, dad and brother for mechanicking, all of DHR, support's been really good. Dan, my mum as well, and Time Racing Engines. Congratulations, Macaulay, provisional O-Plate champion. There's your plate. So, I'm now joined by Andrew Mather. However, Andrew, you not a race podium finisher.
Absolutely not. Way too slow to even be on the grid with these drives. But what a final! What a way to finish what's been a great weekend and a great way to kick off things for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Great to be part of the team. Big thanks to yourself, Nicole, for the weekend and everything that you've done down here, and Henry as well. Great to have Henry back in the paddock.
Wow.
Yes, I know. What a weekend! What a weekend. Can I just say, well done, and very well done. We are all about bringing youth into motorsport in every sort of youth and youth there. Straight from the driver's seat into the thing. So this is all about development, bringing on the future of the sport. It's the future of the sport on the track, in the paddock, behind the cameras, behind the microphone as well. It's going to be a very, 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 very good season. I've been waiting for this moment since Lark Hall last year. It's great to be back. The championship is looking really, really strong. I love the innovations that Alpha, the Motorsport UK, are putting in, because it's always a combined effort. The media have got to work with the organisers have got to work with the media to create the best overall product that you, the viewer, watch. We hope you've enjoyed it. Yes.
Indeed, and we all do it again. 3 weeks' time, hope you can join us for PF International for round 1 of the Rotax calendar. And if you've not done so already, make sure you've subscribed and hit all those notification bells so you don't miss a single moment here for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Hope you have enjoyed it. From myself, from Henry, from Nicole. We'll see you at PFI in a few weeks' time for the start of the main championship season. For now, though, here from Whilton Mill. Enjoy the rest of your Easter Sunday, and bye-bye.